Hey everybody, it's me, Sweet Melody Media. Sorry, my dog. Let me start again. Hey everybody, it's me, Sweet Melody Media. Welcome to my stream. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button on the way in. Also, subscribe if you haven't already. And if you have a big platform, make sure you share. You know what? Even if you have a small platform, make sure you share. Make sure you're supporting me, because I'm very supportive. So I expect the same thing. I would love for you guys to share my stream, hit the like button, subscribe, tell a friend, whatever. But anyway, so today's topic, I was actually speaking to somebody off of YouTube about the passport bros. Now, mind you, I didn't even know it was really a thing outside of YouTube. Because, you never hear about the passport bros. You never hear about the divestors outside of social media. But I was very wrong. I actually had a conversation with a family member of mine, and they think the passport bros are BS, and they think the divestors are BS because they all have the same agenda. Pretty much what they think is that both parties just want to shame the other gender. They just want to make the other gender feel bad. So my argument was, do you really think grown black men are traveling overseas just to throw it in the face of ABWs? I mean, it just don't make any sense at all. But I want to get you guys' opinion on it to see what you think. Because I think it's ridiculous. But this person was so he was like, it's two of them. It's a woman and a man. We was actually having a conversation. But they think that it's so stupid and so dumb, both movements. And I was like, well, the divestors are definitely swirling to make black men mad. You can tell by the things they say. They keep black men's name in their mouths. Like, they never do a stream without mentioning a black man. But with passport bros, you hardly hear them talk about black women. Hardly. As a matter of fact, most of them are traveling to find black love. That's what's in Brazil. In Brazil, it's mainly black women and men. So it just didn't make any sense at all to me. But before I drop the link and we get this conversation started, let me just say hi to all of the early birds. So we have Stoic One. Salute to you. Thanks for coming. We have Lando Calrisan. Salute to you. Thanks for coming. Ruby's not here. She'll be here on Tuesdays, but she's not here now. Hopefully she comes and shows some love to the stream. But thank you for that. Salute to you. I said hi to Stoic One already. He says, many passport bros deal with black women, so I think they generally have a different ideology to divestors. Facts. Look, I'm so excited. I'm messing up my words, but definitely facts. I agree with that 100%. Hi, Madara. Welcome. Thanks for coming. He says, Melody is too sweet for streaming. Yeah, I guess you can say that. But thank you so much for that. Let me see who else we have here. Killer Swag, salute to you. Oh yeah, by the way, make sure you guys check out me and Killer Swag Saturday at 5:00 p.m. And yes, I know that's a little early for me, but that is the time he's available. we are doing a stream on Amber Rose's son. So make sure you guys check that out. Salute to you, Tampa Supreme. Welcome. And we got the first super chat of the night of the is it night? Yeah, of the night. Look, I'm so confused right now. We got the first super chat of the night. Thank you so much for that, Angela C. I really appreciate you. Hi, girl. You always supporting me. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much, my love. I really, really appreciate that.
Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Who else we have here? VJR. Thank you for coming. Okay, guys, so what Killer Swag say? I'm actually available anytime, the morning and early afternoon. Okay, but I think 5 o'clock is perfect, so we're going to keep that time. I like that time. Okay, so I'm going to drop the link so we can get this conversation started. I already gave you my take on it. I don't think that they both have the same agenda, but I know a lot of you guys probably do think that. So I had actually dropped the link. Come up and give your opinion on the topic. Okay, so let me ask you guys a question. Put a 1 in the chat if you feel like the passport bros are trying to taunt Black women. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't think so. So put a 1 in the chat if you think the passport bros are taunting American Black women. Put a 2 in the chat if you think they're not. And also hit the link so we can get this conversation started. Okay, so Stoic says nah. Mills 36 says yes. Hit the link and come and explain why you think that they are taunting Black American women. Actually, let's say Black Western women. That's Canadians, that's Americans, that's British women. Why do you think that they're taunting westernized Black women? Come on up and give your opinion. So Killer Swag says, nah, he don't think they're taunting. Let me see. So not a lot of people are participating, but we got more people saying that that they are not taunting Black women. Okay. Guys, on your way in, make sure you're liking the stream. Hit the like button. We have 18 viewers. I want to see 18 likes. So let's hit that like button on the way in. Okay, so Madara says, yeah, some do, but it's a byproduct of what they really want. You know what? I'm not going to lie. I agree with that. There are some who might be taunting Black women, but I guess they feel like Black women been taunting them here in the States. So why not do the same? You know, it's kind of like a na moment, you know, where they're like, hey, look at what I got on my arm. Isn't she gorgeous? Look at her hair. Look at her eyes. You know what I mean? Look at this. She's very submissive. She cooks. She cleans. She rubs my feet. She runs my bath water. You know, she's nurturing. So I can see that. Now, I do think it's that, actually. It's like, look, I got a trophy on my arm. She's doing all the things that you couldn't do. So yeah, you're right, Madara. Some of them are actually doing that. And I'm not going to say a majority of them, but I will say it's a good amount who are actually, showing them off as their trophy. And a lot of men do bring them back here to the States so they can show them off. So yeah, definitely, Madara. I can see that. K Capo says, I'm not sure. It's all entertainment for me anyway. You know what, K Capo? I used to think it was just entertainment, but I am starting to hear more about it in my real life. Like, this conversation I had was actually people that I'm very close to. And I'm like, well, damn, how do you know about passport bros and divestors? Like, the manosphere is so small. So how did you find out about it? So it's kind of like it actually is seeping into our real life. So don't think it's just entertainment. It's actually really out there. Let me see who else have anything to say. The JR says, the junior, the JR, he says, men sharing their experiences and advising other men isn't wrong. I do agree with that. A lot of them are sharing their experiences and, telling other men, hey, you don't have to stay here. You can go and find you exactly what you've been looking for in the States that you can't find. It's just one passport and plane ticket away. You know what I mean? So, yeah, there are a lot of men sharing experiences, but you probably have that few who's just doing it like as a nan and a boo-boo moment. I'm telling you, there are the small amount doing that. Hi, Degenerate. Welcome. He says Canadian, American, and British are not exactly the same, Melody. No, I understand it's not exactly the same, but is very similar because it's all Western. So it's very, very similar. So even though America might be the worst, and that's from what I hear in the spaces from men that travel, like America is definitely the worst when it comes to women not, not keeping their bodies right, not caring about how they look, women not taking care of men, it's definitely worse here in America. But believe me, Jessica X has some stories. Ruby had some stories. So it's bad everywhere, trust me. Okay, I got some panelists coming up. Happy Life, salute to you. Hi, Preach. Welcome.
What's good, y'all?
What is going on? Let me hold on, let me take down my picture. 1 second.
Yes, sir.
So what's going
That
on?
pretty picture.
How you guys been?
Good.
Good to see you
What the
here.
hell is wrong with my life?
Why can I hold you guys 1 second? I can't wait to hear your take on this.
What are we talking about?
Salute,
So
salute.
salute. So pretty much we're talking about our
Can y'all
passport.
hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can't hear you. I mean, you can't hear me.
I can hear y'all
Yeah, I can hear you too.
a little
Okay.
bit.
Hey. So
I
pretty
don't
much,
think there's nothing wrong with my sound.
could you hear us? Can you hear me? Can
Can
you
y'all
hear me?
hear me? Can y'all see me? I can hear you now.
Okay, cool. All right. So pretty much it's about the passport bros
Okay.
and the divestors. Are they similar? Are they the same? Are they both just trying to taunt the opposite sex,
Okay.
the opposite gender? I mean, well, the same, the opposite sex and gender. I'm gonna
Yeah.
start with you, Happy Life. What do you think?
I think it's an exchange. I think if you're a passport bro, if you're getting what you want overseas, let it fly. And if you are a divested woman and you want a white man, just go for it. But I will say that they are trying to outdo each other, and it shouldn't be that way. But yeah,
At all, like at all. And you don't have to always um put the other, not put them down, but you don't always have to like worry about what black men are doing if you're dating white men. Like,
yeah,
stop worrying about them. If you divest it, move on.
yeah,
And then with passport bros, a lot of them stop talking about women in America unless you're teaching, unless it's for like educational purposes only. You're trying to teach other brothers, hey, look, come to Brazil, the women are a lot better here. Okay, that's one thing because you're trying to get other black men to come over and and get the prize. But don't sit there and just have streams about how black women are this and that, they're dirty. If you are a passport bro and you moved on, just move on. you know
yeah, that's definitely a balance. It's like, don't say, well, these women are horrible, but for the women, don't say us men is horrible. Like, educate the women on what you know, and for the men, educate the men of what you know, and then just let it fly. There's no need to go back and forth or like beef with one another. I'm on that side.
exactly, there's really no need for it. Now, I think the swirlers are a lot more extreme than the passport bros. I'm gonna say the passport
Um,
bros don't do it as much as the swirlers do because the swirlers hate black men. That's the difference. They actually hate black men, to whereas the passport bros don't hate black women. They just wanna have a better life. So yeah, that's my take on that. But
Um, but is it my turn?
no, yeah, it's your turn. Happy Life, are you done or?
I'm just gonna add this one last thing real quick.
Mhm.
Um, I really think women should get their passports as well. That's about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's a good addition. Yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody
Um.
should get their passports. You're right about that.
Yeah. Everybody should travel. Now for me, like I didn't know this was a big thing on the internet. Like, when I found out about it, I was like, okay, so this is interesting. And then I immediately was like, oh man, there's gonna be some division being caused. Because as I looked, I seen it from the Passport Bro side on TikTok, and how they was portraying it. Because all I was being a man, I get the algorithm where I'm looking at pickup videos and how to talk to women and how it's harder nowadays. And then that transition over into dudes going overseas and how they're just like, man, this is the way to go.
Mhm,
Forget all that pickup artist stuff, all that,
mhm,
trying to impress the ones here, dog. Even the dudes who are in the top 1% is tired of entertaining these females, and they asking for too much from them. They asking for too much from the dudes that's doing enough for most women, and they're like, man, some women are just in complete delusion based on the culture and the social media that's pushing the delusion. And so that's the side I kind of lean towards, and I understand that logically, but not anywhere in that space was I really interested in, digging, like putting more salt into that wound, because I know that on the other side of it, women are suffering from this delusional mentality that was placed onto them. And I'm not taking the blame from them or taking accountability from them, because they do need to take accountability and realize that some of them are living in delusion. You know, I'm just going to. I just feel like you don't need to rub any more salt into the wound. We need to stop forgetting that these are still women and they still have women emotions. Because the more you rub salt into that wound, the more those claws are going to come out. And I don't know where some dudes, it seems like they want to push it to the point where they want to make them cry and break down and confess shame, shame, shame. Like Game of Thrones, where they walk her through the city naked. It's like that's how they want to do them, But you being insensitive and lacking compassion because you still angry from your high school memories when you couldn't get the cheerleader. And the dude that you call a pookie nowadays was banging her out and he wasn't even coming to class. Or the dude that left school and got a car and she rocking with him. You have animosity and it's coming out in that way. I'm not rocking with that. But if you could understand that there's clearly a problem in this country with dating, not just on the women's side, it's some men too that contribute to that toxicity, because it's the top % of men that made the women feel like they need to be that type of chick to get that type of guy. Let's be honest. Because if all the dudes that had it were treating them properly, they wouldn't feel like they need to reach this ridiculous pinnacle and then expect every other man to be that dude that cheated on her and better. So just from that point, I'm just saying, it's not, you ain't got to rub all that salt in the wound, dog. If you truly want to be happy, get your stuff, pick up and go. Because for one, you don't even know if it's a fact that it's that nice over there. You know what I mean? You haven't even gone over there yet, and you already, they better, because you've heard a couple interviews. So I'm just saying, man, first pick up, do your due diligence, try to date. Don't go over there for the sex trafficking, and smashing as much as you can for $20. You're just going to get STDs or robbed. You feel me? Go over there with being really, like, being real with yourself. Like, you're really looking for something. And if you find something cool, then that's going to be all the victory you need. You see what I'm saying? Because if you do it like that, all they're going to do is start seeing all the nice, chill, what they call lame, nerdy black men leaving, the ones that they would usually fall back on when they get older and they got a bunch of kids. When those dudes ain't there for them to fall back on, that's going to be enough. You ain't got to sit there and tell them, oh, look at Consuela. You feel me? She ain't got no kids. She young. She's still pretty, and she cook every day. And she rubbed my feet. And this is how she's taught to do. She loves it. She's gonna do this until the day she died. We married. We happy. You ain't gotta do all that. When the dude to fall back on is no longer there, and he over somewhere else being happy when she go to look for him, that's all the victory you need. And if you don't understand that, then you just mad and you trying to push the envelope, and you're only gonna get negative when you push out negative. And I'll land the plane.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Well said. Well said. And you not tipsy today?
Not yet.
Not
yet. My liquor coming.
Oh, your liquor coming. I know. I like this.
I'm at the hotel. It's coming.
Oh God.
It's on delivery.
Yeah, it's on. I DoorDash that bitch. It's raining. It's raining in Atlanta. I just got to Atlanta, man. I'm in this nice ass hotel. I'm downstairs in the lobby, about to walk to the store. The thick ass receptionist was like, "What you need, baby? You need shampoo, conditioner. You need toothpaste, toothbrush. What you need?" She gave me a whole bag of shit. Then she gave me some ice. I went back up into the room.
Well, have fun. You on vacation?
Nah, well, for a few days. Remember, I'm doing trucking. I'm in trucking school. I just got hired by a trucking company, so I'm gonna do my orientation Monday. So this weekend, I'm just chill. Thank you. I'm doing my orientation. Talk about how much money they gonna pay me and all that shit.
That's what's up.
And then
You
I might have to
overseas?
take a test. What happened? No, I'm in America. I'm in Atlanta.
Are you okay?
Like
I'm in Atlanta.
I got to clap for that. I got to clap for that.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you,
Well,
thank you.
hopefully, and good luck. Hopefully you get it because you said you here to interview, right?
Yeah, congratulations.
Uh, oh, thank you, brother. No, I'm done with the interview. I'm already hired. I just have to do after orientation. You know, every job got orientation. It's like, okay, y'all, you know, you got the position. You know, we need to sit you down. This is how we do things. When you're on the road, you need to make sure you do X, Y, Z. Blah blah blah. I'm gonna take another piss test. You see what I'm saying? I already took one for one company to go to school because I have to drive the trucks in school to get my CDL. Now the company that hired me, which is the parent company, because they kind of cherry picked me. They were like, "No, we want him over here." So then they sent me to Atlanta to do my orientation over here. So they want me to piss test again. You know, just technicalities. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Well, after that, I'm free for the weekend, and you know, yeah.
Well, have fun and congratulations. And
Thank you.
and not to get drunk before that orientation. You already
Oh no,
know.
I got all weekend to sober up. You feel me?
Mhm.
I was talking to the receptionist. She like, you know, it's a strip club down there. I was like, I really don't do strip clubs, but I do like to go to a bar where they might could have some food and I can watch the game because I'm planning on watching the football game. I ain't planning on coming out here getting a whole bunch of STDs and fighting in the club. No,
Yeah,
Who
that's
you
cool.
think
no.
gonna win the Super Bowl?
The
Eagles.
Eagles, the
Oh,
Eagles.
Oh, boo!
I knew you was gonna say that. You hate that,
those are
I,
Don't
Eagles.
be
I
a
like
hater.
I like Patrick Mahomes though.
Mm,
I mean, I like the problem is I like him too, but he's not 100%, and that Eagles defense is absolutely scary.
mm, mm, mm.
You're
And I
right.
and I
You're
think
right.
if they fluster him, and he slipped one time, that Eagles offense is going to take full advantage. Every chance they get
I
the ball,
think
they're going to take full advantage.
All right, real
I
quick.
think that protection gonna be key though.
Yeah, definitely. But let's get to Blue because he's been waiting on
Yeah,
it.
we don't want to get off topic. The
Yeah,
lovely young lady, you know, this is her platform. Let's not forget.
yeah, but yeah, go Eagles. Okay, that's all I
Eagles,
have. Go
Eagles,
Eagles.
Smeagles.
Eagles, Eagles. All right,
See,
but Blue, do you think passport bros and divested black women have the same agenda to taunt each other?
Do I think they have the same agenda?
Yeah, like do you think the passport bros are trying to taunt westernized women? And do you feel like
It's the same
swirlers?
vice versa.
Yeah, do you feel like swirlers, that's um black women who date interracially, do you think they're trying to taunt black men? What's your take?
I think you have a percentage of people that are like that. You know what I'm saying? So just because they choose to deal with another culture or another race, in order sometime in order for them to feel for nobody to look at them a certain way, I think they do try to like push it on the other person and you know make it the other person seem bad, if that make any sense.
So they're trying to push, yeah, so pretty much you're saying you do think that they're taunting each other. You don't think,
Yeah, definitely.
why? Because they talk about it too much, or like,
I mean, talking about it is not the problem. It's just how people talk about it and the issues that come along with it. You know what I mean? I hear, you know, let's be honest. Like I heard somebody say that, like a lot of people say they didn't know about the passport bros until YouTube or the internet. Well, I don't know. I think that's something that was created because I believe I know a lot of people that have their passport, and again, they don't know nothing about passport bros. You understand what I'm saying? They just have a passport and they're going to do the things that I think that's something that just was created on YouTube and it got a name. But I mean, people been having passports for years. Passports didn't just come out on YouTube. You understand what I'm saying? So you had people that just generally wanted to go and see the country. That don't make you a passport, bro. That don't make you a trick. You know what I'm saying? I think that all happened on YouTube.
Hmm.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean? And I know a lot of brothers. I know a lot of brothers that I got a friend right now. He right now he in Colombia. Right now he in Colombia. He wanted me to go. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to sit. He's in Colombia. He's not out there tricking. He's out there working. You know what I'm saying? His motivation not out there for pussy. He does filming. I'm in one of his films actually too. He's out there working. He went out there, you know what I mean, the first time, oh yeah, I met girls. Yeah, he met girls. He's like, yeah, I met girls. Yeah, but he didn't continuously to go out there for that. He out there meeting people, making connections. You know what I'm saying? He posting it up on his page right now. Like you can see this what he doing. He out there meeting people. He out there filming. He's doing things. So I think sometimes that's what I'm saying. So when it comes to the passport bros, I think those are the guys that's going out there. Don't take this offensive. They are going out there for pussy because that's all they talking about is pussy.
let's
Most of
try not to that P word.
part,
That's a trigger
yeah,
word.
part.
Yeah.
Got your part. Most of them going out there for the P. Nah, I think, man, it just boiled down on the person and their motives. And I think majority of people go for the P, and it don't shine no light on the people that's going out there for other reasons.
Right. No, I understand. I
You,
understand. There are some. I'm not gonna say a majority. That's kind of pushing it. I mean, because you know how it is here in the West. A lot of the women are trash, and men want to find better solutions. Unfortunately, they have to leave to go to other countries, but that's just what it is. So I'm not gonna agree with you on that, but I
now,
do see
now,
some men
when you
over here.
finish, let me say something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now that's my point. See, the guys that's going over there for the P, it's overrating the guys, overrating the people that's going over there for different opportunities outside of that. But it's a lot of people that just ain't going out there for that. And like somebody said, when you go out there and you come across that, you're around that, cool. But when you just actually really out there for that, then it shows your motive. It shows who you are. If you tell me you in another country doing this, and I go, oh, what's going on? And that's what you're talking about, and all that. That's what you out there for, obviously, because that's what you're talking about. But if you like, yo, I met people, I'm doing this, I'm film. You know what I'm saying? You enlighten me about outside of that what you're doing. Everybody's different. Everybody got different goals and motivation out here in the world. That's all I'm gonna say. You know what I'm saying? And when I go to other countries, I'm not going out there for that. I'm going out there to see where I could park at, where opportunities, where you know what I'm saying, I could buy land. You know what I mean? It's cheap, like they say, your money go long. That's what I'm driven by. I'm
Now,
driven
when
by
you
that.
go to other countries, okay, so you've been to other countries. Do you consider yourself a passport, bro?
Nah, nah, though. Nah, I don't. I'm let me give the people a little bit insight about me. I never try to be part of nothing. I'm who I am, and of all the things, the little things that I achieve, it's because I remain to be me. I don't want to be in no gang. I don't want to be in no passport bros. I don't want to be in what's that? The man is best. No disrespect to that, but I have no desire to want to be how you are. I got my desires to be how I am and focus on me. You know what I mean? That's why I don't vote. I don't care about who's the president. I don't People need to stop caring about who's the president and focus on themselves. You feel me? That's the problem what's going on in the world for years. They got everybody picking and choosing sides. Choose yourself. They used to call me Martin Luther King when I was in school because just the energy. And now that I grow up and you know, I owned it. I own it. I own who I am. I own who I am. Never been I used to have a store. I used to have Bloods and Crips, real gangsters come to me, want me to be involved in the thing. But I'm like, why am I be involved in your activities if you around me going where I'm going? Going with me and my little squad going. We might be 5 deep and we going here, we going to the club, we going to pop up on Jay-Z, not Jay-Z. Yeah, well, yeah, it's a couple of times on stage, Jay-Z, Jay-Z, D Block. Why I'm gonna be involved in y'all, you know what I mean? In y'all circle. Never wanted to be in that game. So for me, it's different for me. I don't want to be part of nothing. I just want to be me, represent me, because I could define me. All these other groups that come up, I can't define them because there's so much things that comes along with being, you know, part of something. And that's, you know, that, you know, people look at you like, if say if you're a passport bro, you claim you're a passport bro. Now everything that come along with it, if you doing sex, whatever, you see how people get, look how people that get called passport bro, they get basically saying they tricks. People try to put that stigma on them.
All right, but do
Don't
you
fault
think
me,
they're
only fault
doing?
me for me.
Do you think they're only doing that to make the women here mad, or do you think they're sincerely leaving to enjoy themselves, to enjoy their lives? Like, what's your take on that? Hello? Okay, he must have dropped off. So I'm gonna go back to happy life. Okay, so since
Yeah. What's going on?
hey, okay, so my question to you is, oh, hold on.
You hear me?
Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, happy
Yeah,
life.
my
Go ahead
bad,
and
y'all. I
continue.
had to put my G. So they not doing it to make people mad. They're doing it to make themselves happy. And whether it's sexually, whether it's going out there meeting people, you know, doing whatever you love to do, and different opportunities. Let's be realistic, y'all. America is a stress factory. Right now, the food is going up. Everything. It's a
You're Borgin Blue.
it's a stress factory. Yeah, because somebody calling me. Hold up.
All right, thanks for your take, Blue. I really appreciate it. Hey, Full Circle, welcome.
Hey, Melody, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. I wanted to speak to Blue. He, I guess, jumped
Yeah,
off, but Blue, you
I'll be
there?
right back.
I just
Yeah, I'm
okay.
here.
I wanted to talk to you about something. I think it was you that mentioned, and I totally agree with the whole title and the acronyms. I'm not with all of that. I don't need the title. I don't need validation. I don't need any of that. And this is not my first time. Of course, you know this, Melody, being on your
Yeah.
show. My question to you is that how do you change it? Because I believe you were the one, and correct me if I'm wrong, that mentioned that it started off on YouTube, and I guess from there it took off with just the name itself. And myself personally, I don't need the name. You know, I don't need the
Mm-hmm.
acronym, the titles, the initials. I don't need none of that. I don't need
Mm-hmm.
entourage, a posse, bodyguards. I don't need any of that.
Yep.
My question to you is that how do you change it? Because right now it's always going to be that way. As black men, as a man first, black man second, and just all around. We have that stereotype on us that when it comes to us and
Yeah.
once we step into the building, it's that one thing only. And you know
Yeah.
what I mean. It's
Yep.
sex. The minute we step in, you don't see us for anything else. And once in some sense it's sad. But how do you change that to where even with the traveling part and this is adding on to I don't want to go too far with it, Melody. Hopefully I'm not off course. How do
No,
you change that? Thank you. How do you change that to where it's like, you know what, like you're the person that you know, start switching that up. So when you're seen, it's not just about that. That once you step in on the scene, maybe if it's a video or a channel, something being put out there to where it's like, okay, these men, we know the basics, it's for that. Okay, if you want to call it for what it is. But what else is there? Like you spoke of with the person that you know, he goes there for that. I know when I
Yeah.
travel, when I was traveling, I put that on pause. And at the time, that's what it was for. It wasn't for that. But how do you put that out there? And it's not a hard question, and it's very possible. I think
Yeah.
that it should be more of that. So when you put that out there to the world, when it comes to us of color or melanated, whatever you want to call it, showing that, hey, I'm here setting up shop over here. I'm doing this over here.
Mm-hmm.
Anything other than just that, because that's what it's being put out there mostly, the majority. And I myself have not really, I can't even really count on one hand to say that I've seen that to where, oh, this person has put together a contract or a franchise, or he's working with construction workers. You know, he's literally doing some things. And this is not adding on, and I won't drop names to this whole black men that need to be building, building, building. And I know we could if we put our minds to it, even over in other countries. You know, with everything happening in the United States, the recession, prices of things going up. I was listening to you, but how do we
Mm-hmm.
change that? I personally think that we can. I think we really need to change that and show the world that we're made more. There's more to us than just that. Because after
Mm-hmm.
it's old, and we steady fall into it like a trap. To where it's like when you see us, you know it's about sex, 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 and what's being put out there.
Mm-hmm.
Even with the name, you know, the group, the passport bros. It's that. It's like, but there's got to be more to us. You know, you get what I'm saying? And I know it
Yeah.
is more to us. I don't think that we're putting our best foot forward to put that out to the world by means of video, by mean even if it's like billboards,
Mm-hmm.
anything,
Yep.
if it's even to Essence, Fox, where it's like, you know what? There's going back to what Melody asked. There's nothing that the black women can put on us other than that. But if it's other than that and something else, then what more can you say? And I'll end it right there.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go
Sure.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Um, I agree with what you're saying. Obviously, it starts off with planting the seed. It starts off with just educating people. You know what I'm saying? Educating people, letting them know what we know. Because if we just know something and keep it to ourselves, we're useless. That was useless. You kept it to yourself. You know what I mean? You ain't show nobody the blueprint. And that's what people don't want to show. People don't want to show people the blueprint. So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna use an example. I read something that like changed, like it shifted me, it changed me. I started looking at life differently. It helped me. Um, it helped me how to figure out people. I could figure out a situation. I could look at something and know what might happen and what won't happen and what will happen. You see, you gotta life is strategic. You know what I mean? You gotta it's like stock up and down. You gotta know when to go here, when not to go here. If you know what I mean? Because that's how life is played. You could go here and do this and die tomorrow. You feel me? You could die tomorrow. I read a book. It was called From Niggas to God. Y'all need to go get that book, look at that book. And that book had changed me. Let me tell you something that it now me reading that book. I'm 40 something years old, and I preach this and I will teach this. It said in the book, if a woman is a bee, right? What do that make you? And it said it makes you the son of a bee. That blew my mind. I'm like, wow, the technology is saying you be, you be, you be. But for people outside of your culture, you know what I mean? Outside of your race, when from them looking in, that's how they look at you. You like B, B, B. And they like, yeah, but you're the son of a B. You know what I mean? Your culture, you guys are sons of, you know what I mean? So that's something that has to be changed. That right, that's something that has to be changed. The B, the nigga word. You know what I mean? The words we use need to be changed because then it won't be no what's the word I'm looking for? No stereotype. People
Right,
can't
right.
stereotype
And I
you.
wanted to add on to something just, and forgive me for jumping in. Forgive me.
No, that's okay.
Hold on for a second, Louise. What the heck? Hello, you there? I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm
That
sorry. Okay. It was a call coming in. Forgive me. Something that hit me. Remember, Melody and the ones on the panel and the ones in the chat. Remember part with Austin Hollerman that was on Fox, and the whole controversy, and the ones who were eager to report that on Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where I'm going with this is that you have individuals that are content creators, motivational speakers, whatever you want to call them, and they're reaching shows like Dr. Phil, like they're literally getting on there. And I recall when there were ones out there saying, it'll never be mainstream. The Manosphere, let's just speak of the Manosphere, will never be mainstream,
Mm-hmm.
never mainstream. But somehow, some way, a lot of these groups, some of these topics are reaching mainstream. So where I'm going with this is that with so much the negativity coming from the outside toward black men and whatever group, whatever you're trying to put out there to the world, why can't it be? Because I was listening to YouTube, Melody, where it's like YouTube itself, or Manosphere, whatever. It's small. It's so small, but somehow it's seeping out. Even though there were some saying, "Hey," and I saw even in the comments, "Hey, the UK doesn't know about it." You know what? I'm not going to be that naive because a lot of this stuff, the world is big. I've said this before, but it's small. It's small, but it's big. With the help of the media, things get out there, even though it's not out there yet. But you might come across someone that might not know, but that next one or two persons out there is watching or knows about it. So why can't it be on a positive note to where it can hit a show like Dr. Field or somewhere, I don't care where it's not just with YouTube, just with a small amount of people that watch YouTube. And the crazy thing about it, don't fool yourselves, because when you talk to people and ask them, "Hey, do you watch YouTube? Do you have YouTube?" "I do, but I don't watch it as much, but I have it, but I'm not into it." Like, don't be fooled, because all it takes is something. And the part that I have an issue with when it comes to black men, let it be something, not just Austin Holloman, just us as a whole. Have you noticed as a whole, and this is to the panel, it's like it's negative. Give me something positive. And I don't mean just because it's Black History Month.
Yeah.
It shouldn't just come down to 1 month for us. Why can't it be 365 days a year where it's like, when I see the black, how do you change the game? You know what I mean? I'm not asking as a question. You answered it. We literally need to change it to where we're at right now, because I'm tired of the excuses from 2020. We're now 2023, 2024. Have you noticed it? A new president every 4 years, and it's not just worse with what's happening in the world. I'm literally talking about black men. It's like, we stay with a bad rap. And it goes right back to this again, even with the passport bros, even if it should seem to have been something positive, but have you noticed either, and someone jump in and say, "Hey, it's going to be hijacked. If someone is going to take over it," or like the Manosphere with pearly things, it's like, it's to the point where it's like, if you're going to have something, have it and put it out to the world to where it's like, you know what, doggone it, they're doing something. They're literally doing something. And hint, hint, it doesn't evolve around sex. You get what I'm saying? And if you're going to put it out there too mainstream, it's showing the world, like, that group of men, it starts with, like you said, either at home or somewhere within ourselves. And from there it grows like a seed. Yeah. And you plant it and you make it grow. Yeah. And I don't see that happening. And I don't know if I caught that. Maybe that came across your little, Melody, your screen, as far as watching the passport bros, because I agree with you. I see some things being put out, but a lot of times it's like, with the little phone and microphone. So a little interview with someone over there, and it's like, but what else is there? Is that all in the questions? Why can't it be to where it's like, "Hey, do you want to know why I'm here overseas in your neck of the woods? This is what I'm doing." "Oh, really? That's what you're doing?" And start pushing that out there, because honestly, I'm seeing some things, but it's minor. The majority of it is what you said, Blue. I'm seeing the opposite. And I'd like to see more of what we're speaking of as we're talking right now, and showing the world that there's more to us than just that. Because I've seen that for the longest. But I think that needs to be pushed a lot more than what it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think like what you said, you don't see it often because they don't want that vibe out there. Like you say, why they ain't hitting these shows in? They just skipping over it. So we here talking about it amongst each other. They skipping over it. They don't want people to get that vibe, to get that.
You there?
You know what I mean? My bad. Somebody was fucking my
No,
phone.
no, I can
Hello?
hear you. I know what you mean. And what I think I saw lately, I think on someone's channel, that and it shouldn't be like this. It now it's like the passport bros are going against the non-blacks, the Caucasians. You know what I mean? And I know what that's all about. You know, and it's gone from Colombia to Brazil, now over there, you know, in Asia, you know, competing against the Asian women. And I know how that goes down and how that can be. But to where it's like now it's a competition, so it takes you off your game when I thought it was about the black men looking for love or looking for someone to marry. So now it's a competition, and it's so sad because it's that's why I was mentioning to you, Baloo, that it needs to be put out there that it has to be more than just that, and it's not to get validation or to show off, but when it comes down to it, to be like there's more to us, because even here in America, it comes down to that, the competition. You know what I mean? Where it's like, all right, and I thought I might be wrong, where it's like, okay, they don't even want their own. But when it comes to here in the United States, we have witnessed that the white man has gone after Asians, even here. You know what I mean? When it comes down to it, the Asians are, you know, hypergamy and all that stuff. They go after the white man. They're not going really after the black man. They like the black man, but as far as marriage, you get what I'm saying? When it comes down to your pockets financially, you know what you got going on, your resources, not the black man. So the black man is going over there. So now there's competition over there. So it's like, okay, if you really want to get it in, then give them, put your money where your mouth is, and show that it's not just about that. If you really want to be on that competition and competing and producing, show that there's more than just what's between your legs as men, as black men, that we got it going on upstairs. You get what I'm saying? And that's why I was trying to say that needs to be pushed tenfold through media, through YouTube, through whatever. And in a major way with videos, like just pumping it, pumping it, pumping it. Go get your wife, go get your
Yeah.
girlfriend, go find your love. But we need to have something with us because it's totally in the opposite direction. If you've noticed, it's what we're like. Like coming in, I started off. That's how we're being seen. We've always been seen like that. Nothing has changed, and it's to the point to where it's like when I see you, you might have good intentions, but deep down inside, I know that's all you're about. And then you got the terms. Look at Blue, Melody in the panel in the chat, incels. You get what I'm saying? The MGTOWs, all of that. Where it's like, you know what? Why can't you just see me anything other than that? I don't need the labels. I don't need the acronyms, the titles, any of that. Just see me as someone that's out there doing something as an individual, and not just as an individual, but as a group. You get me, Baloo? So when you turn on that channel, it's like, that's what I like to see. It can be whatever news out there,
Yeah.
like with China and the balloon, the spy balloon, all that. But when I see the black men, while that's going on in the world, you got these black men that are doing all kinds of things, and they're literally competing, and not just for that, for other things as well.
Yeah.
You get me?
Well,
Yeah.
before we continue, let me read the super chats. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Dane. He says, Melody, Mo baby, hey. Hi, Dane. Thanks for coming. And then thank you again for the $5 super chat this time. He says, the media never highlights black men's accomplishments, businesses, invention, etc. Black male inventors. Hold on, I'm sorry. I can't even see my screen. Here we go. Black male inventors literally created inventions that created modern society. Facts. Thank you for that, Dane. I appreciate it. Okay, go ahead, full circle. You were talking.
Oh yeah, thank you. And that with that comment, that's a prime example. Oh, and just jumping in here, check this out, Blue. That's a prime example of that. Like when I would watch Shark Tank, I would look at black men and black women, whatever age, on Shark Tank, and wanted to see more of that. You know, like rooting for us with inventions, different type of ideas, to where even if it got shot down, regardless, it made it there. It made it to that point. Even in your regular grocery stores, let's just say like Walmart, to look at it to where it's like they don't put the faces on there. You know, I mean that's for marketing or whatever reasons, and they just shouldn't have to. But at the same time, I look at the inventions, which is very true. What was mentioned in the comment, that where it's like if you look it up, can we have anything other than 1800s, 1700s? You know, something recent to where it's like blacks as a whole is on the ball, because they're coming up with all types of ideas. And I get the patents and the patents being stolen and it costs money and takes years, but at least put up a fight. You get what I'm saying? And this is all coming literally full circle to where it's like there's more to us than just that. Regardless of what country you go to, you travel, you search, you're leaving, you're running, whatever the reason. Not saying it's an excuse, it's validated, and it's for good reasons. But at the same time, what what more is there to us? You know, we're more than the entertainers and the Tyler Perrys and the producers and the dancers and the twerkers. There's gotta be more to us because that's all we're known for. So if we go overseas or go where anywhere else, even if you see the interviews with the Passport Bros, and like I said, I'm not knocking any of that. I look at it to where when you hear the ones being interviewed, they'll say, "What do you love about a black man?" Oh, they're romantic, they're nice, they're kind, they're this, they're that. I'm not saying that they have to go into the part about if they're good in bed, even if before they even get to that. They speak of the basics, which is great, but I never really hear where it's like, you know, they create, they do this, they do that, you know, industry wise. When I see them, they come in with such great ideas. It's the loving. I'm not saying that they speak of that with Caucasians, you know, with the white man, but with us, it's usually that. And I know we can get that in America, but at the same time, there's this whole there's a difference of opinions that we're this, we're mean, we're bashing this and the other. But over there, they speak so kindly. Like I said, the problem I have with that is that there's more to us, and it needs to be put out there a lot more. That it's just more that it's more to us than that. You can be mean or this, that, or the other, but start pushing that where it's like, wow, they're the ones that did that. Like what was mentioned about inventions, that was years ago. I want us to be a part of the game. Change the game. Be a part of the game.
Mhm.
As of 2023, do you know who was a part of the such and such you know, the shuttle or whatever is being built or whatever is being put out there lately with the AI? You know, you get what I'm saying? The whole AI thing. And this is, I'm gonna throw this in here, Melody, and I'm gonna drop it. You know, and then I'm gonna let someone jump in. Even with the AI thing, when I would look at the part of Star Trek, and I'm a little bit jumping, Star Trek, Star Wars, any of that besides Samuel L. Jackson, even with the Jetsons, show us in there. I don't care if it's even a cartoon. Can you have a lot more of us in this futuristic sci-fi stuff where it's like, I think we exist, right? We're not going to be dying off like dinosaurs. You know, put us up in the sci-fis, you know, and show our children where it's like, hey, while when we're dead and gone, the world's going to continue, but we're going to be a part of changing the future. You get what I'm saying? Don't just leave it to where it's like, yeah, we're just loving and kind and we're sexual and good in bed. Like I said, I'm going to keep pushing that. There's more to us than just that typical.
Absolutely. But let me
Yeah.
ask you this because I don't think
Mm,
you answered the question
mm.
on the topic of the show. Do Passport Bros and the Swirlers, the divested black women, do they have the same agenda? Like, do you think they're bashing each other? Do you think they're trying to taunt each other? Like, what's your take on that?
My take is that I think they're trying to prove a point to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at it where the Passport Bros have found a way out, but at the same time having fun with it, like with the taunting, where it's like when you look at it, they could actually they can go their way, you know, and go and do their thing like they've been doing, you know, it's their thing. But at the same time, it is kind of like a na 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 na. And I will give it to, I think someone said it in the comment, I've seen it myself. You have some of the ones overseas where they're not top 10, but they're average, they're basic, but they're good enough. You can find it here, but at the same time, it's not the same, but it's pretty much like mentally, like, you know, I'll take what I can get. But at the same time, it is throwing it back at the divested to where it's like, hey, even on that side, they're like, do what you want to, go where you want to go. But they'll never admit as if like, you know what, I think they found a way because they really don't care. And it's like, well, y'all don't care. And we're not asking you. And on the divested end, well, we're not asking you. It's like a tug of war. You know, it's like, and it's sad where it's like the best man or woman wins. You know, it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, are you happy? Are you truly happy? And if you are happy, that's great. Then let it be. And it's gotten to the point I don't think it'll ever be because it's childish, Melody. Because as grown folks, it's kind of like, well, I'm going to out. You won't ever find what you're looking for. Or yes, I will. But at the same time, I'm gonna mess with you. I'm gonna mentally mess with you and show you through videos and look at the chick I got. Well, your chick ain't a top 10. Well, it doesn't matter. And you didn't find the white man that you wanted because they don't want you. You know what I mean? It's this back and forth. And it's like who really wins and who really wins or loses. Is it a win-win or win-lose? What is it? At the end of the day, what makes you happy on both ends? Passport Bros and the Divested. Go your way. And that's why I threw in that little monkey wrench where it's like, it's never going to end at this point. Jump on, even with the divestments. You want that, what you wanted, and you divested and left the black man and gone to someone else, then what else you got going on? What else do you have, even with whoever you divested to? What they got going on? They building or, doing, or what do they do? And you
What a,
Passport Bros, what do you do?
what a
Like,
difference. I'm gonna tell
yeah,
you the
sorry.
difference between
Mm,
the difference between the swirlers, the divested. I'm gonna call them swirlers, and the passport bros is that the swirlers usually date down, like they don't get the top notch Brad. They usually go and get the Brad that's worse than the black men that they talk about. They get the equivalent to Pookie and Ray Ray when they date the white men. That's what I have noticed in real life because I know a lot of black women here in Jersey that's dating Brad, and Brad is usually overweight. Brad is usually not, he does not have the jobs that they say they want their man to have. He usually have the bottom of the barrel jobs, which is not, I mean, a job is a job in my eyes, but a lot of black women like to bash black men and the jobs that they do. But instead of going to get a rich white man like they say they want, they just get the worst white man.
yeah. And Melody, let me jump in and add on to what you just said. And thank you for throwing that in there and adding that. I'll come right behind you with one and I'll raise you one. Check it out. This is the sad part when you have the outsiders looking at both sides. Like you said, the ones that divest, that what they pick, their pickings, swirlers, okay? They don't pick the top notch, and the top notch in many cases don't want them. So outsiders are looking as if like, look at this. As if like, they're above in the heavens looking down. They can't grab the best of the best, and the best of the best don't want them. Then you have the passport bros that's like, hey, well, they have to make this decision because they're at war with each other. So they ended up having to go this route in search of love and kindness and all the good things, regardless if they're uh, Kevin Samuels, you can't mention 7 on the scale. It's got to be a 6 or an 8, 9 or 10. Well, even
Yeah,
if there is 6 and maybe an 8,
adjustable six.
it's slim shit. Yes, Melody, it's slim pickings. But at the same time, the ones on the outsides, not the powers that be, even if that in that case, where it's like, look at these two, the rivalries within their own. They can't get what they want. Passport votes are somewhat getting what they want. And it's almost like, well, who's really winning? And that's why I mentioned before, it was like, is it a win-win or win-lose? Because at the same time, we're not together as it should be. And it's no changing it at this point. So outsiders is watching and observing like, well, y'all just do what you want. You all figure it out. We're out of this. You get, it's like, it's not confusing. It's just the combustion of like, wow. And it's almost just, it's blown up to a certain extent, not literally, figuratively, to where it's like, wow, they literally just said, forget about it. You can see the videos where Melody, and I'm not saying in your case, because in your case, and I'm not simping or anything like that, in your case, from just the videos I've seen or photos, you're attractive. On your end and others, you're welcome. There's other women out there that
Speak for yourself. I'm simping over Melody.
No. But I'm gonna show you where I'm going with this. I'm using an example. When it comes to women, you can recall this too. I'm gonna throw this in, and I'm gonna have fun with you on this one. When women open up the door, those days of opening up the door, rolling out the red carpet, just simple stuff. Let me catch that door for you. There are literally men out there that are like, you can get it for yourself. I'm not doing nothing. Oh, you dropped a coin or you dropped something, you can pick it up. I ain't doing none of that. Like you can literally, you can say, no, that ain't happen. No, men these days are not giving a dang, Melody. And I threw that in there, not on no something to say, like, I don't know. I said it to say, I don't know if you've gone through it based on your looks, but if men are opening up the doors, do they do the like courtesy and like, oh, here you go, and I'm old school, ma'am, or here you go, let me get that for you. I'm not talking about dinner, the basics, however we were raised. That's how I was raised. I no longer do that. I've cut back myself. So I can say I'm a witness to that. Where I used to be that guy, that man, Melody. In some cases I still do, but I've cut back from that to where it's like, it's like a slap in the face. And it has actually like a virus spread. Like how they talk about feminism. Well, on the flip side, it's like, hey, don't take my kindness for weakness. Because I was that guy where it's like I'm extending my kindness, and it's not like I'm looking for sex in return. I'm looking for like, hey, a thank you. I appreciate that. That's
Yes.
all gone, Melody. So that's why I threw that in there, brother. It was just an example of the axe, Melody. Like, I don't know over there in your neck of the woods that the men have changed, and where now, Melody, it ain't even about your beauty. It ain't even about your looks. You could be on some Holly Berry, the younger version of Holly Berry. Men today don't care, because when the men were acting that way, not looking for nothing other than that, just I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Men, that just started to fall by the wayside, Melody. And I'm talking real talk here. And now the men are like, I don't have to do nothing for you. I'm not obligated to open that door, to pick up that, if whatever you dropped, and here you go. No, I'm gonna let you know, hey, you dropped something.
Yeah.
I don't have to do nothing for you. And that has extended on a major scale.
You're right. And it's crazy
Mm,
because there were women on TikTok talking about that. Like, why don't men hold the doors anymore and this and that? They're not gentlemen. Men are just not gentlemen anymore. And I'm thinking to myself, it's not that men aren't gentlemen, it's that you aren't ladies anymore. So you don't deserve that treatment. Most women really don't deserve it. And like, even when guys do it for me and I say, oh, thank you so much, they look at me like foreign. Like, what? What you just say? Did you just say thank you? Did you just smile at me?
right, right,
Because they're not
right,
expecting a black woman to
right.
smile and to be nice. But,
And
that's
and,
just,
and, and it's like that, Melody, and I'm just jumping in. It's literally like that. I've been in cases like I had to go check my mail, my PO box, and this is just recently, and this wasn't just a black woman. And now let me throw this in there, not like a disclaimer, but it is. It's not just the black women. I'm talking about just in general, all in all. A woman had, I guess she got finished. She was in front of me, and I went to another part of the post office, and she was about to leave, and she was like, "Oh, you can go ahead." And this was just me because of what we're speaking of now. Just my instincts kicked in, and it was like, "No, you can go ahead." But my mind was already telling me, "I already know what that's about. You wanted me to go first, so I could grab the door and open it for you." But my
Mhm.
mind was quick on that, even if it wasn't that, but it was my other part of my mind, and maybe where we are in the world today. It was like, no, you go ahead, because I've seen that, and it's not just in that example. No, women will go ahead and let you walk first because they want that. I'm not gonna say pampering. They want you to hold the door open, and I won't. Melanie, this is me. I'll walk slower. You don't have to hold the door open for me. I sure in the hell ain't gonna open it for you, because we're in a society, we're in a time right now that it has come to that women don't appreciate it. They don't, and it's to the point to where it's like you think you deserve it. I guess I'm supposed to be your driving Miss Daisy, and some might think listening to me, it was like, oh, you taking it to the extreme. No, it's not to the extreme. It has come to that right
Right.
now, Melody, to where it's like it used to be a time when it was to do that was like, wow, you do that for a woman, that all of that. I ain't talking about buying and paying for the dinner, just the basic basics, and that's been thrown by the wayside. So myself, you can add me to that. I'm not saying I'm that guy, but I am, Melanie, just so you know, where it's like, no, I'm not just gonna be your whipping post to where it's like I'm just opening up doors like we at the 5 star hotel somewhere in New York somewhere, in Manhattan. No. You can get it. You're not handicapped. You don't have to open it for me. You can do it yourself. Just
Oh,
saying. And that's where we're at.
a lot of women are so entitled, and I don't know. I get the treatment all the time. I'm not bragging or anything. Like, even when I go, all right, I'll tell you a little story. So I went to Home Depot and I picked up some things. It wasn't even that heavy. And I had a cart and I was bringing it to my car, and like two guys offered to help me. Like, one came from that way, one came from that way, and they're like, no, 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 I got it, I got it. I'm like, oh, okay. I was like, I was like, no, I got it. They was like, no, no, let me get it. They were really nice, and I opened the trunk and they put in the trunk, and I said, thank you so much. Like, you gotta say thank you. You gotta show them that you appreciate it because they didn't have to do it. And it puts a smile on their face and it puts a smile on my face. That's just me. But you're right. There's a lot of women ruining that for us, for the real, women, the ones like me. These black women, these modern black women, they're ruining it. Some men, it's been a couple of times where a man didn't hold the door for me. A boy, not a man. And that's not I just think they weren't taught, or maybe it's like, this is modern day society. We don't have to do that now. It's not back in the day. That's probably how they feel. But usually I'm getting a treatment.
Right.
I'm not.
And Melody, it's not the whole thing. And now this is another one too for the men. It's the whole what's thrown at us. Who hurt you? No, sweetheart. It's not that someone hurt me. It's just the experience of the whole being courteous time and time again. And it's like after a while, when that starts to just go away, where it's like, then once again, I like the word that you use, entitlement, because there's many of them out there that are entitled through and through. And it's like I said before, like a cancer, that's starting to spread. The entitlement, it is just major. Like I deserve it. That's what you're supposed to do. You should be obligated. What's the saying? You should be happy to be in my presence. Like that's another one where it's like, really,
Yeah.
it's and look at Melody. I'm not saying that you've used that. I'm smiling at it because it's like you've heard of that before. It's spread out so far to where it's like, you mean to tell me you're on the scale of 4 or 3, and you got the nerve to use the entitlement on me? Now I'm not saying I'm that all that, but at the same time, and that's when it comes down to that, when we were speaking of earlier about this back and forth with Passport Bros and the Divestors. It's like back and forth. You really? Or you think you? One up in the other. And no one's, well, maybe they are winning. I don't know. But whatever. This is where we are, Melody, in a nutshell.
Well,
Can I tell you where that came from, though?
Yeah,
Because they only do that with a certain type of guys. That's what I kind of figured out. He sounds like the type of guy that more gentleman type of guy, and they could read that like a book. Okay, so when they dealing with like street niggas and people like that, they don't have those expectations. They don't have none of those expectations of chivalry that I think you're talking about. So, how I go about that hold the door situation, I just go in the door first, and then I sometimes catch the door behind me. And sometimes I don't. I don't see why it's a huge deal, but I get where you're coming from. But yeah, I just go in first, and even if a girl's coming through, I just go through first, and then I hold the door behind me, huh?
But let me throw this in there, and Melanie, this is no disrespect to your channel, just to let you know, and this is just YouTube. In person, I stand on my square, but at times, just so you can get a little feel of me, I can be an a-hole, and I don't know how to define. I can say I don't know how to define it for you, but I can be that person. But I can be that person. But if you cross me and you do me in a way, now I got the gentleman part about me, and I know how to carry myself professionally and street. So I have both, and it's not being two people. But I'm like, I'll repeat it again. If you cross me and you take my kindness for weakness, that's a side that you don't want to see. So I'll leave it there.
Well, they've been crossing, brother.
And they've gotten a rude awakening. In other words, I'm good. In other words, let me put it like this: I'm a loner. I have someone, but even the person that I'm with knows not to cross me. Let me put it like that, because of who I am. That speaks for itself, and that's just in real life, And women out there, they know. When you're that person and when you're not that person. They know when you're that person to walk over and you're not that person to walk over. And that's when you need to stand your ground. And I'm not on no alpha talk. I'm just literally saying that there was a time when women, Melody, black women know, hey, that's that guy. You know what I mean? And it's besides opening up the door, that's that guy. But at the same time, I'll say it again.
You sound like the anesthesiologist, the one that shot his baby mama and his wife.
No,
got pushed to the edge.
I'm just the one with experience and wisdom, and I've lived life to know that where I'm at in my life right now, to where, you know what, I'm just honestly observing. Back to the topic of the Passport Bros, Divestors, I'm watching it all play out. But at the end of the day, I do want to see a positive outcome. For black men, I want to show I want it to be put back on the scales. I want it to be put back to where it was meant to be, where it should have been. Because right now it's way off course. And that's what I want to see. I want to see the positive outcome and show the world what we're really made of and what we are meant to be.
All right.
Can I speak on that? As a matter of fact, the topic.
Yes, you and then game changer. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I don't think that the passport bros are doing that to get back at black women. Or I think the divestors might be doing it a little bit, but divesting is not necessarily about getting with another race of men. It's just about not caring about black men. Like the swirling is about getting with another race of men.
Well, that's what I mean, swirlers. Let's go with the swirlers.
Okay, yeah, the swirlers. Yeah, a little bit of the swirlers. They're doing it partially because they say shit like let's go where we're celebrated instead of tolerate. They say stuff like that, but I think another part of it is they want to throw in black men's face. I do think the swirlers are about that. But yeah, I don't think the passport bros are doing it to get at black women per se. I think I think black women know that. I think the sisterhood know that. I think they know it, and not even in their heart, like it's in their mind. They know that. Oh, it's not really about them like that, and that's what infuriates them the most. I think if it was about tricking, if it was like, oh, let's go overseas, let's go trick, there wouldn't be no arguments and everybody be cool. You find these guys that be hating on the tricking and the anti-tricking crew, and you'll find them guys. But generally speaking, you wouldn't get so much pushback from media at this point. It's not even black women, it's like media. You wouldn't get so much pushback from that if it was about just spending money and then coming back home. So that is what they do know. So what they really are mad about is the fact that when these men compare them to the qualities that they think they see overseas and they feel like they don't match up, that's what's burning them alive, in
All
my
right, let me
opinion.
ask you this. So do you think it's right for them to compare the two?
Oh yeah, it's okay. It's an all right comparison. It ain't it does seem similar. It does seem similar because you're talking about not sticking with your race. You're talking about going to another race, period. So I understand why somebody might try and they might try that. I'm gonna say they're trying it, but it to me, no, hell no, it's not. Come on.
All right, so let me ask you one more question. So, passport bros talk about wanting to go overseas, find a more attractive woman, someone who smells better, someone who's more submissive, right? How do you feel about a passport bro that goes over there and don't get with the cream of the crop? Like their woman is probably overweight, or maybe her face is not that attractive. Do you feel like why do you feel they would have picked that type of girl when they're trying to get away from that type of girl here in the States?
Uh, if they end up picking that type of girl, maybe because some of them they sort of glamorize foreign women to the point where maybe they'll look over obvious flaws. You might see that, especially with this Austin Holloman guy. He's running around with a basic. That chick is basic, in my opinion. But anywho, but the other side is this though. I think there's a lot of guys that rather shoot they shot, even if they miss. They rather shoot they shot over there because it's like, damn, at least I got a better shot to get what I want versus there's like a 90% chance over here that you're gonna get something that you don't want. You feel me? So yeah, that'll be it.
Okay, and one more question, then we'll go to game changer. Why do you think the swirlers preach that they want to get that? Okay, why do you think they preach that black men are pookies and ray rays with no jobs and they're dusty and all this other stuff, but they go and get the same white man? Why do you think that is?
When do you have to punch back in?
Did you hear me?
I'm sorry. I got sidetracked.
Oh,
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
I said, why do you think that the swirlers They say they don't want no Dusty, they don't want no black man with no job, they don't want a Pookie and Ray Ray, all that good stuff that they talk, well, all that negative stuff that they talk about, yet they go and get the same white man. Why do you think that is?
Oh, yeah, that. It just shows to me that it's cap, number one, but number two, if that is the case, if they run into like some type of white Pookie Ray Ray, some Wookie, some of them call it.
Wookie.
That yeah, they call it Wookie. They say weird like that. Every time I seen that, like to me, that's like you could have just got a nigga for all of that. But at the same time, I think it just spells. I think it's all cap. It just shows it's all cap. Even the stuff that they say, all the bad things that they say about black men, like they don't necessarily look for good qualities in black men. They just say all these bad stuff about black men, and then they go with a white guy that's lower caliber than what they say. And to me, it's all cap. That's all it says to me.
Mm-hmm. Son is Hot Ross says basic. Well, if she's basic, then Western black women are overall trash.
That hoe. You seen her? She is nothing. She's like a motherfucking 6, 5 or 6. She's average at best. You got
So
that Kevin Samuel shit?
she's a 5 or 6 here in the States, or is she a 5 or 6 over there?
She's a 5 or 6 anywhere. Okay, she's nothing. She's not glamour. There's nothing about her that's that appealing. You went all the way overseas just for that, nigga. Like, do better. Like, come on. That was. Why would you show her, nigga? That's not represent. I ain't like that. That was whack. Melanie, you are one to actually judge a woman's looks. You can't tell me she is on some dime levels. She's not even a baddie.
I'm gonna be honest. I saw her. She is I'm not gonna call her basic, but he could have got that in the States. He could have got that in the States.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of hers walking around the States.
Exactly. Even an attitude. It ain't just about how she looks, her attitude too. Get the fuck. She basic, everyday, average at best. Come on, bro. That was whack. I'm not impressed. Go ahead.
I'm really not either, but if she makes him happy, then I love it. Maybe he bypassed, he overlooked her physical. Maybe
exactly.
Right, because she treats him good, because she's submissive, because she probably does everything for him, and he never had that in the States. So I can't be mad. She's probably way better than a woman here.
I doubt it, but I got you.
Right. So before we go to Game Changer, I need everybody to stop what they're doing and hit the like button, because I need to get better in the algorithm. So hit the like button. If you have a platform, make sure you share it on your platform. And if you are new, make sure you hit the bell. All right, let's go with Game Changer. Hi, Game Changer.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Thanks for coming.
Mm-hmm.
You are.
What's your question?
Huh?
You have a question?
Oh, well, to the topic. Do Passport Bros and Swirlers have the same agenda? Basically, the TAUNT.
No, I think that the Swirlers are more interested in thumbing their nose up at black men, or else they would just be interracial daters. Where the Passport Bros are more spreading awareness to an alternative lifestyle, so to speak, alternative to what they were taught in the U.S. or the Matrix. Now, many of them are, well, no matter what, you're indirectly thumbing your nose up at them, but some of them are directly doing so. But I don't think that that's their overall mission.
Right. Because you do, I'm not going to lie, I have seen some trashing black women, but that's because that's how they really feel. They're just being honest.
Hmm.
I don't think they're doing it to hurt their feelings or anything like that. They're just saying how they feel, and they're giving the reasons why they had to travel overseas to find better. But with the swirlers, the swirlers are horrible. They talk about black men every chance they get, you know, and they
And
don't
also,
even
more
give.
often than not, the passport bros are actually dating the women internationally, and the swirlers, however, they are not, so to speak. They tend to not be swirling, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to convince other women to swirl in order to make a favorable marketplace for themselves.
Right. But the passport bros are also trying to convince other men to get their passport and leave.
Right, exactly. But this isn't to create a favorable marketplace for themselves back in the States because they've already left. This is just to help a brother out, so to speak.
Exactly. I get what you're saying.
So, like, if a guy who isn't traveling was to tell brothers to travel, then his agenda would probably be very similar to the swirlers. A person that don't possess a passport at all, but
Hmm.
that's not the case. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right about that. The
But
swirlers are definitely worse.
well, I don't. I mean, it's not. I get what they're trying to do. I don't know if they're necessarily bad for doing that, but they're definitely bad at doing that, and they don't really realize that they're doing more harm to themselves than to the general plurality of black men. They don't
Hmm.
really realize that. So here's what's going on as far as the dating market goes. Women should not ever aggressively seek a mate like that collectively. I mean, you come off as collectively desperate, thirsty, and you invite the worst type to you.
Hmm.
Furthermore, men aren't generally attracted to women that produce undesirable men. So, what I mean by that is, uh, if a man, say she's like, I'm sick of black men, I don't want to have anything to do with them, I can't stand the whole genetics of black men, and then she goes to a white guy, and then she's like, okay, now let's have a baby, let's start a legacy. He's gonna look at her like she's crazy because, of course, your hatred for black men will extend to your black son. So
Hmm.
you're really getting a bad deal, and he knows this, which is why they get with a lot of white guys that don't take them seriously.
Hmm.
They're setting themselves up for failure. Much like Crystalline Karazin, she had liposuction, but she went through a series of failures after that in relationships because you can't really take a person like that seriously.
Hmm.
Like, I know I wouldn't. Like, if it's the same with anybody. Like, if a white woman came and she had those same issues with white men, for one, and yeah, I've been with white women who fetishize black men before. For one, you if like the majority of her attraction to you is your race, then there's other members of your race that she's equally interested in. So
Hmm.
that's the first thing. But the second thing is she can't really love me. It's more of hate for something else that she's confusing with love.
Exactly. Their hate for black men. I don't even think they hate black men though. I think they are jealous at the fact that black men can get a non-black woman easier than they can get a non-black man. So they try to make black men jealous, if that make any sense.
It's a motivation
Yeah,
thing.
that's part of it, but there is another part of it, and it is true hate. And it's a very, very, very deep hate that can't be replicated in men the same way. So a lot of women's sense of self worth is defined at a very young age. Um, Junior high, high school, and stuff, where they fall on the social status and the social ladder. That is where a lot of women get their issues from. And even a woman who grows up to be a very attractive woman, or even if she was a very pretty girl, if she wasn't treated the way, a certain way at that stage in her life, she's going to have resentments. And those resentments, stay within her for a very, 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 very long time. So, and this could be like the girl at the party that nobody wanted to dance with, and this happens. This happens this could happen to any girl, no matter what she looks like. She just so happened to be in an unfortunate series of events that made her not the popular kid. So,
Mhm.
they develop resentment for that. And that resentment comes from or is directed towards the black man. It's not directed towards black women as much because, for one, if she did, she would have to internalize some of it. But for two, if she had resentment towards black women are still the group of women that she's seeking validation from. So she's not going to do that. So it does turn into resentment for black men. And that happens with white women too. But we're not talking about them. We're talking about the swirlers.
Yeah, unfortunately. Um, well, most of them, I noticed a lot of them are overweight and very unattractive. And like you said, they weren't picked. Like
And
in
they
high,
baby father's black.
huh?
A lot of them, they baby father's black. I think it's just the swirlers is just to get. It's just because the black because they a relationship ain't work out, so they just say that as like it's like a tactic. It's just to try to get black men mad, and black men keep falling for it.
I honestly don't think anybody's mad about it.
Not mad, but like black men keep falling for it, like keep like falling for it, like keep debate going back and forth with them, and it's not even that deep.
Yeah, I think black men are laughing at them because it's
Yeah, me
there's
too.
jealousy.
I look at it. I laugh at them too. A lot of they, 'cause all of them, they really. This is just in general. Black women, they're not even attracted to any other race, but black. For real,
Hmm.
for real.
Facts.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some of them are genuinely attracted to white dudes, but they definitely prefer a black man.
Black.
Yeah, for physical reasons, and really, it's just the way that they're wired. A lot of women are wired that way, and it's nothing really wrong with that at all.
It's,
But no, I mean, a lot of women are upset that they didn't get their first choice. Especially when they reach the fours and the nines, they start to reevaluate and blame a lot of the times, and sometimes it's a valid blame. You know,
yeah.
we're not perfect, and we have done things wrong, and we have jilted a lot of women. I will say that a lot of swirlers, and I'm not really talking about the fat ones because their opinion in life don't matter. So I haven't really took the time to think about it. But a lot of the more attractive ones, they're not actually swirlers. They are just if the right black guy, and I've been told this. I've been told this.
If the right guy come along, there, yeah.
Well, okay, so I used to work with a swirler, and she straight out told me that she wasn't interested in one of the other guys that we worked with who was interested in her, and she said that she don't really mess with black guys. I was like, oh, okay. Well, he is a black dude, so more fool him. You know, and I just kind of like left it at that. And then we found ourselves at lunch together one time, and she was telling me how she was into a friend of mine at the time named Jason, and I was like, I thought you didn't like black guys. She was like, yeah, but I was like, what? She's like, it's Jason,
It's
and so Jason was an exceptionally handsome dude, what I would call a jawline nigga, and that works out, crosses all the T's and dots all the I's and stuff, and all the women wanted him, um, and she was amongst them. So it's like, okay, I guess you're not a swirler. I mean, because Jason is a black dude, so I don't know what to make of that. But a lot of it is just like They're not really into the culture, the mainstream black culture. Um, but I don't even know if she would classify herself as a swirler. There's an implicit anger that goes with swirling. Um,
Yeah.
but she just struck me as somebody who was not into stereotypical black guys.
Oh, the ones. Oh, like a Pookie type of.
Yeah, yeah, a Pookie type, and at the time, player culture was prevalent amongst black men, so there was that. Um,
Oh,
and
looking like Tretch, Tupac, or somebody like that.
well, not to that extreme, but
Uh,
even still, even the ones who gave the appearance of more like a Ray J or something like that, still did talk about playerism and player lifestyle. Like when you think about a serious relationship and love, marriage, and stability and white picket fence, you don't really think of a black man with that. Even outside of the Pookie Ray Ray situation, we are seen as people who don't take relationships seriously, and that is what she wanted to avoid.
uh,
Now she didn't mind if Jason played her because that nigga can get it, but generally speaking, she just didn't want any part of that.
yeah.
Here's
Then
my
you could.
thing. Here's my thing with Swirlers. As long as they be like, hey, I don't have a problem with a black man. I just feel like dating white men because that's just my preference. Then okay, I don't mind Swirlers like that because they're honest and they say, hey, I don't have a problem. You know,
Yeah,
Yeah, that's yeah.
yeah. I mean, typically, um, yeah, I believe Asian women when they say um, that they have a physical preference for something else because Asian men are physically desired. But when they say that they just don't have a physical preference for black men, I think that that's capped. That it's really more.
Yeah. 'Cause a lot of
It's,
they
it's,
they
it's really more a manipulation.
a lot of they baby, a lot of they kids are, but like it's content creators. I ain't gonna say no names, but they got black baby fathers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I stopped a long time ago. Like I used to mess with Crystal and Kerosene because it's fun to do so. But I really stopped like following swirlers and stuff like that because they're not swirling. It's
I
it's
usually follow them, look at their stuff. I just laugh at the deal to laugh out. It'll just be funny to me.
well, I mean, they're not swirling. They're typically convincing others. They're trying to convince others to swirl.
Yeah, you get the you'll get the women on the in the chat. They it just be funny.
Yeah, I mean, and once again, when that nigga Jason walk in the room, you know, that's
Yeah,
pretty much the end of that.
Jason or Tretch walking around.
Yeah, yeah, or Tretch or whomever is the choice dude. But yeah,
Method Man.
yeah, like that whole thing changed. What I'm saying, Jason, is because the reason why I say Jason is because Jason didn't really fit any hood tropes. Where Tretch and Method Man did. That was
It was like Jason was like the Idris Elba type.
yeah, he was the Idris Elba, Michael B. Jordan type.
Uh,
So and
yeah,
and so that's what like Method Man and Tretch. They still like they could play hood on TV and they do, but
yeah,
it's difficult for Idris Elba and Michael B. Jordan to do that now, considering what we know about them.
Right.
So yeah,
right.
Well, didn't Halle Berry play a crackhead in her prime?
yeah. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like once again,
Jungle
before we
Fever.
know,
Yes, it's a Jungle Fever. Yeah.
yeah, but before we know people, like they can play pretty much anything because they're actors. But
Mm-hmm.
once we know them and we get to know their personality, like I mean,
Yeah.
because Idris Elba was Stringer Bell,
Oh,
but
yeah, on
then
a
we
wire.
heard,
Yeah, I forgot
yeah,
about
but then we heard him talk in a British accent enough, and we've seen him in so many square scenarios that it would be
that.
difficult for him to just go back to that.
I didn't even know he was British until like a couple of years. Because on a wire, he sounded straight like he
Yeah,
was
that's what I
from
mean. They're actors.
Baltimore or
They can
somewhere.
play pretty much anything, but once you start to get to know them, I mean, like, can Chris Rock play a gangster again? Like, I mean, once you know enough about somebody, it's harder to play that. So, I mean, like I'm talking about the real thing. Like he fits more of that mold. Method Man
Chris
can
Rock.
still play a gangster. You know, so
Yeah,
can Stretch.
and Chris
But
Rock, that's the original Pookie. New
yeah,
Jack City.
exactly.
Yeah, but now Jesus is right. He can't. Excuse me.
Yeah,
He
he
can't
got
do
play
that.
sophisticated roles.
Mm-hmm.
But
Will
no, I
Smith.
mean, I've dated black women who never dated black men before. You
Really?
know, once, yeah, yeah, once a
How
once a
did that go?
it was kind of strange because uh the one I'm thinking about, I did it with more than one, but the one I'm thinking about in particular, the strangest one, she was adopted by white parents. And so and it happened more than once. So what goes on is a lot of black women who were raised around whites, they do feel a pressure because they are interested in white society. um, they don't want to look like a typical black dysfunctional couple. So it's actually easier to date her white sorority sisters than it is her, because they could date black guys and still be white. But if she date a black guy, she turns black. Like she lose her token status. That's the way they feel
I
about it.
get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I see that.
yeah. So it is and psychologically bad about that. But but yeah, I've dated a couple who haven't done that, and that's just one of the benefits of being a nerdy, square presenting black dude.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I've dated men who say I never dated black women, but they's like, but it's something about you. Black men who told me they've never dated a black woman, and I'm just like, okay, like I don't typically date them, but it's something about you, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
so
I mean, so a lot of people, a lot of swirlers, and people like that, what they really mean to say is that they want to stay away from the stereotype. And since I don't fit the stereotype, it's some of them feel comfortable dating me.
yeah, this was like when I was young, back in the day, like high school and stuff like that.
Well,
But
yeah, and of course, I assume that they're young too, which is why they haven't, which is why they haven't dated a black girl yet, because
no, they were a little older.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say young, me being in my 40s, they're young.
Oh yeah, because they were in their 20s. Yeah, I get what you're
Yeah.
saying. Let's go with Hustler and Muscular. Hi, Hustler.
What's up, Melody? How you
What's
doing?
good? I'm so happy you came back. Thank you for supporting me.
Not a problem. What's up, Game Changer?
Hey, what's going on, Aisha?
Now the topic was divestors and passport bros have the same agenda. Okay,
Yeah.
what do you mean by the same agenda? Like, are they trying to abandon the community altogether? I
Well,
came
that
in late,
too.
so can someone explain that?
Yeah, that too. But I meant like, are they both like nah 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 nah? You know what I mean? Like the passport bros are like, oh well, I got this beautiful foreign woman, and they want to rub it in a black woman's face. And then the swirlers and divestors are like, well, I got this white man, and they want to rub it in the black man's face. So, what's your take on that?
Okay, if that's what's going on, I'm gonna say it like this because to me, men going overseas has nothing to do with just abandoning their own community and trying to, rub it in their faces. I mean, the women here had their chances to get with us good men. They had their opportunities, but they refuse to be traditional, so they want to go elsewhere where it's all about traditionalism and not so much about feminism. Now, granted, it ain't necessary to just rub it in their faces, but hey, passport bros have their own agenda. The so-called divestors, they have their own agenda as well. It's not so much about abandonment. It's about going where you're appreciated and not so much tolerated. Now, I don't know what the ladies are doing, if they're trying to rub it in our faces, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say they're just mad because the men that they could have had, they got sidetracked, they got kicked to the curb, whatever the heck. The women didn't want them. So now they decided to take a page out of their book and do exactly what they're doing. That's all it is. They're doing it out of spite, if anything. That's my take on the whole thing.
I like that take. And it's so weird because, like you said, like the men aren't doing it, it's the women. That's the moral of the story is the swirlers are definitely doing that. But I don't think the men are. So that was a great answer. Thank you for that. Love.
Yeah. Oh, let me say one more thing real quick.
Yeah.
And I don't know if y'all heard. I'm pretty sure y'all aware of this, but you got women out here that rather be with guys who did time in jail way more so than they would deal with a free man. They look at the guy who's in jail, got a criminal. I read a story about a man who went to jail for murder, excuse my language, deletion, and he got women hit. He got a lot of ladies hitting him up. A lot of ladies want to be with him.
It's
So if you look at
Wait, is
sexual
you're talking
attraction.
about? I think I've seen that on TSR. You're talking about that tattoo.
yeah, the tattoo on his chest.
Yeah. So yeah, but I mean, come on now. Like he's obviously
Sexual attraction type of
yeah,
thing. That's all it
exactly.
is.
I mean, you can't really get mad at women for being sexually attracted to a sexually attracted guy.
Right. It
Attractive
just
guy.
happens to be like that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just what it is. Like nothing
Exactly.
you can
Like
do about it.
handsome, like, crosses all economic boundaries and all reason if a guy is exceptionally handsome. I don't, which I'm not. I'm not like a dude that if I was in prison, took my shirt off, my inbox would be full of bitches. I'm not that dude. But I mean, I do understand that he exists. And that
I barely qualify.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay, one thing we can know about Swirlers is that, hey, I'll tell you this, men, we're winning because guess what? You can get with another race of women, but another race of men, but guess what? We know that you're going to mess it up and you're going to come right back to us. So, hey, it doesn't matter what you Swirlers do out there.
Now, answer me this: is it about them coming back to you, or is it about you just being happy with whatever woman you're with?
No, all I'm saying is us men, we're happy going about our business and stuff. But if Swirlers think we care about what they do, then they got another thing coming. We know ourselves that if you get another race of men, that you're going to mess it up. So we don't care what they're doing, is what I'm trying to say.
It's like funny. That's why I said it's really just funny to me. Like they just funny.
They're hilarious because most of them are not even attractive. Like no one cares if you're like 300 pounds dating a white guy. No one cares.
Like I seen a post on social media the other day. It said, "I'm tired of y'all colored men. I'm about to start dating outside my race." When I look at the female, I don't mean to be mean. She's unattractive though.
No, we're actually keeping it real over here. It's not being mean. It's just speaking facts.
But Melody, let me say this, and this is to the panel. I don't to the person that just spoke. I don't think either side should care. Like I'm going off of what Game Changer said. Like, does it really matter if you're happy or if they come back? I don't really think it matters. I'm gonna go so far back to where when I would witness a black woman with a white man, like anywhere, and when it came down to when you pass by them and they hold their hands tighter, not the white man. Well, maybe, but the black woman for sure would just the hand would just get tighter, and it's like, and I'll use myself for example. It's like I don't care. Now, on the opposite end, it would be yes, if you were with someone outside your race, that black woman would have an issue with that. Where I'm going with this is that, like Game Changer said, it matters if you're happy or not. I don't think either side, like it's a competition. It shouldn't matter. It's sad that where we're at right now, it shouldn't matter. And this whole thing about like I'm one upping you or back to what we spoke of, Melody, it shouldn't matter because it's like at the end of the day, who cares? It's like we've made it on both ends into something. Like you said, passport bros, the Swirlers, divestors. It doesn't matter. And then it goes back to like, how does he look, Brad? And how does Ming Ling look? The whole beauty thing. And I get that all in all. But I don't want us to lose. I don't want it to get lost in translation when it comes to men in general, black men. We're simple, Melody. You get what I'm saying? This is the part I'm going to go off the black man that just spoke, the brother that just spoke, that we're winning. This is where we are on top. Well, this is where we rise above. We're simple, Melody. When it comes down to it, we don't ask for a lot. When it comes to the what's the term? It's always a new word or term. The modern woman. It's the demands. A man like possibly on the panel or just the black man could go somewhere overseas, and depending on their resources, if they got it like that, could make it. The average modern black woman couldn't do it because of all the things that she would want, all the demands. I can't have it like this. It's got to be like that. You have some black men that could go for months and months, I'm sure, overseas once they got educated on the surroundings and the territory, all that good stuff, and the language. But black women can't do it. So it is sad that it's like a competition. But once again, where we outdo it is that we're simple, not just visual creatures. If you can, as black men, a couple of things. If you can have your patience, your emotions, you know what I mean? If you can master certain things as a black man, you're golden. You're golden. There was a time, Melody, if you can recall in your high school years, and even in where you're at right now, even on the big screens, you had the before Idris Elba's, you had the ones back then. It was the eye candies, whatever texture and tone of black men, not just light skin, but just black men in general. Remember, the black man would take off his shirt on the big screen on TV, and the women would just go crazy, even on soap operas. It's to the point to where it's like it don't even matter about your six packs. There was a time I would recall it, Melody, like it was yesterday. Women would just lose their minds over a celebrity or that man that just had it going on. Not just the gangster thugs, them too, because I guess they'd be in prison lifting weights and getting all buff and strong and stuff. And that's what the women want. They want the thuggish types. Nothing's changed. But it's to the point right now that that's not even good enough. Where I'm going with this, Melody, is exactly what I said. It's never going to be ever good enough. Once again, with men, we're simple. Certain things going back to, and I take that back when it came to the Kevin Samuels thing, using the number 7. That's Kevin Samuels. May he rest in peace. I'm using all the numbers from 1 to 10, including a 7. So whatever woman that man picks that's overseas, outside of himself, and he's happy, it could be a 7, a 6. Let that be. And with the Swirlers, you go on and do your thing. With the broke dusties, black men have to be dusties. Okay, whatever. Okay, or trash type. The Brads are trash too. You get what I'm saying? And that's what they trailer trash, literally. They can pick on what they want. But and I'm gonna agree with the men on the panel. We don't really care, honestly. And I don't think that the black women hate us. I think they hate that it's gotten this far. I think they hate that it's gotten this far. There is somewhat, I wouldn't use the word hate. Hate is harsh. Even that word, and I don't like to use that word. It's got to be something really, really to use that word for myself. But I don't think black women hate us. They hate that it's gotten to this point to where black men have made up their minds and said enough is enough. Just like the movie that Spike Lee put out, and I think that was so retarded, whatever. And it is what it is. Chirac, where the women held off by holding back the vajayjay, and it kind of backfires. Like, you really think that that's all you got? Look where we're at today, where it's like that. You can't hold a man with that. You really think you can hold a man with that? What else, going back to Melody, what else to do, with these interviews and the content being put out, what else do black women in general, or black women bring to the table? And that's why I said it's more to us. We're simple, but you got to give us more. And with them, they're like, well, you got to give us, and it's like it's a tug of war. We're really simple-minded, and that's where we rise above, and that's how we are winning. Because that's how simple that's where we are. It's like we really don't care. They can, but honestly, we really don't, Melody.
Right.
We don't.
I know men are simple. You don't
Valid
care.
point.
And I think that's why they're so mad, because you don't care and they see it and they feel it. So they try their hardest to make you mad, but it just don't work because they're not getting the top tier white men. They're just not. So it's just funny to me. And like
They
you said,
care, we laugh.
they do hold you tighter. Like they even do it to women. Anybody black that walk by, they want to show, hey, look at me, I got my white man. Like, who cares? I just smile.
Right.
I smile
A
like,
poor white man, okay.
And Melody, there's only so many Vanilla Ices, Brad Pitts, Hemsworths, the Superman, whoever plays him. Name your top white man. Remember, Brad Pitt was the guy, and Tom Cruise, well, if they're into that. Just name them. That's just celebrities. So just the ones out there, they're not out there like that. They're not out there like that. Going back to black men, and as Game Changer said, not really trying to bring them into the topic, but when it comes to black men being simple, where it's like, I'll take that over the BBL and all that other Keisha Cole, the ones that's out there and just doing themselves up, Nicki Minaj's with all blown up and all of that. Don't get me wrong. Beauty is only so skin deep. The part that black women are forgetting, women in general, that women get old. They get older. You want to talk about some emotions? Black men can, and you hear mostly, black don't crack. We age gracefully, and depending on how you take care of yourself. So, in all, we're still going to win, even overseas in another country. That woman over there might take a man that's, the whole big belly, big stomach, you know what I mean? Even though we should keep ourselves up physically, don't get it twisted, but they will accept that. It's more of like, it only goes skin deep. Here in the United States, it's all based on, the whole, you got to be this, you got to do this, you got to do that. And the demands from a woman, a black woman. And that's where they will lose. This whole tug of war, I mentioned winning and losing. There is a winning and a lose in this situation. But at the same time, it's like, what side do you want to be on? Do you want to be on the look at Melody? Do you want to be on the winning side or the losing side? But if you turn back around and say, "Oh, I changed my mind. I want to be on the winning side," well, guess what? Newsflash. I think it's too late. It's a bit too late.
All right.
And that's where we're at.
But love crossing borders. Andre, please come back. He is with a woman from Thailand, I believe. He's married. So I would love to hear from you. Please come back
Much
up.
love.
I don't
That's
know.
awesome for him.
Yeah, he's happy. He's very, very happy in his interracial relationship. And I always wanted to talk to him. He's always in my chat and he's always showing me super chat love. So please come back, Andre. I would love to hear from you. But in the meantime, let's move to Conquered Black Man. Hey, salute to you, Conquered Black Man.
Hey, Melody, how you doing?
Good. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing good.
Good.
My opinion on this matter is that I think that both groups, the Passport Bros and the Swirlers, are trying to advertise something to each other. Or the Passport Bros are trying to advertise something to black women. The Swirlers are trying to advertise something to black men. But it's not the same message, right? The Swirlers, if all they really cared about was these other races of men, their content would be more like Zoom to Thailand's content, where you're in white or Asian or Latino spaces, praising the men, talking about the qualities that they have without constantly going back and criticizing black men. But I think that a part of the reason they criticize black men isn't just to hurt our feelings. That's maybe part of it. But I think another part of it is that they're trying to convince themselves to leave. Women do not like to settle. And they know that by going to other groups of men, they're essentially settling. That's not their first choice. So what they're doing is they're trying to convince themselves that, oh, well, the black man's weak, he's conquered, he's violent. That's why they talk about femicide all the time, is because they're trying to incite a fear and hatred of black men within themselves so that it'll be easier for them to accept relationships with non-black men. We know historically, at least within the last few decades, that black men date and marry out more than black women. So some years ago, the first I ever heard about it was that 2020 episode when they first started talking about how black women aren't marrying at highest rates of other women, and they placed the blame firmly at the feet of black men, that there's not enough marriageable black men. I believe since then, it's incited a belief in black women that if they want to get married, we're a long shot. Black men are a long shot. Even though statistically that's their best chance. They've convinced themselves that it's a long shot. And so they need to step away to all these other groups of men who they've, for the most part, ignored. And so the easiest path forward for them is to make themselves hate black men as sincerely as they possibly can. So then they can feel comfortable stepping away from the community. That's what they're advertising to black. So I think it's as much an advertisement to themselves as it is an advertisement to black men. All the mean things they say about us, and it's to make it easier for them to step away. Whereas the Passport Bros, a lot of them have nothing against black women as a global group. Their vitriol is mostly aimed at the American black woman or the Western black woman. So you see a lot of them, the passport bros, they go overseas and they still get them a black woman of another nationality. So what they're advertising to women isn't a racist critique, but rather a cultural or nationalistic critique. Similar, but not the same. And so, I don't know. The fact that both groups try to poison the well of the groups that are leaving shows that they actually care, right? If the women didn't care about passport bros leaving, they wouldn't be trying to advertise to foreign women, hey, these guys are sex tourists, they're sex predators. You know what I mean? They wouldn't be trying to poison the well to where we're going. The fact that they do shows that they care that we're leaving. And at the same time, black men wouldn't be telling these black women, oh, those guys don't want you anyway. You're ugly, you're fat, they don't want that. None of you can get a high quality white man, when they know they can. You know what I mean? Maybe not at the same rate that the white women are getting white women and the Asian women are getting Asian men, but they can do it. Especially if they're attractive. I mean, where I live, when I go to the city, I see more black women with non-black men than I see with black men, at least the younger ones. And all, these are black women of every shape and size. They're pretty. Some are average, some are a little chubby, some are slender, some look model-esque, and they all got various types of white dudes that, at least at first glance, seem like quality guys, right? They don't seem like hood adjacent white dudes or Asian dudes who, I'll admit, you often see more often with a black woman than, say, a posh suburban white dude. But where I live, at least, you do see it, and they know it. I mean, they step outside, they look around them, they know they have friends maybe who are dating white guys. They have friends who are maybe married to white men, and their relationships are great. So you can't convince a woman that she can't get a white man when she can't.
No, it's not that she can't get a white man, but she never get the quality white man that she speaks. What I'm saying is, a lot of these women will talk down on a black man. Oh, you ain't got no money, and you ain't, like, just saying terrible things. I don't even want to repeat it. It's so bad. But they say all these terrible things about black man, and then they get the same white man. They get the same white man, like that. They're saying,
anecdotally, yes, that's true. But at the other end, they do also get the other types, right? I mean, they do. I mean, they get every range of non-black men that there is. And I was telling them, like, oh, you never get the quality white guys. That's the same thing they say to black men who date out. Oh, you never get the quality white girls. You just get the fat ones or this. And yeah, that's true sometimes, but it's not true unanimously or universally.
No, not universally. I can't say it. Universally. Am I saying it right? Y'all know I'll be having my moments. But
universally.
Yeah, universally. I can't even say it, but thank you. But the ones here in the States, they're always, I'm being honest, they're always with big girls. And I don't know what it is, especially like here in Jersey and in PA, they always have heavyset women.
And you say always, what percentage are you talking about?
A big percentage, a big percentage. And me and GC always talk about that.
What's heavyset though?
I know that's a stereotype, but where I live, there's not that many heavyset people percentage wise. I mean, I live in the States.
Heavyset, I mean,
like
Lizzo.
Oh, okay. That's obese.
What?
That's not fat. That's obese.
That's where the majority of them have is Lizzo types.
That's borderline. No disrespect to Lizzo. That's borderline disabled obese though.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's why I think,
but like a lot.
That's why I think maybe your opinion on this is a little bit jaded, because where I live, there's not even that many women like Lizzo, let enough to pass around to every brother dating a non-black woman. Where I live,
I know sometimes. Sorry, I don't interrupt. I know sometimes we go to everybody wants to use Lizzo as the standard, but Lizzo isn't just standard like a fat chick. Lizzo is like, it sounds disrespectful, but Lizzo isn't fat. She's obese.
She's the beyond the fat.
She's
So
near the
are you
top
saying
end of the spectrum.
yeah, are you saying who would be classed as a person like old school Adele? Remember the singer Adele before she got in shape?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that would be classed as fat. Or say a Jasmine Sullivan before
Right.
she got in shape.
Or Jill Scott. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
That's
All
fat.
right, fair enough.
Well, I don't know. I mean, don't you see the similarities though? Like, if you don't care, why do you keep telling them they can't get a good white man? Why are you trying to discourage them?
We're
and make
not
them-
saying they can't. They're just not.
But
The-
why does it even come up if you don't care?
I'm just.
Like, do you care what type of women the Latino women are dating? What type of men are they dating? You never hear anyone talk like, "Oh, Latinos, they only get fat dudes. They only get the bummy white dudes." Nobody cares in this
Because it's
community
a black
that's
sector, and we're talking about black women. We're talking
exactly.
about our people. And what I'm
Exactly.
saying is, a lot of the swirlers are not getting the top-notch brads. They're just not.
But what I'm saying is the fact that you're even talking about them proves that you care. You don't care about who the Latinos are dating because you don't talk about who the Latinos are dating because you don't care. You don't talk about what type of white men the Asians are getting because you don't care. But when it comes to black women getting white men, now you care and you start talking about them. Oh, well, you're not getting the good ones anyway. We describe swirlers as being, no, they're fat or this or that. Like, if you didn't care, you wouldn't even talk about them.
I only care because of what they say about black men. That's why I care, and I'm tired of them doing that to black men. That's all I'm saying.
But if you were critiquing
Really?
what they say, that'd be one thing. But now you're critiquing A, what they look like, and B, the type of men they get.
Of course, but go ahead, GC.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Miss Know-It-All, but I got to head out. Thanks for having me. I'll be listening to Cloud, but I would like to hear Andre and Andrea, or Andre rather. I want to hear what he had to say, so I'll still be listening to Clouds.
Okay, thanks for coming. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me.
But yeah, I do care because they talk a lot about black men, but they don't look in the mirror at themselves. They're hypocrites. And that's why I defend black men.
Well, I'll be honest. Like, when I very first heard about swirlers, I was offended. I was like, "Whoa, what?" I couldn't imagine that black women were saying these types of things about black men. But over time, you just start to realize, like, come on, nobody talks this much about somebody they don't care about. It's like they say that they're gonna leave and get them, a white man. Okay, if you're gonna leave and get you a white man, what does it matter what I'm doing?
The thing about them getting with white men, the issue you've got is, I honestly believe if black women could get a white man with the zazz and the swag of a black man, and it was just native to white men, black women would have been long gone. But a black woman knows when she gets with a white guy, she's gonna miss out on all the traits of what she loves about a black man. Yeah, we can be a pain in the neck, we can, cheat and do all of those things, but the pause when I say this, the sexiness, the fire that comes from a man of color, pause. You're not getting that with a white dude, and the white dude who tries to bring that to the table, yeah, come across as a fraud. And what the hell's that?
That was a bomb. I was dropping a bomb.
Oh, right. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. And sorry, that threw me off now. Thank you, but that threw me off. It'll come back to me.
Well, it's what I was alluding to earlier, is that they know that when they step out of the community, they're settling. They know that. They know they're not getting their top choice. And I believe that they bash us because they're trying to recalibrate their desires so that they stop desiring us. That's why the things they say are so I mean, it's even beyond what the white supremacists say. It's they're trying to develop a severe hatred for us in their hearts so that they can step away in peace.
But can I jump in on something? Is it Mr. Know It All? Is that what you go by? Because I only caught it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you this. You brought up something that's interesting, and I think I mentioned this earlier. So I'm just cutting in, and not to cut you off. So I'll just apologize if I did any of that, but I wasn't trying to. So I had to cut in. You mentioned that why does it matter? And I mentioned that earlier, and I believe you were addressing Melody, and I get your point. But I myself said, why does it matter? And it should matter. But then I'm not trying to play devil's advocate, but I will say this. It should matter, but in some cases it does. Because something that you mentioned, what about, let's say, and I'm just throwing up names, I'm not trying to be funny or be, like off with this, the Marias or the Jorges. I'm just giving an example, or the Hectors. Okay. Imagine, well, not even imagine, ask yourself, Mr. Know-It-All, why aren't the black women going after the Jesuses and the Jorges? And if it is, it's a very small, minute number. Ask yourself, why aren't they? Because if it came down to it, if they were on one end, it shouldn't matter. That shouldn't even matter. But at the same time, we go back to square one, back to the drawing board in some cases. It would matter. Like on some cases, I agree with you. It shouldn't even matter. But in some cases, it should. Because regardless, if that was the case, and if, let's say for the black men and all the Marias and all of that was going after the black men, it would still, Mr. Know-It-All, be a problem. Regardless, it shouldn't even matter. Not even about overseas, just here in the United States alone, it would matter. It shouldn't matter, but it's sad to say that it does matter. And it's not. It's like you'll never. In this case, it'll never. It's a never-winning battle. It'll never. But ask yourself, why aren't they choosing? And it has to be the Brad Pitt. So you know what I mean. We mentioned this before. You jumped on the trash of the trashes. Why can't it be the Hectors and the Jorges? It's enough of them going around. So you have to be honest with yourself and ask yourself, why aren't the black women? Not saying that you are a black woman, but ask yourself. You can interview a black woman. Why aren't they going for the Hectors?
I got an answer.
But before you answer that, I have to read this super chat.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Andrea and Andrea love crossing borders for the 40,000 Colombian pesos. I think that's what it is. Thank you so much. He says, keep up the great work, Melody. Thank you. I really appreciate you. And come back. If you're still in the chat, come back. We would love to hear from you. You and your Colombian wife. We want to hear from you.
How much is that 40,000 though? Is it like $4 or
$4?
Judging by that color, it looks like it's 20, right?
It's probably 20. Yeah, I think it's 20. I'm gonna look it up, but I think it's 20.
So to answer your question, I can't see your name I think it's Full Circle, if I remember.
Yeah, you got it. You got it correct.
It actually something that Fatty in the last stream alluded to, right? That women are very pragmatic. When you hear about when women criticize black relationships, what's a term they often use, right? Struggle of.
Yes.
So they want to align themselves with the groups that aren't struggling, which in our country tend to be the whites and the Asians. And so, yeah, Latinos, they have a reputation for struggling economically as well. So that's probably why you don't hear them advertised as often. You do still hear them advertised as options, but not as much as you hear whites, because they're the dominant group in society. And you also hear them advertising relationships with Asians, which I find peculiar, because there was a time when Asian men and black women were considered on the dating apps were considered the least desirable, where even Asian men didn't rank as the most desirable to Asian women. I think 50% of Asian women marry out. And so
okay, so Mr. Know-It-All, I'm gonna cut in. Once again, I apologize. So with that being said, and I accept your answer, with that being said, you can add the immigrants. Now I'm gonna go there. I went there with the men, black women, why not choosing the Hector's always like, let's go there with the black men. Now, this is my question to you. Do you think that the black men, do you think that they have a need to have to go to Colombia? And I know that's Colombia, but let's just go here at home. You have the immigrants, and I'm talking about the Hispanic women. You have plenty of them as far as the outnumbering. Regardless of they're hardworking and they love to have, they're all about family and all this great stuff, and they like to get married too as well, Mr. Know-It-All. Why aren't the black men having to go that far? It's one thing to explore and to do whatever you do. Now I ain't talking about the other places, just Colombia alone. Why, if you're looking for love, why can't you find that here in the United States when it comes to the Hispanic women?
Well, I mean, it's not that they can't. It's just, do you want to search 2 out of every 100 women or 100 out of every 100 women? You go to Colombia, the type of woman you're looking for is everywhere you look. You stay here in the States, you might have to go to a specific neighborhood or a certain club on a certain night, or know somebody who can introduce you to a certain circle of people, right? That's one reason. The second reason is, let's face it, your money goes further, right? We know that women are attracted to money, to wealth, to status. If you can catch a plane to another country and you're immediately among the elite men, that also plays in your favor.
Okay, so let me go with, and I'm going to accept. But let me say this: I'm going to accept that answer.
That's one of the best responses I've ever heard.
Right now, and I accept that as well. But notice this: I'm going to give you an example, and I've been there before, except for Colombia. I've been to the DR. Now I noticed this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I've noticed, or I haven't noticed, that black men, because I know I've watched how this has gone. It's gone from Colombia to Brazil to Thailand. Notice, catch it, Colombia, Brazil, Thailand. No other places in the trifecta. I haven't seen any black men saying, "Hey, I've snatched up a woman and married and I accept that. Like you said, I totally agree. Your money goes farther. All of that. Grabbing a Colombian woman, either two things: going out there to live and set up shop. However you got your resources set up, that's great. Or getting a Colombian woman and bringing her back to the States, or even better yet, finding one from the DR. I don't hear that, and nothing against Andrea. I have the names wrong. The ones that you mentioned, Melody, you want to interview or talk to. I'm with that, but I've not noticed, Mr. Know-It-All, that black men, and even with Brazil, you can go there with that they've snatched up a Colombian woman and said, "Hey," with the advertisement. And it's like, I'm not saying that this is like a fad in a way, but I say black men, go, where you're loved, and that's out there. Go where you're chosen, where you're loved. Go where you can find love, where love finds you, all that stuff. But that's why I asked you that question, that, like you said, when you threw in there about your money being longer, and I totally agree, but I don't see the example. I don't see it from even content, all that. Where it's like, I see the visits, I see the visiting, I don't see the staying there. Well, the latest that I've seen is the Colombian women and what they've done with the poisoning and the bad rap they've gotten lately, and the thugs going out there and destroying it all, and how they try to poison and try to put you to sleep. I've seen a negative. So it's telling me something that they're not really, they're really all in all not loving you, and all I see is the sex tourism. Right. That's all I see. To other countries. And compared to Thailand,
England. Yes. Why they don't never go to Europe nowhere?
Yes.
Why they don't always the same country?
So I'm just trying to nip it. I'm trying to tweak it. Help me, Mr. Know-It-All. And nothing against what you said. Just tweak it a little bit for me.
An answer first to Mills, why you don't see them going to Europe.
Because y'all never go to Europe, though.
A large component of this is, one, they're trying to get away from Western women, of which European women are included. Secondly, their money doesn't stretch as far in Europe. So that's another reason. For full circle, all you have to do is go look at MTR's video today. He posted like 4 or 5 couples that got married or black men that got married to foreign women.
What was that, Colombia though? Not the foreign women. That's generalizing. That's generalizing. I'm talking about
Brazil,
Colombia.
DRC.
Is that Colombia? The 4 out of the 3, 2 out of 4, and nothing against you. So I'm not making this a debate.
Some of them, I honestly don't remember the countries. I know some of them were Brazil, but this guy Andre and Andrea, that's in
same country
chat, he's married to a Colombian woman.
Okay, and like you said, and like you said, South America, same country. I was literally being specific, not Brazilian and all that. I'm literally saying Colombia. Like, I'm sticking to that because I'm looking. I'm not like a stats person and percentage, and I'm gonna say I'm not the sharpest knife in the shelf or on the shelf or on the block. But I'll say that I don't see it, and I like that. You
Me
said go look
neither.
at.
Me
Well,
neither.
I'm just being honest, and I agree. I'm with the whole watch the videos, look at MTR, but as other
Well,
men, I'm a visual
let me
creature, so I
let me
need to see it.
let me say this, right?
Go
Because I
ahead.
said this on a previous stream of melodies, specifically referring to Brazil and Colombia. That yes, you can go over there and you can find women that are more fit, maybe more feminine, more friendly. But each of those countries has their own problems that make those women less than ideal in some ways. For instance, in Brazil, they're promiscuous. In Colombia, at least in Medellin, and at least when I was there, I've been there. The women were unfaithful. They were disloyal.
That's the United States. They might as well stay over here.
But
I
where
was, I
Mr.
was
Know It
just
All,
about to
where
say,
Mr.
My
Know It
point
All
is
is
this.
going, he's fine. He's being honest, and I
My point is
appreciate
this.
that with you because that's what it comes down to.
what I'm
I
hearing
want
right
you to
now.
be honest to say between
Well,
DR, Thailand, Colombia, and Brazil, what it comes down to, not just this superficial beauty part. Let's go down to the loyalty. What's the pros and cons? Is it all about the
Yeah.
money, the gold digging? So that's the part that I'm getting at, Mr. Know It All,
I
video or
think
not. I want the honesty.
I think the reason they go to these countries is because these are the countries that are the most advertised, and the DR. These are the places where people are sending videos back from. But if you
let's
look at
just keep
the
it real.
people,
Just keep it real. The women are easier. Just keep it real. They're easier to
sexually
obtain.
easier.
The women in these countries are still hypergamous, but it's a different level of hypergamous. They're not like westernized hypergamous. They're
Yeah.
seeing a guy come from another country who will have money which stretches, like you said. Yeah, and these are second world countries. Let's call them what it is. So these guys have gone there. Their money stretches. A woman's probably thinking, if I get with him, potentially get married, I can get out of the poverty-stricken country I'm at, and potentially come to the West. So it's kind of an equal exchange. The man who's potentially not very successful in his native country goes to that country he gets the opportunity of getting with a girl he'll never probably be able to get with in the country he's from, and that woman's probably thinking in her same eyes, okay, this guy's potentially short, overweight, not the best looking, however, he's got a lot of money. His money converts into a lot of money where we're from. And if I date him, and if I get married, there's a possibility he might take me to the West and get me out of this shithole. Let's be
Right.
honest. It's
And
simple as
no,
this.
no, no. And you know what, sir? You're being honest, and I like that as well because let's call it for what it is. It's like the blind leading the blind. There's no way a black man, average, whatever, with the stomach or whatever, if you don't take care of yourself, gonna go in anywhere broke, poor, and go to another country and thinking I got it made. I'm a fool them. Don't get it twisted. There's no way that you're going to come out. You either just stay out there and be there with them. Don't come back. But at the same time, they're going to get hip to it too, as if like, you know what? I'm digging you all that kindness. They're so kind, the black men. They're so this and that, the other. Hey, ching, 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 ching. What else? Hypergamy wise. What else you got going on? So let's once again with the word be honest. Let's be honest.
It's an equal opportunity exchange. We forget, well, not me, but a lot of people forget out there, this passport bros, it's only like a recent term to describe black men going overseas. Listen, white men have been doing this for decades now. Yeah, they've been going all them type of middle-aged men that are 60, 70, break up with their wives, and clearly they can't go to a club in the West and pull now. They're too old. So what were they doing? They were going to Thailand, and that's where the term came from, getting a Thai bride. So white men have been doing this from morning. It only seems to be like all of a sudden a phenomenon amongst black men. But I'll be real with you, like most of the men that are going to these countries.
Well,
I ain't trying to shade anybody, but
the trick.
There's a misconception.
They're not exactly a bunch of flipping Morris Chestnuts and flipping Tyson Beckfords going to these places, are they? Let's be real.
That's not true at all.
Every
type of black man travels. It's not just the ugly guys that get on a plane and go on adventures. Every type of black man travels. It's just that this term, the passport bros, seem to be more specifically aimed at the black men who travel in search of wives, where other black men just travel for vacation. And while they're on vacation, they don't swear off the women. They still get women. They still interact with women. And women is often
I disagree.
For a man traveling. Like
I
I
a
do
man,
disagree.
too. I disagree too.
If you're getting chicks in your native country, I don't care how belligerent and how stressful those women are. If you're getting
Facts.
if you're getting your willy wet in your native country, you're not going overseas to get your willy wet like that.
I
You're not
didn't
staying
say
over there.
I didn't say that you're going over there to get your willy wet, but you do go over there, and while you're there, get your willy wet. Right? You might go over
But
there for the culture, but while you're there, you partake in the women.
a passport, bro. Let's be honest. A passport, bro, is basically trying to live in these multiple countries, going back and forth on YouTube. He ain't trying to be in. You listen to what the majority of them say. They ain't trying to be in the US. They ain't trying to be in the UK. They ain't trying to be in these westernized countries. And they speak ill of the countries where they're from. I'm not shitting on them.
But how is that
I'm
any
not.
different than a red pill man? Any man in the manosphere, they're all shitting on women, Western women.
Well, the majority that's fake
But
as well.
They become ugly. They become
that's
ugly
another
at
discussion.
the moment they fly to Thailand.
We can go there, but I don't want to derail the topic. Like
What I'm saying is the same men that are in here in the United States right now in the manosphere complaining about Western women are the same men who become passport bros. So by saying passport bros are unsuccessful with women, unattractive, poor, whatever it is that's keeping them from experiencing, being desired from women in the West, you're essentially then saying that the entire manosphere is like that.
How would I say the entire? Okay,
because
listen.
if there's any men in the manosphere who are upset with Western women, who aren't ugly, who aren't poor, who aren't bad with women, they too probably find the idea of traveling to another country to find a traditional wife attractive.
Some of them they just call the women out for their BS, but they still like, they don't really have problems with women over here. They just call the BS out. They just call the BS out.
But do you think they travel?
I mean, probably some of them probably do.
Okay, and when they travel, do you think they swear off the women?
Bro, there's a difference between being a passport bro and going on holiday. All right, people go on holiday. I've been to all Spain, France, all over the place.
Like for a weekend or something. Like for a weekend.
I'm not a passport bro. I've gone to different countries, smashed all types of foreign females, but I'm not a passport bro. Just go on holiday. That's easy. The passport bros.
That's why I think this smear campaign against the passport bros has been partially successful, because they've managed to tarnish the reputation of the passport bro as some socially, relationshiply inept man who's only going to see overseas for sex or sex tourism, when the reality is, maybe there's some of that too, but the reality is,
I think a lot of them are.
Well, I mean, this is what I'm saying. That their campaign, these swirlers and black women's campaign against the passport bros has worked to such a degree that even men are like, yeah, you're right. Like, if a guy would leave this country to go be with another type of woman, there's something wrong with him. Right? So, I mean, it worked. That's why they did it.
I think women are women. Across the board. Women got stuff in them all over the place. Women are women. Ain't nothing you can do about it.
If you're successful with women in your native country, the only time you're going abroad is going on holiday. You ain't trying to go travel all over. Maybe if you're a college student or a university student, maybe on that situation.
Women are beautiful. You don't think people are like, man, the women are beautiful in Brazil. I'm going over.
Sir, I would go to Brazil, but I'm not exactly going to be a passport bro, and I'm not trying to sell it of who I am, because this is a predominantly male space. I don't struggle where I'm from, so I don't need to go over there and find some pretty chick when I can find a pretty chick here.
I got a question for the panel. I just got to cut in. I got a question.
Mentally, who you'd like?
Yeah, what's the question?
I have a question to the panel. I'm listening. I was not in the clouds. I'm right here with you all. What am I talking about? I have a question. Once with the title, the passport bros, once you find someone and you find like the Lucky Charms, you find that treasure, your wife, I'll be more specific, your wife, you found that coming to America, that bride to be, you found her. Do you still hold the mantle, the title, passport bros? Or do you drop that? Like back then, men would say, I'm giving up my black card. Do you give up that title and just say, you know what, I found her, that's it? regardless if you stay over there or come back, do you give that up? Because like you said, this is launched, it's taken off. But after and then you have ones out there. Have you heard of the Passport Bros? Are you a Passport Bros? You got the ones out there doing content. What do you think of the Passport Bros? Have you heard of them? After a while, okay, I get it. Once you found that woman and not just dating, you've married, do you give that up or do you still hang on to that?
I see them still hanging on to
I
that.
mean, I think that the Passport Bros is a movement, not necessarily an as much as it is an identity.
Yeah, I definitely hold on to
It's
it.
just somebody who wants to go overseas and find a wife. If you're somebody who goes overseas and finds a wife, you probably still consider yourself a Passport Bro.
But if you're at the dinner table, right, exactly. If you're at the dinner table or anywhere else, right. But that's why I threw that in there with the marriage and non-married, getting married and not married yet. Once you're married, I think you said you mentioned the movement. Once you're married, do you? Maybe I should have specified and asked it this way. Do you need to have that still hang on to that? Oh, what was that?
I said, does a swirler no longer consider themselves a swirler when they snag a white man?
But let me ask you this. Do they walk around saying, hey, I'm a swirler, I'm married, but just letting you know I'm a swirler? In fact, I'll even get the tattoo. On my forehead, I'm a swirler. You know?
I think it's two different things. I don't even see it's too different to me.
That's kind of basically saying any black woman that gets with a white man's a swirler. That's stupid.
Yeah.
It could be just a black woman
there
who just
you
happens
go.
to get with a white man. You know,
Right.
who's previously
And
been
that's
with
why I
black
asked the question where it's like this whole phenomenon with the Passport Bros. It's like, are you going to be walking around, you're at the dinner table or some restaurant and saying, hey, I've seen you. I know you. You must be Passport Bro. And you're like, what the? Seriously? No, I'm just with a woman that I found love. No, don't get me. Yeah, that's why I'm being specific. I need to, because it's just so vague and be like.
Let me answer the question, right?
Okay, go ahead.
You go to those swirler spaces. Are there not women in the chat saying they have non-black husbands? They still identify as swirlers, right?
I still think it's. I think it's.
So
different.
I mean, I don't know if I'm not. I don't consider myself a Passport Bro, but I understand the appeal because I've been overseas and I notice a difference in the women.
But you know what I noticed? What you just said? You said you didn't say that, hey, I am one or I am a part of that movement. You might be a card holder. That could be like MGTOW, SYSBM. I know you've heard of those before, but it doesn't say that that's what you are. And I didn't hear you say that, which is
I
fine.
Say that's not me. The reason I say it's not me is there's a certain baggage that comes with the term that I don't identify with, right? People are like, oh, well, if you're a Passport Bro, well, then that means you can't get women.
You go tricking.
Right, but notice that you just admitted to that, and that is,
I don't agree.
That's great that you say that, and with your honesty, because you just said, which is once again why I asked that. You don't agree with it. Who's to say that they don't agree with it too? And it's, to me, it's kind of like that follow the leader. And I'm not trying to put down Passport Bros. So that's not where I'm going with this. It's like follow the leader with any movement. Black Lives Matter, all of that, until you find out like, oh my goodness, that's what it was all about. I don't want to be a part of that, because you just said it yourself. You said it carries things with it. It adds things that go with. You just admitted. You just said it. So you're being honest. I believe you are, and that's why I asked my question.
That's not the whole thing I wanted to say.
Go ahead.
There's negative connotations that I don't identify with, but there's also positive connotations that I do. I understand fully why somebody would want to go to another country, not necessarily Colombia, though, from my experience, but I could see why people would want to go to Africa to find them wives. I could see why people would want to.
Why they don't ever go to the Caribbean?
Your negative. Does your positive outweigh your negative, sir? I'm just asking.
I mean, it's nothing I've ever referred to myself as. Even when I heard Passport Bros, the first time I heard it, I didn't know it was specific to black men. I thought it was all men that got their passports.
No.
I knew it was for black men.
But what I'm saying is, when I first heard about
white people don't know them thing there. The white people ain't. They're not interested.
Right.
Huh?
But
white people just call it traveling.
Which is interesting that blacks have to always put a title. Catch what you just said. We always, like you said, you thought it was, and that's a great point. We always have to have a title, an attachment. And that's why it's going to go right back full circle to what I asked you, to where it's like, once you find a woman and get married, can you just drop that? I don't mean like wearing a cape. Just drop that to be like, honestly, I'd rather not even, I don't even need that. I don't need that. The movement, great. I don't need that attachment, bad or good. Either way, I don't need that because I'm specifically there to look for a wife. I need a wife, and I don't need that hanging out when I flip it open like having an American Express card. Hey, did you see my passport bro card? You know what I mean? Like that identifier when I go through the customs. Hey, who are you? You must be a passport bro. You get that VIP treatment. Why do we have to have that?
Full circle.
That's
You have
why
a channel?
other races
I'm
are
sorry.
smart
What's that?
because
What's
they
that?
don't
You
have
have a
that
channel?
title.
Full circle?
I do.
Can you drop your link in the chat?
I don't know how to do all of that. Just look up Full Circle Essentials. If you look up Full Circle Essentials and one word Full Circle and then space Essentials, you'll find me.
It's a full circle.
Circle Essentials. You guys hear that, mods? Look it up and drop
Full
the link.
Circle Essentials. Just put a space between the Full Circle part and Essentials, and you'll find me right there.
Full circle instance.
It's not much, but it's just little fun stuff, you know.
I'll look you up.
Everything is full circle lately.
And let me just make it clear, I'm not shitting on the passport bros. I've always said, go where you're celebrated, not tolerated. I've always said that. If you ain't getting chicks where you're from, right, go to the area where you're going to get chicks, because it's all about the dopamine feeling. Life's short. It's typical generic things I'm saying. But listen, we're only here for a couple years. Get it where you can get it. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like these men can just easily smash this, that, and a third where they're from, but they're going to another country simply because they don't like the women's attitude. That's the most dumbest shit on the planet, because I barely like any of the women's attitude where I'm from, but I'm still smashing them. Yeah, you don't see me going overseas. I just go overseas on holiday, and I'm just still doing it there. So why would I need to go religiously around other countries to go find a woman? Huh? No, I ain't into that. All of this is, listen, all that red pill talk is internet bullshit. Yeah, half of them, man, and those fresh and fit kids, look at the state of them too. You honestly think them man are getting chicks left, right, and center if they weren't leading with the wallets? Like, I'm not even trying to hate, but just let's just be real.
You're not red pill. That's why you don't identify with this much dissatisfaction.
Look what happened to you. One of your red pill leaders, Donovan. What's he called? Donovan Sharp. Just look what happened. What Abraham Preach did to him the other day. The majority of these guys are faking it to you guys. They'll tell you one thing and think you. I didn't want to make it about that. I said it's not the topic. But these man tell you one thing on the internet, but in their own lives they're not doing that. Most of these man, getting multiple chicks. Why these men are flipping married, simping over the same woman who's debating leaving them?
Yeah, I get what T's saying. I get what T's saying. He just he not disrespecting them. He just calling it out for what it is.
This is the exact point I was trying to make. Perhaps the reason you don't understand where these passport bros are coming from is because you are not as dissatisfied with the Western woman as they are.
I look at women as women. Women as women.
Red pill. But are you red pill?
I'm just regular dude. I'm just women.
Why would you need that title?
There's people who are so dissatisfied with Western women that they've congregated. They formed a community based on that. So if you're not in that community, you may not understand why they have that extra sense of motivation to get out of here.
Man, women is women.
People identify with their beliefs on women. Right? But I mean, you were just saying the other day, Austin Holloman or whatever his name is. He's a passport bro. Is he ugly? Is he short?
I don't know.
Why? Boom! Thank you for bringing him up. Right? Why do you think he's become the face of it? Because he's handsome. But passport bros have been here for a minute now, but all of a sudden it's a topic of conversation when you get a tall, decent-looking black man. Pause. Now actually go into these countries and people are confused. Why does he need to go over there? Why would he struggle where he's from? Not only that, he's gone over there and got with one of the most basic-looking chicks that you could get. My man's completely done it backwards. And as you know, the world, we love polar opposites, don't we? We're confused as to why a man like him would need to go overseas when he could potentially do well in the country he's from. The same with the fresh and fit kids. I'll bring it to you like this, not to go off topic. You've got two basic looking dudes surrounding themselves at a table with a bunch of beautiful women. Yeah, it's the best gimmick of 2021. Where do you get two basic looking dudes who are nerds sat around with a load of hypergamous women, and those two nerds are talking shit to those women? Yeah, where in real circumstances, man like that visually look like that, would never even be able to dream of getting with women at that table. I watched what's he called, Myron, turn around and call all the black women at that table cockroaches. You think a black woman's letting me turn around and call her a cockroach? He got to say it. Why? Because he's got clout, because he's got a platform, and those women were happy to sit there and take that. This is what these things are. People are attracted to polar opposites.
He won't do that where I'm from. He won't do that to those women.
Got no chance. But he got to do it because those women were so desperate to be on the platform. So you've got basically a dude who wouldn't even stand a chance with these women, but because he's got clout, because clout is the most valuable thing on the planet at this moment in time. It's more valuable than money, because even if you're broke, if you got clout, you can fake it and potentially generate money. But you've got to think about it. Look at the way Myron looks, and he was able to shit on a group of black women. I wish I could show you the video. Yeah,
no, it was a controversy in this space.
Which black man in this panel or in the chat were able to do that to a group of black women without them trying to come for you? And they're going to sit there silent and just take it.
Can I say this?
They want to be kicked out of the show.
Right, you said an excellent point. No, look at this. Really? You said an excellent point. Let's use Austin, for example. We can use us here on the panel, regardless of your avatar or just physically can see you cammed up. Look at this situation. You just mentioned it. One of you all just mentioned it. Austin, not a bad looking brother, young brother, 23 years old, black man. In his case, free, doing what he wants to do at his age. Great, living his best life. You would think, in comparison to Fresh and Fit, you would go for the top notch. From wherever you went, ran out of Brazil to now Thailand, you would want the top notch. And where I'm going with this as far as standards, where does it come down to us as black men, not just Austin at his age, any age as black men, where we have standards? If you don't like what you got here, and you know we have the issue of the weave, the high eyelashes, the long fingernails, the BBLs, all the fakeness, the surgeries, but then you go somewhere else and you're thinking to yourself, well, shoot, I ain't thinking about the US. I'm going to get the top notch. So if you're going to go as far as content and videos visually, you would think that you're going to show us, if you're trying to show us, not trying to compete against the Swirlers and that give us the top notch. Give us your best. You can't tell me that all the best that are out there, all the ones, and there's so many of them, the women outnumber the men, that you can't find the best of the best. Have they been taken by the white man? Really? So tell yourself, I look at it to where we got to have standards. And let's be honest, again, I'll use that word again. We don't have standards. We don't have standard. Our standards are low in America, and it's even worse out there. So change the game. If you're going to go out there and show off, and I don't care if it's MTR or any of them, Charles, Tyler, show us the best of the best. Show us what you got. Because if you're that guy, I don't care what age, it's basic. Don't do that, because you can find that here. And here it's like, and they've all been swooped up. They've either been married, got a bunch of babies pumped in them within the United States. So you're going out there. If the world is your oyster, the world is like with Neo, Nino Brown. The world is your, you know what I mean? Like, come on. And you go over there, and that's
I got one thing to say, and I'm
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hold on, I've got one thing to say, and I'll shut up. Listen, let's go back to the dude, the Austin Holloman. Think about it. He's 22. Apparently, that's too young to be doing this. He's apparently gone to Brazil, made a fool of himself. He's had to leave because he doesn't know the basics of this passport bro starter kit bullshit. Then, not only that, he's gone over there and got the most basic looking average chick that I could find out around the corner here. I'm assuming you American lot could go and find that around where you're from as well. So he's got all of these things wrong, but he's the face of you guys.
Well, the thing that you need to recognize is you're not debunking the passport bros. What you're debunking is your own expectations of the passport bros. To my knowledge,
I'm going off what this whole debacle's been.
To my knowledge, us, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't watch his content, but I've never heard anyone mention that Austin said, I'm going to go overseas and get me the baddest of the baddest.
But that's what you guys are making. That's what you guys, that's the whole point of what you're doing. Let's not be disingenuous.
Never do the passport bro say, I'm going overseas to get me the best looking women overseas.
No one says those words,
They talk about women who can cook, women who are submissive.
And they can cook over here. I know plenty of females that can cook.
They'll go overseas and get women who are comparable in looks to the women here. The fact that Austin went over there and got him a woman that everyone says is basic, that's fine. He never said, I'm here to get me the models, the supermodels. You guys put that expectation on him. And then when he falls short, you act like he fell short of something he proclaimed he was doing when he didn't.
Are we really going to do this? Are we really going to sit here and try and make out like these dudes ain't trying to get a fire thing from over there? They're just going over there to get an average looking woman who's nice and feminine and attractive.
Women that they're marrying. They're marrying normal women. These men are going overseas and they're marrying normal looking women. I mean, some of them are attractive, some of them are basic. It runs the gamut. But I've yet to hear them say we're going over here because we want better looking women. America has plenty of good looking women. Right? That's not what they're saying.
Guys ain't going over there to get average chicks. They're trying to get they're trying to get really attractive women who have the values that most men want. Let's be real. They're not trying to go over there get a woman, because guess what? Yeah, there's average chicks where I'm from or where you're from who are submissive, who are compliant. But you don't need to go overseas to find these type of women. Not every woman in the West.
Earlier.
Not every woman in the West is these.
Pick 2 out of 100. Or do you want to pick 100 out of 100?
Not everyone in the West are these belligerent, non-listening, current generation social media chicks. No, there's women out there.
The red pill people think that they are. I'm not saying they are, but they think that they are.
But let me ask you, you just mentioned something. I'm glad you brought that up again, because you didn't put me at a standstill or a halt when you mentioned a 2 out of 100 or 100 out of 100. I'm gonna always go back to this. And this is even for myself. We still have to be honest with ourselves. Can you get 100 out of 100 here or over there? How much can you handle? How much can you really handle? Can you handle 2 out of 100? Is that good enough? Or do you have to have it's like a 31 flavors, 100 out of 100? Be honest with yourself.
I'm talking about viable candidates. 2 out of 100 are viable candidates, or 100 out of 100 are viable candidates. Doesn't mean you can get them all. But if you're going, it's like fishing in with a net in the ocean, or fishing with a fishing rod in the pond in your backyard.
Okay, so I'll take that. Look at this. You got Austin at his age. You got some of us in our 30s, 40s, and 50s. Why can't we just? And I'm not downplaying with the example you gave. Why can't we just have one? Why isn't one not good enough? Because you have Austin at his age. A lot of us, maybe not. Not talking about incels or virgins. A lot of us was out there just here in America. I wanted what's the movie Colors? Where it's like that example. Why go up there and just give one when you can go down there and get all of them? Talking about the cows, that one scene. Why do that when you can have all of them? Well, can you handle all of them? But when it comes down to it, realistically, why not just get one? Can I just have one?
I'm speaking probabilities here.
Yes.
It's that their probability of finding one is higher. If you go over there and it takes you 6, 7 women to find a woman that you're really vibing with, but here it takes you 20, 30, 40, that's what I'm talking about.
I get what you're saying, and I respect that. And at the same time, not saying a but. I'm not downplaying that, and I don't know why I said but I did. There are men out there to where one is not enough. Maybe because of being modernized, maybe being, in a modernized world, the world we live in, one is never enough. We're no different from the women that we talk about in some cases. One is never enough. We have to have this one and that one and this texture and that, and it's nothing wrong with it. But it comes a time in your life when you hit an age where it's like, you know what, you ain't getting no younger. You gonna have to make a choice. We all are getting older. Now I'm talking about the women, us men.
Come on, bro. Dudes are trying to smash over there. They're trying to smash.
Trust me, you have a few. Look. Trust me, I know that. I'm not trying to convince you, sir. I'm not trying to convince you, but you get the point. Exactly. So I'm saying, let's be realistic here. Let's be realistic.
Men are trying to smash everywhere.
Yeah.
Not just overseas, not just here.
Right.
No.
And I agree with that.
What separates the women from here?
What I will say, though, is there will be men that are black. That there will be black men in the 40s and the 50s who actually are going over there, just like them old white men that are actually trying to find marriage, potentially got divorced, know that they can't really realistically compete in the westernized country due to their age or what they look like, and they have a higher advantage of resetting their lives basically in a relationship. I do honestly strongly believe that there's men over there that are going out there to find love, but these are the men that are like, let's be honest, over the hill a lot of the time. Yeah, the younger guys, let's be real. Yeah,
They going
they're
over there
trying to
to
get it in.
smash everything.
Yo, that Austin Holloman
Who
ain't
is the
trying
youngest
to marry that
advertised
chick. Austin Holloman, the
prospect?
chick that he's with now, he ain't trying to put a ring on that finger. He ain't. He's
Who's
not.
the
23 years
youngest,
old. He
other
ain't
than
looking at no
Austin?
marriage.
Other than Austin, who's the youngest advertised passport bro that you know of?
Oh, brother, I'll be real with you. Like, it's gonna sound like I'm capping now, but I was watching a guy called Ace, and then when you watch one, you just get another one. Like the citizen check, the guy checking effect. They just start coming out of the woodwork when she put them in the algorithm. But there's a lot of the young ones out there, and even if they might be slightly in the 30s and the 40s, they all look all 25. You know how black people age. We don't age like that. So a lot of these guys are still young dudes, and they're showing you in your videos. They ain't trying to just be in a relationship with a girl. These men are out here in the clubs
The younger ones,
trying to chat them up.
Yeah,
the
he got
younger
the
ones, you're
camera in
probably,
their
the younger
face and
ones, you're
everything.
probably right. The younger ones, you're probably right. But the difference is, are you certain these men aren't getting play in their home countries as well? Like I'll tell you what, man. I was gonna go to this one country, and I like the culture and all. But then when I read that they made premarital sex illegal, I was like,
in Saudi Arabia.
I was like, kind of soured my taste on it. Not that I was going there for the women, but I wanted that option. And then
What was you going over there for?
Oh, there's another place that does that. Saudi Arabia's always done that. There's a new place that's done that.
What you went over there for?
I can't remember what it's called.
I didn't go.
It's been in the news recently.
Okay, so check out what Mr. Know-It-All just said. I'm catching everyone. I'm listening, so I ain't just picking on you, Mr. Know-It-All. Notice this. You just said as far as Saudi Arabia, but look at this. I doubt, not in all cases, just to say like over in Thailand, and even with the Austin Holloman example, that they're running, these men, young men, black men are running through these women. If you think you found her, not one being under a rock somewhere, like hidden treasure, she's being smashed. Do you think, not that she has to, that she's going to be honest with you and say, I've seen someone like you. In fact, I've seen a couple like you. And you in your mind thinking, I found the one. She's not going to be honest with you. But then in comparison to Saudi Arabia, like you just said, Mr. Know-It-All, I don't think I could handle that. I'm going back to standards again. Not saying that she has to be a virgin. Would you rather take that one that's ran through the Austin Hollamans? Remind you, this is over there, not here. We all know about out here in comparison to Saudi Arabia.
That's it. Someone just put in the chat. It was Indonesia. No, it was Indonesia.
Oh, was it Indonesia? Okay, so I'm just going off of what I thought I heard. Okay, Indonesia. But would you, Mr. Know-It-All? Right. Mm-hmm. Would you, Mr. Know-It-All, in comparison? You got Thailand being ran through all the young Austin Holloman types, not the thugs, but those type of guys. And she holding it in, not telling all her, what's under her belt. What do you call it? What's the term when they say they got a bunch of them under on their notches and stuff? Yeah. Whatever it is, I'll think of it. In comparison to over there.
I'm not saying that you go overseas and you find, and the women are angels. In fact, that's why I brought up Brazil and Colombia. Is that you're telling guys to go to these countries, and I'm like, I saw problems with the women there too, right? So I'm not one of these people that puts women on this pedestal of perfection, and Western women on the lowest rungs. You know what I mean? I'm not. That's not how I see the world. All I'm saying is, like, bro, I went to Nigeria and the women were friendly as hell. That's all I'm saying. And they all looked damn good. And they were all dressed respectfully. And they were all clean. I mean, like, not a hair out of place. The best collection of beautiful women I've ever seen in one place. And it's different from where I'm at. Right? So that's all I'm saying. It's not like I talk to every woman. I know there's women in Nigeria who scam. I know there's women who cheat. I know all that. But I'm just saying, it's like if I picture the type of woman I want,
right? And
Nigeria,
right,
go to a club and there's 100 of them,
right? And I agree with you on that. I'm just saying that same one that you come across that you might think that she's just heavenly. She's already treated the first Austin, the second, and the third one the same way. So it's kind of like you come into the picture and you're thinking, like, wow, I'm the king of kings. No, you're not. You're not.
And the girl you talked to here has already been
Right.
with her favorite rapper and
Tenfold, even on a worse scale. So yeah.
So what we've learned is,
and, you know,
so what we've learned is both women are hypergamous. It's just one's just more hypergamous in a westernized way, and the other one's just more just more hypergamous in a second world country type way.
Right. So you're better off going to one of those far villages, hole in the ground, to find your queen.
But not only that, you go to other countries and the women are cooking for you, and they have no qualms preparing you a meal. Where here in this country, they're like, you got two hands, get it yourself.
Mm-hmm. I've heard it.
Yes, I agree. I
mean, there's cultural differences too that play into it. It's not just the looks.
And there's something that I want to know. Where do you know the guys from these native countries that these passport bros love going to? What is their view on this? Like, are they just cool?
Right, I was gonna say let's get Pablo in because he's a passport bro, so he can answer that question.
Oh shit!
Hey Pablo.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing? See you.
Yeah. So I always hear people that aren't really engaged in our lifestyle talking, and it makes me chuckle. How come none of us guys that are engaged in this lifestyle complaining about getting, bamboozled?
Finessed, yeah.
We're not.
Do you know why? Complaining.
Sir, no disrespect. I mean disrespectfully. Your avatar, you're clearly a man that's a seasoned individual. So you will know a thing or two. You'll be a mature individual. I don't think you're the type of individual that's been run out of Brazil, right?
No.
Well, there you go. So let's be real. There's two versions of men that are going out here. Men of your age and younger. And at the moment, this conversation's been running rampant simply because of the younger lot getting it wrong. That's one of the reasons why it's been all in the box 26.
That's a part of being young. That is a part of being young. You cannot expect a 23-year-old to move, travel, behave like a middle-aged man. He's not.
Well, there you go. So you're talking based on you being a seasoned individual, and we've got a lot of us talking about what the young ones are getting wrong. So theoretically, we can speak on it because we're seeing them fucking up. Excuse my
French.
But
why is it that the young ones are the ones branded as the passport bros, as the face?
That's what I'm saying.
Are they the ones branded as the typical?
Why is Austin Holloman the face of you guys? Talk.
I'm gonna tell you why. We did not. The quote unquote passport bros, the experienced travelers who are content creators on YouTube, did not choose Austin Holloman. Do you know who chose Austin Holloman? It was black women who opposed him, who on TikTok, who made him go viral, not us.
Thank you. And why do you think black women chose him?
Why do you think?
Because he messed up.
I keep it real with you, B.O., because he's a good-looking dude, and the most of you man ain't. That's the reason why they paid attention to a dude, because they're wondering why, and I mean that in the most heterosexual way. Most people are wondering, why is this good-looking young man feel the need to go to a country to get chicks when he could probably visually get chicks where he's from? That's why he's the one that's caught the most attention. And I remember, was it Sister George who said it? Yeah, she turned around and she said it on a panel one time before I didn't even know who the guy was. And she was saying, she said she was a black woman. She said it. She said most women are paying attention to him is because most passport bros don't look like him. And I was in the chat laughing my head off because what she's saying has. So listen, I'm as straight as they come. I ain't checking dude out. I'm not doing that. But let's be real somewhere. We can't just keep going. Oh, it's because he's 22. It's because, it's because he's young. Because there's 22 passport bros out there already. Go search them. Put in one passport bro's name. They all start coming up through the algorithm. Ain't nobody talking about them. And a lot of them have got higher, thousands of more followings. But ain't nobody talking about them. The conversation's always on this dude.
Yeah, but here's
and hold on, Pablo. You mentioned bamboozle. Be more specific. That's very vague. If you don't mind, Pablo, can you be more specific?
Well, I mean, it's I hear this. Oh, you gotta watch out for this. Oh, you gotta watch out for that. Oh, you gotta watch out for this. And I'm like,
But
well,
you just said you
wait a
never
minute,
hear of it, and it's right on YouTube. There's been actual videos showing. That's why I say for you, I'm not going to answer it for you. I need you to be more specific, please.
This is what I'm saying, is that why aren't the men who are the most engaged in this lifestyle? So that's what it is. It's not a group. It's not a movement. It's a lifestyle, like the early days of hip hop or skateboarding. It's a lifestyle. Okay. Why aren't the men engaged in this lifestyle complaining like you guys are? Oh, she got me for this. Oh, I got for this. Oh, no.
Wait,
Pablo,
hold on. Who's complaining like that?
Now check this out. I find it interesting. No, with all jokes aside, Pablo, I find it interesting. Go ahead. I'm over talking to you, and forgive me for that.
I'm not shit on what they've done over there.
If you
now notice this. I want you all to catch this. I get that, Pablo, and thanks for coming up on the panel and speaking on it, because I'm trying to basically break down the what is what and what is what. Mr. Know-It-All just mentioned the movement. You come in and say it's not this, it's not that, it's a lifestyle. That alone within itself shows that there's a lot of work to be done. Okay, and where I'm saying that, it's not to downplay. Look, hold on. It's not to downplay what you just said. It's basically saying that not all of us, not just the education part, because we can only go off of what you say and others say, and the proof is in the pudding. You just said it's a lifestyle. Mr. Know-It-All said it's a movement. Which one is it? Now, I'm not saying you got to fight over it, but it's that we're not all on the same page. Now, I mentioned to you and I asked you about being more specific, because there are videos when you said this and that. How come the ones that are really, really deep up in it? I'm like, wow. So you got to really be deep in it to be a traveler, a passport bro in the title. You've got men that have been poisoned. You've got men that have been drugged. You've got men that have had their property stolen. So that's why I say, I'm not going to answer it for you, but I guess I have to and say, hey, I'll do it for you. Be more specific. So for you to say, I don't see anything out there, when there's literally video out there showing men that travel and that have been not dogged, but they're being, whatever they're going there for. So that's why I say, with the whole discombobulation, and you ain't hearing this either, there's literally video showing, and they've escaped with their lives. So let's be honest, okay?
Okay, let me. You all over the place with that, but I'm gonna try to answer your question. All right, I'm gonna give you an example. It's the best thing I can do is give you a real life example. I have a friend. He is Latino. He is from El Paso, Texas. He is not Mexican, but his family is Mexican. But he was born in the U.S. He is what you would call, by definition, a passport bro. I met him in Medellin, Colombia, this past summer of 2022. We hung out for a while. We were staying in like the same building of Airbnb's apartments. And we both went our separate ways, but we kept in touch, right? He went back to Medellin like maybe a month or two after we left. He got robbed in Provenza and slashed across his face. 85 North. Guess what happened? By New Year's, this happened in September. By after Christmas, he was back in Medellin again, in spite of it.
Sounds like he's got a death wish.
Okay, so yeah. So let me ask you this, and I need you to help me, Papa. Hold on, before you continue, I need you to help me out with this. Once again, I'm gonna say this without being all over the place. I'm gonna be very specific. Okay, what makes him a passport bro? And is it because you gave him that title? He gave himself that title, or is it because he's going only back to that one place? The reason why I ask, because my definition of a passport bro, regardless of your race and your background, your culture, any of that, passport bros meaning there's no defying you. Not defying, that's not the word. There's no stopping you. There's nothing to stop you from going wherever you want to go. I get that, going back. And that's a good example. He went back to the same place, slash, cut, beat up, all that other stuff. I'm noticing, and I'm asking you, what defines a passport bro? Because that's what I'm seeing. And I threw this up before you came up. Wait, hold on. Before you came up on the panel, it's been from Colombia, Brazil, Thailand. That's the only places. It's very rare. And now this is me. Everybody can have their own opinion. To me, sir, Passport bros, meaning there's carte blanche. There's nothing stopping you. Sky's the limit. You can go wherever you want to go. That's my definition of a passport bro. And to you, sir, no, and to you, sir, what gave him that? Did Z call himself that? Or did you call him that? Or is that the name or the title that he's been given only because he's gone to one place? Can you answer that?
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna answer that. The reason I say the quote unquote passport bros is a lifestyle is because we don't quote unquote have a leader. We don't have an organization. We have men who have a number of varying different reasons for why they travel, right? Yes, some travel to meet a woman. Some travel to, enjoy culture and have different experiences, to experience fine dining, I mean, you name the reasons. There's a bunch of reasons. So you can't put a blanket hold on, well, they're going for this and going for that. It's a bunch of different reasons. So you're correct in that you can't pigeon it down and hold it and say, well, it's this or it's that. It's all of it.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you the definition of a passport, bro, and from a guy who's outside of it. So you're probably thinking, I don't have who's he got to have a permit to speak about
I
this?
understand what people think it is. I understand what people
I'll
think
tell
it
you,
is.
here's what I believe it is. A black man, because the title's based on black men. Let's keep it real. I know white guys have been doing it, but the term passport bros on black men getting about, right? So you've got black men who are traveling outside of these westernized countries and they're YouTubing their experience, whether it's on panels like this or doing videos. They're the passport bros. The black dude who's just traveling ain't really a passport bro because ain't nobody really know him. Because this is more of a, like you said, it's a lifestyle, but it's a clique, really. Let's be honest, it's a clique between you.
So what you're talking about is what you're talking about are content creators. We have black male travel groups. And I counted them. We got about 70,000 guys in various black male travel groups. So they don't have YouTube channels. All of them don't have a YouTube channel.
Of course, not all of them are, but the ones that do, they're the ones that are classed as the passport bros.
Yeah, very few of them have actual content creators, right? So the content creators, if you want to call them passport bros, sure you can. You can definitely call me one. I won't run from it. I'm 10 toes down on it. Okay, but it was originally, in my estimation, used to describe black men who were traveling outside of the United States in order to find wives, female companionship, and yes, sexual relations.
Listen, if you man are traveling and there's dudes out there that are not filming this experience on YouTube, you man have lost your fucking damn minds. Because why? What's the point of doing all of that, yeah, and not even getting paid from it like that? Like you guys that are on these things and exposing yourself, you man are smart. I know it's a bit dangerous, but flipping out, what the hell would be the point? Especially if you want to go find a wife. I understand there's exceptions to the rule, but I'm talking if you're a young lad and the majority of men are going out there to smash. Black men are going out there to smash. Let's not try and dance. Yeah. But if you ain't having some form of conversation.
I don't have a problem with that. They're adult men. They aren't breaking any laws in the countries that they frequent. I don't have a problem with it. I don't see what the problem is.
Yeah, there ain't really a problem, but it's just like, let's just keep it real what it is. If you ain't doing a YouTube space, you're not really a passport bro, because the passport bros are the people who are somewhat within this space, and you might not even all be cool with each other. But for example, I know a guy called Ace who's on YouTube. He's probably one of the biggest ones out of the lot of yous.
Ace is one of my favorites. He is by far one of my favorite black male travelers. Yes, he is.
He was the first one I came across, and then it led me on to the next ones, and I was just watching some of these things. That shit, I'll be real with you, that shit looks fun. You know what I mean? But
Antarctica, you see him in Antarctica, that is amazing.
Yeah, but at the same time, I couldn't do what he's doing. I don't like the cold like that. So
was he in Antarctica to get?
It's not for me.
Was he in Antarctica to get laid though?
Now let's give Ace the exception. No. One thing I'll give Ace his credit. The 80% of his channel ain't really on the trying to, concentrate on women. Check and Effect is trying to concentrate on women. Austin Holloman is trying to concentrate on women. Ace is actually, if you were trying to see an all the way authentic passport bro
You
who's
seen
just
Barbara?
jumping it out there.
Have you seen
Going
Iron
top.
Barbara?
No, I've only seen a few, but we're talking
Okay.
guy like
So
the reason why
let
I'm
me
using this
explain to you
is
the women thing. Let me explain to you the women thing as far as content creators go. Black male travel content creators, they use the women in the videos, one, to generate clicks and likes and to keep eyes on the screen. It is a
business,
content strategy. Because
smart business move.
guess what? When you have a pretty girl on the screen, people watch longer. Men and women watch longer. That's what that is.
No,
That's
that's
notice.
smart. I'm not hating on that. That's smart business. You know what I
If,
mean? But what I was trying to
if you notice, when usually they'll have a girl with them and they'll go around to different adventures, different restaurants, different places, and they'll have the girl with them. And they'll feature the girl with them engaging in various activities. Why? Because it keeps people's eyes on the video. It keeps them interested. That's just a fact. It's the reason they use women to sell products on commercials. So, I mean, you talk about it like it's a bad thing. It's just the way of the world, my dude.
I didn't say it was a bad thing in the slightest. I was just saying when it comes to people like Ace, yeah, Ace is probably the one example where I can say 90% of his content isn't based around women. My man will go to these locations where you don't see half of these other passport bros going and talking about.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Did you see Ace's early videos before he established a large following? Go check them. He got women all in it.
I'm not disputing that. He probably did do that. I'm just talking about
he did that to get his numbers up.
Huh? I'm not disputing. Doesn't matter.
So Pablo, what do you think of his earlier assertion that these passport bros are traveling because they're awkward with women and they lack the social skills to get women in the West, so they go to other countries?
I mean, some are, some aren't. That's the short answer. Some are, some aren't. Austin is very charismatic. I can name several other guys that are, very charismatic guys. And I don't know how attractive I am. I'm an older guy, but I do pretty good for my age. You can go by my channel and check me out and see me live and in the flesh. So, I mean, that's subjective. There's nothing I can say to confirm nor deny that because, like I said, you're dealing with so many thousands of men. I can't answer for everyone. This is the ridiculousness of some of these critiques. I understand you got to be general, but yeah, of course, there's going to be guys in there that aren't as attractive, aren't as charismatic, aren't as well spoken. Yeah. Okay.
So this is what I was trying to get at earlier. I said the passport bros was a movement, but I also said I'm not a passport bro. So I'm speaking from the outside looking in. The reason I would say I'm not a passport bro is because of the various connotations attached to it that I didn't choose for myself. But yes, I do travel. And when I travel, I engage with the women. So, I know that I don't only travel for the women, but the women are a part of it. Like if I see, before I travel somewhere, I'll Google it and I'm like, damn, these women look nice. That's a plus. That's
Mr. Know-it-all. Mr. Know-it-all. Do you spend 80% of yourself outside of the westernized countries?
No.
Okay, well then you're not a passport bro then.
Well, hold on.
A passport bro is somebody who makes content.
No. There's criteria that I've given my own personal. You don't have to agree with my criteria, but I'm just saying if you're traveling and let's be honest, the passport bros are the dudes on YouTube and talking in these conversations that people know of. If you're traveling and no one's heard of you, you're not going to be known as a passport bro, are you?
Well, my point is this:
the movement is based on
a passport bro. Is because I don't want people jumping to conclusions about me based on the label. Everyone has their own definition of what it is. Some of them I don't agree with.
Okay,
You're
can I
saying if I
speak
don't
to that?
spend 80% of my time out, I'm not a passport bro? That's fine. I don't have to be a passport bro.
Okay, can I speak to that? Because I see a lot of, well, I won't say a lot, but I see several black men who are avid travelers do the same thing. Oh, I'm not a passport bro. Let me tell you why that's a bad idea for black men in general. Because really, one of the reasons that Charles Tyler was really the father of what you would call the YouTube black male traveler that chronicled his travels online. Okay. So a part of the reason we do this is to push back against the people. It's usually, let's be honest, it's usually black women, right, who want to stoke fear in black men not to quote unquote leave, right? It's black women and the black men who, coddle up to them to, to curry favor. They use these separation and shaming tactics to try to shame and guilt black men into not sharing these experiences for fear that other men will see it and decide to do the same.
No, I agree. I agree with you there. I understand. I understand. Hold on. I
So
understand.
let me finish. So what you're doing when they launch these attacks against other black men that are usually unfounded and ridiculous, when they launch these attacks and you back away from your brothers, basically what you're saying is you can bully me, you can shame me, you can say wild things and I will back down. That is why I'll never back down from saying I'm a passport bro, no matter what they think of say about it. I know who I am. I don't move off my square.
No, well, I understand why.
No matter what happens to Austin Holloman in Brazil, a Pablo is gonna Pablo.
Bro, I get it. I understand. What I'm saying is, I agree with you in the sense where I get why the women are mad. Yeah, I understand that. Like, women don't like the fact that the guy that they're spoken down to can just get up and leave and go get with a woman twice as better looking than she is. That's not nice to a woman, because women's number one key feature is based on their looks. But I don't understand why men are shitting on these guys, because even after everything I've said, some will try and make out like I'm a hater. I don't really care about what these guys do. I don't dick police. I'm not gay. I don't go sleep with the chick and go over. If you got to go overseas to go get with some chick over there, I don't care. But I'm just basically stating what this situation.
Right?
No,
say that they're awkward and.
No, but a lot of these dudes let's be honest, a lot of these dudes, black men are going, they're not exactly the Pookie and Ray Rays, are they? Not exactly the hood dudes. They're not. Come on, these are
telling you,
they don't have to be no hood dudes.
They're every type of man.
I'm not saying that. I don't saying they have to be, but let's be real. The passport bros that are going over there, these black men, ain't the black dudes that you know from being those street American dudes, are they? A lot of these guys have got nerd tendencies, and there's nothing wrong with that, because I got nerd tendencies. But these are more level-headed, more calm, and more dudes that a lot of these women from the West, like you said, these belligerent women will probably think, oh, he's a lame, or the term that you've used in the past, educated lame. You know what I keep hearing from these space. These men are probably just more calm, reserved dudes, and they've said to themselves, you know what? I'm just not. The girls that I find attractive, they want the hood. They want the hood dude. Okay, sack this off. I'm gonna go over there to this country and get with a woman that'll tolerate me. And let's not really be disingenuous as well. There will be guys that are short, that are overweight, that are not good looking in that sense, and we'll go over there to just get an easier ride. Let's be real as well. There's both sides to it.
that may be true, but I think you're over attributing these characteristics to black men who travel. Every type of black man travels, from the fat, awkward to the muscular ladies' man. We all travel. And so that's the part I take issue with, is you're saying, well, yeah, but a lot of these men, sure, a lot of them are, but a lot of them aren't. There is no one type of personality trait or even a narrow set of personality traits that applies to passport bros. Listening to Pablo speak here, he seems eloquent and socially adept enough to to get a woman in the United States, yet he classifies himself as a passport bro.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, you said it. You articulated that very well, man. It's just that what I don't, and I've taken this up with some very prominent black male travelers. Well, I just had a Facebook DM conversation with one yesterday about this very thing, about him backing away from, I'm not a passport bro. I'm over here with this group. Okay, I get it. But by doing that, what you're saying is, oh, well, there's something wrong with those guys over there. They're wrong. They're the bad guys, and you're the good guy. Oh, not me. I'm one of the good ones.
It sounds like it's becoming an embarrassing term. That's what it sounds like.
I don't like that.
Like, listen, I've always been, if I'm something, I'm proud of that. For example, I'm straight, but I don't understand why, for example, gay people, if they're gay, they hide being gay. If you're gay, be proud of being gay. The same way if you're a passport bro.
That word.
You can't say that. No. YouTube on them sort of things there. All right, my bad. I apologize. Sorry, I didn't know that it's that sensitive. But like, if you're a passport bro, what it is, because of the conversation that's been going around, there's a stigma with it. Nah, like, there's nothing wrong if you like to travel and like to do them things. Like, I'm a fan of Ace. I'm a fan. Like, I like watching his stuff. I was sat there living vicariously through him for a little minute.
Hey, my man.
I thought, this is entertaining. I'm not prepared to do it myself. But...
Check this out, my man. Where are you from? You have an accent. Do you live in the U.S.?
And I'm in the UK.
Okay. Well, where's your family from?
Jamaican descent. So
okay, they're from the Caribbean, right?
Yeah.
Why did your family leave the Caribbean and go to the UK?
Was it the Windrush or the Commonwealth? I think either the Windrush or the Commonwealth. When after World War II, they needed workers to come to and rebuild the country. That's when my folks came down. You know what I mean? Okay. That sort of situation.
So, was it for opportunity for them to work and earn money, have a better life? Is that why they came?
To be honest, I've never actually asked this question. I just know when they came down, and it wasn't the Windrush. It was shortly after the Commonwealth. But I honestly I've never actually asked them that question. I'd be lying if I said what the reason was.
We have a lot of immigrants in the U.S. from various countries, from the African continent, from the Caribbean, from Central America, Mexico, South America, you name it, right?
Okay.
Why is it so difficult for people to understand? People leave to get what they're missing in the market from which they came. For example, if you live on the African continent, right, and you have an opportunity to come to the United States and get a better an education, to earn more money, to have a better quality of life and better opportunities than you had if you stayed in your country. And people by the hundreds of thousands do that, and millions really do that to this country every year. Why is it so difficult to think if they come for education, they come for financial reasons, they come for safety reasons, to avoid war and stuff like that?
Well, that doesn't help your argument, does it? Pablo, that doesn't help your argument, because the passport
listen to me. What? Not finished. Gosh.
Bro, I've just listened to what you've just said. The people from poverty-stricken scenarios go to better countries for better opportunities. But that doesn't help the passport. That doesn't help the passport rules, because they're leaving first world countries.
You gotta let me bring it home. Let me bring it home, okay? They're coming for something that is not readily available where they came from. For them, it just happened to be economic and educational, right? For us, it's social and cultural.
And economic.
It's the same. It's a missing or there's a deficit in what the men need. It may not be economic, but it's social and cultural that they're
I think that's your age group, bro. These younger cats, bro, they ain't going out there for that. They're going out there to smash. I think you were here earlier in the conversation when we were talking about this.
Smash is social, sir. It is social. It is
then it's just garbage then.
Sir, it's a biological drive, and it is very important. Without it, there are no more people on the planet, sir.
Oh, well, so in other words, it's not really a social, cultural thing. You're just trying to go out there to get you woolly wet. That's what you're doing.
What happens when people stop having sex? There are no more people.
Bro, people are not going to stop having sex in the flipping US, bro.
Exactly. It is a biological drive by science. This has been studied by psychologists. I did a whole show on this.
Bro, we don't need to go to flipping second world countries to keep the population of black men going, bro. What are you talking about? Black men ain't struggling that much. Come on.
Hey, listen, man. There are some guys who aren't winning here for various reasons. They aren't getting those opportunities. Yes. That's not a laughing matter. That's not something to shame men for, because they aren't.
But Pablo, don't downplay the economic influences as well, right? People are tired of living in countries where they live paycheck to paycheck. Some people are looking overseas because they know they can buy a house or buy land and build a house for a fraction of the price it costs to buy a house here. That's also a reason some of these people try.
Absolutely. Absolutely, but I also push back against the people that say, "Oh, they're just going to smash." Smashing is important too. It is good for your physical and emotional health. It's good for your blood pressure. It's good for your immune system. All of that. So stop saying, "Oh, it's nothing." Oh, y'all just going for that. That's important.
You said you were going for the social side. All I'm saying is that a lot of you. I said. A lot of these men are going over there to smash. You said that's part of the social side. I'm saying, well, you can do that in the flipping.
Sir, if you don't see, wait a minute, if you don't see how human touch, physical touch of another human being is important to your socialization, I can't help you, sir.
So are you telling me, yeah, let's use you. Weren't you touching gal where you from? Where you originally from?
Sure.
Then why the hell did you need to? So then why did you need that then?
Not as often as I would like to.
Okay. You just basically summed up what I said then earlier.
Stop minimizing it, though. Stop minimizing like it ain't nothing. Maybe it ain't nothing for you, but for some people, it is something. It is a big deal.
There's nothing wrong with.
Could you imagine going without human touch for years?
Bro? Okay, let's because we're getting heated.
This happens, sir. It happens.
Tom Hanks went through it in Castaway. I'm just joking.
Let's be real. Who are the men? Let's be real. Who are the men that are going without touch? Let's keep it real. The dudes that are because we're going off what women superficially like.
This is not.
Hold on. No. You didn't want me to help you. Hold on. Let's be honest. Let's come with some of the examples which women ignore, right? The short dudes, the overweight dudes, the dudes who are balding, not got full heads of hair, all the typical shit that a lot of women wouldn't pay attention to, yeah? So basically, you're proving my point. A lot of those men ain't really getting that touch, are they? Because if you're tall, if you're muscles, let's go with some of the black men, which women let's go with the 90s, which like Denzel Washington or an Idris Elba or a Morris Chestnut, or let's go if you look like that, let's be real, you ain't struggling in the West, you're not. Let's not front like those type of guys need to go overseas to get girls, right? So let's be real. Most of the not I can't even say most because it's wrong for me to say most, but there's a big chunk of these dudes who don't visually look appealing to a lot of women in these westernized countries. So they're going over to these places, like you said, to get that touch. It's not me hating. Let's just keep it real.
You're right. Yes.
It sounds to me like you're saying these men should be satisfied with being the least desired man and should just accept it. Because it seems that's what the women are saying. Like, oh well, you know,
he's not saying
Mr. Know-it-all. Mr. Know-it-all, you were here before Pablo got here. What did I turn around and say? I said, go where you celebrated, not tolerated. I'm clapping for these guys.
You go with them to tell where they're celebrated, but then at the same time, you ridicule them as if
I'm not ridiculing. I'm just stating the obvious. Yeah. Don't get upset with me just stating it blatantly what I can see what's in front of me. Just because I'm stating what's so obvious in front, you can't say I'm shitting on it because it doesn't sound nice to the people that are going through it.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. I have a friend. He's a passport bro. Okay, when he met his wife in Dominican Republic, she was from like up in the mountains in a small town in between the border of Haiti and Santiago, which is the capital. Well, it used to be the capital of Dominican Republic, right? She's from up in her dad runs a farm. When he met her, he was overweight. He was a truck driver. He probably weighed close to 300 pounds. I wouldn't say he was an ugly guy, but he was not an attractive man to most women here in the U.S., financially or otherwise. Now he has a wife and a 6-year-old son.
I bet his wife's better looking than half the women that ignored him.
Yes.
There you go.
So, yes. Yes.
I mean, it sounds like you're writing a commercial for why to be a passport bro.
He did not deserve to have a sex. He was divorced. He actually had a wife. He's a nice guy. He had a wife before who divorced him and left. He didn't deserve to live a life of loneliness and sexless. No, he don't deserve that. That man works hard every day. During the pandemic, he's the man that bought you your food so you could eat.
No man deserves that. But we got to go off. Let's be real. Women control who gets the goods, right? Let's be honest. And the ignorance of listen, I'm a 6'2" black man. Yeah, the gym's my second home. I'm not even no oil painting in the face, but I do okay because I have all the basic aesthetics to what women like. So I was just lucky in the gene pool. So that's the only reason why I do right. I'm not even trying to front. Yeah, I understand there's guys out there who are 5'4" and there's literally nothing that they can do about that. So I'd never shit on them. I'm just saying I understand why there's a lot of these guys, not just necessarily 5'4", because there'll be 6'2" guys going out there as well. But a lot of the men that are going out there, let's be real, they're going because they've not had a successful time with women in the West. Let's not front like, oh yeah, they're getting girls, but they just don't like the attitude. No, they're going over there because they know there's a chance for them to get a woman that they could only have dreamed of getting in the West. And the reason why Austin Holloman, I don't like bringing the guy because I sound like everyone else, can't get the flipping dude's name out of their own flipping mouth. The only reason why people are talking about him is because he doesn't look like the stereotypical type that would need to go overseas. That's the only reason why they're talking about him. I would have thought they would be talking about someone like you, Pablo, or someone like Ace or Checo, the guys that have been doing it for a minute, but they're talking about him. And like he said,
that's the only reason, though. That's part of the reason. But the other reason is because he messed up. And they're trying to say, if even this guy, this good-looking guy can't make it work, all you ugly dudes got no hope. That's why they're going. It's mostly because he messed up and got chased out of Brazil. If he was thriving and surviving and living a dream life, they wouldn't be talking about him like this.
What's up, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
Hey, what's up?
Hello, who's that? That is...
My name is Rondell. This is Black Swan. What's up, man? I've been listening to you guys, and one thing I want to say is that it's very, very healthy to support the young men to explore the world in general, to see things outside of the plantation, to see things out of this matrix. Austin he's a young man. I think he's like 23 or 24. So it's a lot of things that he doesn't know. And I do recommend the young men to connect with the veterans. My first time in Brazil was in 2016. It was one of the most amazing experiences of my life, and I've been all around the world. I was in the Navy, so I've been international since I've been 18, and I know that it is the single most substantial thing that I've ever done in my life. So I've always advocated for young men to travel abroad. Now, when you travel abroad, you get to experience different things, business relationships, business opportunities. And also you get to experience different relationships with different types of women. And women are beautiful all over the world, even here in the United States. But what is different beyond the United States is how the women are raised, the programming, how they treat you, how they talk to you, the words they say to you will make you feel. In Brazil, it's called saudade, right? When you leave, she made you feel so good just by how she spoke to you. When she meets you, she looks into your eyes and she may say, "I'm going to be the best that you have ever met." You know what I'm saying? They talk to you in a way that builds you up, and that's what men are attracted to. And so this is why do you think that a man will go 5,000 miles away when he can go up the street to a grocery store and find a woman? It's something that's deeper than just how they look. It's something deeper than sex. If you look how Austin has been looking over the last couple videos, he's happy, right? He's enjoying himself. What better could he be doing here in the United States? What he's going to be doing? Working at Walmart? What he's going to be doing? Think about what a 23-year-old, most 23-year-olds are doing in the United States compared to what he's doing. So we have to be careful because we are ambassadors. If we got other brothers bashing each other, you doing the same thing. We're doing the same thing as the females are doing. All they do, they're comparing brothers who are using their passports to travel overseas to pedophiles, rapists, slave masters.
Yo, code words.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, the R word.
But I'm sorry about that. But you guys know that I hear it I see it on my timelines. That's why that's why I'm speaking up right now. We need men who have actually traveled abroad multiple times and had multiple experience to start coming out and dispelling this propaganda against black men, not just black men, against men who are exploring their options. What's wrong with another man going abroad dating, even if he is just trying to just get some? What's wrong with that? It's his money. It's his life.
Absolutely nothing. There's no issue to it. I think what's happening is because of the way I'm explaining it, it might be perceived to maybe somebody who's a surface level thinker out there, no disrespect, who might think I'm actually criticizing these guys. All I'm doing is stating the obvious. Yeah. I'm not. You may not like the obvious. You may not like it because I'm not
saying that men who are short and out of shape and they can't get a woman here are traveling abroad, and that's not who I'm seeing abroad. I'm seeing, number one, all kinds of men. When you go to Brazil, you see men from all over the world.
Bro, every human being, if they can, travels, bro. We know that.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is it becomes a problem when African Americans are doing it.
Wait, this is not my argument. I've never said it was a problem.
No, I know,
you're bringing an argument to me.
But you're painting a picture that the men who are traveling are only doing it for sex, and that they're weak and they're unable to get a woman here in the United States. And that's not true.
It just applies some basic fundamental sense to it, though, sir. If you are getting females, on a normal casual basis, like the tall dudes, like what would be perceived as the good-looking dudes, the muscular dudes, the athletes or whatever, or just people in general, you would not feel the need, regardless of the woman's attitude, to go overseas and go stay.
I don't think so.
My brother, I've done well with women wherever I go in my life, and I'm not. That's God's honest truth. But I'm telling you, I've been to France. Women are beautiful and very welcoming. France. I've been to Africa. Wherever you go, African American men specifically, I'm talking because that's who I am. We are welcome in most places. I just got back from Egypt. So the point I'm trying to say is that yes,
bro, Bro, I'm a black adult myself who's 6'2". Go try being black and 6'2" and go to Spain. It's like heaven. I know. I
All right,
know
so
there's men out there
what I'm
that are doing
saying
this.
is that the men are not just leaving because they can't get a woman in the States. It's simply because it's better quality experience. You get a better, and that's just not black people. It's men in general.
Okay. Can we just agree that there's both situations then? Because
Absolutely.
that's the most
Absolutely.
fairest way you can do it.
Yes.
Absolutely. There's men that travel abroad specifically to simply have sex with women, but you can't say that that's you can't paint like the passport bro. That's what they're doing. You see what I'm saying? We going to have other experiences, and we end up gravitating to the places that we like the most, that we feel the most welcome. You know, you see what I'm saying? But we can't bash ourselves. Because we have we have the adversary doing that for us. I promise you, it irritates me when I'm going down, scrolling down my feed, and I'm seeing all these people bashing these young guys. Do you know? You remember Charles Tyler a few years ago? He with the black man's options, and the brothers that was this stuff is not new. Brothers has been doing this, and I give them credit because whenever we travel, the people treat us good and they speak highly of us because of these guys, the guys that went before us. And some of them was all about sex, right? And sometimes they grow out of that. You see what I'm saying? And they become about family. I know a brother down in Brazil, you know, he started out throwing parties and then he ended up married with a family. You see what I'm saying? So we can't paint the picture that brothers are just leaving because they can't get a woman here. We just saying, look, bro, it's dangerous. It's absolutely dangerous to date in the United States, man. You have a child, now you're in the court system, and now you're actually literally working for that woman. And sometimes I'm a stepfather, I'm a godfather, actually, unfortunately. I raise daughters that's 20, 23 right now. And it's a lot of bad talk about men. Every man that I got two sons. I took them to Egypt. They passport bros now, right? One is 12 and one is 16. And I'm doing the same thing for them. I'm trying to get that spirit in them so that they don't live in these boundaries, man.
It sounds to me, bro, you're just a generic traveler. Because this passport, bro, has a specific connotation to it. It does. It's
just a new generation, brother. There is some things that the passport brothers need to connect with brothers who have been traveling for a while. Because when you travel, you got to move a certain way. You can't, in Brazil, you weren't even supposed to have cameras out like that. That's why they snatch cameras and snatch phones down in there, because people, you don't know if you videotaping and you don't know who's behind you walking and what their situation is. So for years, it was one of those things that it wasn't a camera. It's not a camera friendly city, but now with social media, when brothers going down there, they videotaping, they showing things they should be putting on Patreon and charging dudes exclusive, you know, giving this content to guys who supporting them exclusively. So
that you're explaining parts of the passport bros, like I said before, the guys that are on YouTube, the black dudes that are just traveling ain't classed as passport bros, even though you're pretty much doing the same thing. You guys are probably doing a lot more culture, a lot more tourism. But these dudes we're talking about, let's you know what I mean? It sounds like, oh, because I'm an outsider talking about it. Who are you to talk about it? But let's be real. The guys that have made this recent thing with the title Passport Bros are the dudes that a lot of them, and there's dudes from the UK as well, but a lot of them is dudes from the US who are going to these countries and doing,
bro,
like,
have you ever
hold on.
Have you ever been to Brazil?
No, I haven't. But like I was saying, what Pablo was saying before,
if you go to Brazil,
hold on, bro.
You're gonna be a passport bro.
Let me finish my sentence. The dudes who will be trying to put captions with really attractive women to get you looking at them, those is what the passport conversation has come from. Let's be real. That's where it's come from. Those guys. It wouldn't be spoken about or been a thing if that wasn't happening.
Well, I think it's clickbait. You see what I'm saying? If they post those type of videos to get people to watch them so that they can create revenue.
And that's not why I said it. I'm saying if it wasn't for black men doing that and doing the whole YouTube and creating this title for this specific sector, what you're doing, you'd be just a general traveler like the white guys. It'd be no different. Passport bros is a term for this recent situation. It ain't a term for guys that were just traveling in general. There's so many people that travel.
Let me ask you a question. There is a white male content creator who did the exact same thing that Austin Hollerman did. And matter of fact, there's another one who has a channel with sex and tourism in the name of his channel.
No one gives a shit.
Eggs in tourism, bro.
No one cares. Do you want to know why no one cares? Because they're white. No one cares.
But white people are not bashing them.
I bet you, and no one outside Pablo and yourself, ain't nobody know who those guys are. Ain't nobody know.
Yes, see, you're trying to guess where I'm going, but that's let me finish. You're trying to guess where I'm going. The reason, quote unquote, no one cares is because white women did not mount a campaign against him.
Exactly. And I'm,
bro, come on, bro.
Brother,
Pablo, I can explain one thing white women did. And this is in Sweden when they were trying to bring in Thai brides. They went to legislation and put a stop to getting Thai women in Sweden. That's what white women did.
They attempted to do it, but it didn't pass. But yeah, they did.
That's why I believe that we need to do exclusive content. Certain content, nightlife content, should be like on Patreon, and then just show like beach content and maybe whatever you want to do, interviews and stuff.
Wait. My point. Wait a minute. Why should we be cowering in fear for doing something that is perfectly legal?
I agree, Pablo. You keep doing what you're doing, but let's be real with you. Passport Bros is a title for black men. It's not just a title that's exclusive. Let's be real. No, let's be real. It's when you think of Passport Bros, you think of black men. You don't think of Chinese guys. You don't think of flipping Mexicans or Puerto Ricans. You're thinking of black men.
I'm thinking of Austin. I think of Austin, bro. I'm thinking Austin and his followers, man. That's the only black. Most dudes don't associate with the Passport Bros like that. It's the internet that's making it seem that way. Most of the veterans want that to go away because it's blowing up all the spots.
I don't agree with that.
Even well, yes, it is because Austin got kicked out of Brazil. Austin got kicked out of Brazil. If it wasn't because of that brand, he wouldn't have got kicked out, bro.
They rode his wave and then they washed their hands off of him. That's what they did. They rode his wave and then they go, "I'm not a passport, bro." And
it was an Afro-Brazilian who teamed up and got him out of that.
Right, but I can name one traveling.
And I'm getting flack for talking about.
I'm not a passport, bro. Yet he was still a lick in Colombia. That fucking cornball. But anyways, he went ahead and did a little video on Austin. He didn't really say too much. He's trying to play both sides of the fence as he is one of those slow tep son husband, traveling simp enforcer. But he still was a lick, and that right there is always going to be following him as a jacket. And I'll name him. It's Hobias the Panderer. Yeah, I'm not going to give him by his real name. And another thing. Grey Pill was out of pocket for promoting the Pusso Man. I'm gonna say this. Just all you got to do is just Google Damon Romy Lavelle. Just Google that guy, and you're gonna know exactly the type of person he is.
Hey, Dre, remember I asked you if you went to Brazil, man. The reason why I asked you that is because in order to fully understand the experience, the only way you can do it is by visiting yourself. When you go yourself, I promise you, you're going to be like, I get it now, man. It's not because you can go anywhere, but there's certain places that are luring men for a specific reason. And it's not something that's just happening in this passport, bro. This stuff has been going on for a while. It's just been low key because really you're supposed to move low key in Brazil, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't even really let people know where you stay like that because it's a beautiful place, but you got to be smart out there. You will get robbed. You see what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make is that why would somebody take these risks to go 5,000 miles south of the border, where we know it's favelas and we hear all the rumors and stuff, which I don't believe is true. I don't subscribe. Those people are some of the most kind and welcoming people. But there's still a way. You got to move. You'll be safe. But there's a reason. And I'm telling you, my brother, I'm encouraging you to put it on your list to do, and you'll get it. It's not just about. It's some of those women. Them women so beautiful, bro. You'll just stop and be like, you gotta say something to her. You be like, damn, baby, you so man. You gotta say something to her, but just to let her know, like, bro, this is not normal. And I'm just saying that is a reason why brothers are saying these things. They're going abroad for a reason, brother, and we should applaud that.
Well, brother, what I will say is, I understand you're using Brazil as an example, but there's other countries that match Brazil in the same second world sense.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm telling you, brother. I've been all through the middle. I've been a lot of places. I'm 44 years old.
I might not have been to Brazil, but I've been to a few places. I've been Poland. I've been Russia. You try to be a black man in the flipping Poland. You're like gold dust. You're a needle in a haystack. The women want to sleep with you. The men want to kill you. It's a different setup when you go to these places. The only thing that's different is the financial setup. Somebody said it before. Your money doesn't stretch as much. Yeah, because Europe isn't like South America and stuff like that.
I gave a Brazilian woman $100 before. You know what she did with that? She went to the grocery store and bought a bunch of groceries, came back and made me like barbecue with like all these different types of side dishes, all these different things, man. It was the best. It's different. A lot of dudes are saying that like you cake in it. Nah, man. It's
Black Swan.
You act like a man.
Black Swan. My ex-girlfriend was from Ecuador. Okay, she'd come and visit me. I know what you're talking about with the cooking and the culture and stuff like that. See, I'm not so far distant from what you're talking about,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but one thing I will say is that I ain't one of these passport bros, and that's not to shit on them.
I'm not a passport bro either, man. I'm not a passport bro either, but
I'm just a generic traveler. And I respect that. But what I'm saying
I just encourage. The only thing I agree with you on the sense is that we have to know how to present ourselves. We don't. In my opinion, another man can present himself how you want.
But I've had a woman from pretty much South America. I know what you're talking about. I didn't go over there together, but I still got her. But so I know what you're talking about. I'm not just speaking for the sake of speaking. I understand that idea of traveling and going places. I get it. Yeah. All I was just saying is we can't ignore the fact that there's men that are going out there to find love. There's men that have been successful and found love, but there's also men that are just out there trying to get the willy wet.
I think the exception we're taking is that you are trying to make it seem as if the socially inept man is the majority of black male travelers.
No, that's how you want to perceive it, but I understand if that's how it's coming across. I apologize. That's not what I'm trying to do, but I get it. Maybe my tone and my delivery makes it come across like that, but it's not. Listen. I understand what it's like. Listen, I've never been a short man, but I can tell, what it's like for short people where we're from in these westernized countries. It's horrible for them, man. You should listen to some of the things that women say about them. If you've got to go somewhere where that can be completely overridden, just something as simple as that. That's just one example out of 1,000 insecurities men have. Being short, being overweight, being bald, all the things that women will you've not got a full head of hair, or you've got your hairlines receding, all of the stuff that women throw at men, which will just kind of like just default ignore them.
The thing about that, though, my brother, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. The thing is that it's not about like women in general, right? A million women. No, hold on. Just hear me out with this. Right? Like, let's say you go somewhere, right, and you go to a restaurant. It's just about who's in that environment. So what I'm saying is you never know, if I'm not 5'5", but what I'm saying is I would still go be at my best. You know what I'm saying? Go where I want to go. And there's going to be a woman out there that's going to feel your vibe, man. It's going to be some woman. And all these women, look at these women on the internet, right? Half of these women on the internet doing most of this talking you wouldn't even date in the first place.
I would love to say the passport bros are going to these countries to go and ride elephants and feed monkeys and go to these temples and look at the scripture on the wall and go look at a bunch of pyramids and temples. But we all know that ain't what it is.
No, you do that when you go somewhere. Time out. When you go somewhere and you meet a woman, hold on. When you go somewhere and you meet a woman, what are you gonna do with her? Zip lining, go see the Redeemer, right? Go to Sugarloaf, go to dinner. She's gonna take you to the club.
Word, bro. Listen to what you just said. A woman.
That's what I'm saying.
You know,
she's the cherry on the top.
She the cake, nigga. She the cake.
What I'm saying, whatever it is, what I'm saying is, if you go somewhere and you meet a very pleasant woman, man, come on, bro. That's she gonna make it the best trip ever. But if you can go to the most beautiful place in the world, you just you walking up and down the strip by yourself. Come on, man.
She's the reason why you going. She the cake.
Even if she is the cake. But even
what's your favorite cake, nigga? What's your favorite cake? Because you know that's what you're going there for.
It's got.
Now maybe not you, because you're a traveler. I honestly
I travel for many reasons, but when I go to certain destinations, I go to Egypt to be a scholar, but I go to Rio to redeem myself. Like the shaman used to go into the mountains, right? You go up in the mountains and you gotta go somewhere and unwind. You see what I'm saying? You go below the earth, the equator, right? The what they call it? It's typhoons down there. The energy is counterclockwise.
So you're just like that. You're just like the Ace kid. Like Ace is. I always use Ace as an example. Who a guy that's not just out there. He does majority of the. Like I know Pablo said before, when he started off, he was doing it to get the algorithm. But now you see that dude. Like he still does the whole situation with women and stuff, but it's more. You can tell that like if all passport bros were doing what he did, you could turn around and go, okay, so it's not really just about the chicks. It's
if you're a man, it's about the chicks sometimes, bro. You know what I'm saying? Even you go to Belize. Belize is another place I like to put on it because it's African American country in the heart of the Caribbean, the most prime real estate on the planet. And the women there are very feminine and they're very modest and they cook. You know what I'm saying? They sisters. And so the point is that there's a variety of options and the land is cheap. You see what I'm saying? And so once you get to a place and if you're a young man, you're gonna definitely be about the females unless something's wrong with you. And then you know what I'm saying? And then like you said, you there. Now you get to see the scenery. You're gonna see the temples. You're gonna see, you know what I mean? You're gonna. It's gonna be an experience for you. You're gonna come back and then trying to do it again, bro. You're not gonna be thugging. You're not gonna be in the streets. You're not gonna be even in the clubs no more. You're gonna be out there grinding, trying to figure a way to stack your money so that you can get to the next venture. Life is gonna be great for that man. You see what I'm saying?
So could I say something real quick? Check this out. You gotta give men room to evolve, right? It might start out with somebody with a bunch of girls and pictures and stuff like that, especially when you're talking about content creators, right? Because they want to get eyes on it. And as they go along, you'll see less and less of that because they've developed a following. They're moving around more because now they can afford it to be in more than one country. And they don't have to do that just to get eyes on them. Now they keep their personal private life behind the camera, right? And you're going to see that. I've seen it with Checks in Effect. I've seen it with Barber World TV. I've seen it with Ace Live. I Am Marwa. All of those guys were heavy on the chicks in the beginning.
Yeah, the girls don't like you putting them on blast like that. I'm gonna tell you that too. Especially that's if you listen to what Austin said. The females in Brazil, man, they will flip on you real quick, and that's another misconception about women south of the border. They're not pushovers. They're not like weak. They're very smart. They're very they can flip too. They can be manipulative too. They're very very clever, resourceful. So there's a lot of misconceptions that certain lane. You're not gonna just go down nowhere. I've never been aware where you're gonna just control a woman and just she can go. I think they have special police departments just for women that she can just go report you. So the point I'm trying to make is a lot of misinformation going on out there, and that's why I encourage brothers of all kinds to just, you know what I'm saying, make those moves and go see it for yourself.
What about the xenophobia of all these American women? The shocking thing to me is all of the stuff they're saying about women that never did anything to them.
What do you mean?
Listen. If we're gonna talk about
Well,
Filipino women,
like I was saying, they're trying to poison the well. They're trying to, not only are they trying to make us seem unattractive to them, but they're trying to make them seem unattractive to us.
black women as a whole on this particular subject, they're never going to be in the right with this, because the men, a lot of these men, they ignored. Let's be honest, and they ignoring like you could be a lame if you're good looking. A black woman is still going want a date. They're ignoring a lot of the dudes that ain't really appealing. So these black women now moaning about guys that they weren't attracted to anyway leaving. You can just, they'll never, black women will never be right in this particular situation. And
Absolutely
I'm not a
not.
black woman hater or anything like that, but they'll never win in this because they're moaning simply because, yeah, you can, you've got a, if she acts up, you can just leave. There's no control. Black women want first right of refusal.
Well, what it is
that
they're in competition with us. So what it is the difference between what we can do, and they can't just do that. There are some women who can travel solo by themselves, you know, internationally by themselves, but a lot of women they can't just do that, man. It's not safe. So they either got to travel in packs, which takes a lot of effort. And you see what's been going on down in Mexico. They have a different disposition. Females really don't get along with each other in groups like that for long periods of time. There's a lot of emotions. There's a lot going on. So what they see in us as men doing, they can't duplicate. It's impossible. It's not even, you know what I'm saying? It's impossible.
Not just that, but they can't do it for romantic reasons either because they're hypergamous.
Exactly.
They're already in the top 1% of earners. So if they want to date up, they have to stay where the top 1% of earners are, and that's here in America. While they know that we could be in the 50th percentile of earners in America and still travel the globe like a 1%er.
And
that's
when you
what
look,
I tell you what, you don't know who does it though. Middle-aged white women. Them women will go all to flipping
for sex,
what you
though,
call
not
it?
relationships.
Ghana and all of them situations there, and them middle-aged woman will go find one of them that find Ubuntu with a flipping 10-incher, and they'll go down there rock with. But you know, black women ain't trying to go get with Ubuntu.
No, they're going to Europe.
She's got Ray right next to her. You know
they go to Europe, and European men are not on it like that. You know what I'm saying? They're not really on African Americans because you can't. What we're saying about our women, we love our women. I have sisters, I have daughters. My daughters grew up very beautifully. They're married with their families now. But the point I'm trying to say is that aggressive nature that they don't understand. They haven't really studied femininity. So, like, if you notice that they'll bash the reasons why we're leaving. They'll bash the women rather than study the women and study the competition and saying why are men being drawn to these. You see what I'm saying? So they'll say, well, we're just going because they're young and they're submissive and they'll do whatever we want. But that's not true. You see what I'm saying? If you watch the last Austin video, I think he was in a supermarket and the lady asked her, his woman asked him, what he wanted to eat. And he said, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Pick something. And she started picking the food. So it's not about us controlling the woman. We're actually the most lenient men. We're the most liberal men that, on the earth. So the point is that they can't find a match just like that anywhere. They can't just go to Brazil. They can't just go to Colombia. It's too dangerous. They don't really go in large numbers to Africa. They go to Cabo. They go to tourist destinations, and they're not hooking up with suitable partners. You see what I'm saying? So the only thing they can do is just bash us, bash men who are able to do that.
Correct. And to piggyback on what you said about
women traveling overseas and past. Think about that Shaquilla Robinson situation. You know, they beat her up and left her for dead. So,
man, it's been it's all I've been seeing is women blowing up at the airport, you know what I mean, cussing out the people at the gate agents. They're exposing themselves.
and you know what? I was looking at a story about a few days ago about some woman who snapped on one of the Spirit airline managers. I don't know what state it was in, but you know, I work for the airport. So of course I was shocked when I heard about that. I don't think it was here in my state, hopefully, but I was shocked when I heard about that. Some lady got into an argument with one of the Spirit managers or workers or whatever. It's ridiculous.
One of the worst things that we do is say that they act masculine. The behavior is not masculine. If you really look at it, do you see men acting like this? You know what I mean? This it's just out of control. And when we say it's masculine, that means we saying that they're acting like us, and that's not masculine. Masculinity is being in control, right? It's.
I mean, I've seen more brawls take place between men than I have women, so I don't know.
But are they acting masculine though? You see what I'm saying? Or will we say they kind of acting a little bit of feminine or in their feelings?
I don't know. I can't tell the difference anymore. When I see men fussing and cussing and women cussing and fussing, I barely see much of a difference aside from the fact that we punch and kick and bite. They just scratch and claw. That's the only difference I see.
Yeah, when a man get you know, when you feel some pain, right? If you bump something happens to you that's painful and you hold your tongue, we say the man's man up. You know what I'm saying? If you lashing out and you acting all wild, what we saying, man? You need to man up and hold. You know what I'm saying? You acting out of character. That's not manly to be acting all wild and stuff, man.
Yeah.
One thing about myself, I'm super impartial on this matter. So I'm never gonna just sit here and just like disparage and like shit on black women. But what I will say is we can't have our culture, which is, let's be honest, a lot of black people, we celebrate dysfunction. We do. And there's, as much as what you two guys are saying what you're saying, there'll be somewhere in your life that you've celebrated or still in some areas celebrate black dysfunction. So for example, we've got shows like the Zeus Network, right? Which all I see is just black women and gay black men. Oh, sorry, I can't say that. Black women and black men who swing that way fight. So I'm not saying every black woman watches that network, but when you've got stuff like that which parades black people fighting, then you have black people fighting naturally in their own lives. I'm sorry, I'm not. You know what proves that? Hold on. What I'm saying is I'm not shocked when you've got black women fighting at the airlines. Like, why on earth would you want to fight in a place where once you fight once, you are banned? Like, you're banned from there. So if they want to go a holiday somewhere else, they're going to have to probably travel 3 hours somewhere or to the next airport just so they can fly out. So
it's the mentality that's in relationships is starting to spill out into society, right? Where it's no accountability. It's who cares?
You can't have it. I'm saying we can't have it both ways. We can't have a culture where we celebrate this stuff. And me as a young man, I celebrated it. I don't now because I'm older. But let's be honest, you've got people that are in the 30s, 40s still doing this stuff. I just seen a video on Twitter. Yeah. Today, some woman, and they called it Al Sharpton. There was a woman in a store. It was on a security camera. She grabbed the old woman, slammed her on the floor. And then when the woman was basically unconscious on the floor, she picked her up like by the cuff of her back of her pants and her shirt, and she dipped her head in the toilet. I mean, not in the toilet, dipped her head in the bin and left her there. And then her friend, the black woman's friend, was laughing on the camera as they walked out. I mean, if I can find it, I'll probably put the link in the thingy. Like, this is... And
you know what? When you start
traveling,
though, when you travel, you don't even pay attention to that stuff no more, man. That's what I'm saying. That's why I believe that is.
But not everybody travels, sir. And we're in a society where we, as black people, because let's be honest, if you're black, you're in the same pot whether you want to be or not. You can travel all you want.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. We are not, or just like you.
You're a black man wherever you go, brother.
No, we're not. When you go abroad, look, bro. I'm black. Come on, man. I'm black, so I'm all about the black stuff, man. I write books, I do documentaries. I'm all about blackness. But when we go abroad, we are American, brother. The Africans will tell. I stayed in Africa. I was in Zanzibar just a couple years ago, man. We are different. The Africans are different on the continent. So if you go to Africa, there's like 50 plus, I don't know, there's hundreds of different cultures within the
Oh, bro,
continent of Africa.
I think you're misconstruing what I said.
No. What I'm saying is we're not all the same, even though that's
no.
the narrative
You're definitely misconstrued what I was saying. When I said you're a black man everywhere you go, I'm not saying as if to say, oh, you're a black man, so people are looking at you going, ooh. I just mean you are dark skin. So it doesn't matter, even if you go to somewhere else in a different country and they treat you better than the location where you're originally from, you're still a black man. What other people do will have a stigma.
People treat us different based off how we present ourselves, man. You know, some dudes. I've been asked a question. I'll say, my man, a dude came up to me one day. He was like, "You gangster? You gangster?" This was when I was in Rio. And I was like, "Nah, bro, I'm a hustler just like you, man." Now, if I was to present myself like I was a gangster, I'm sure he's gonna show me some real gangster shit. You know what I'm saying?
Why did he originally say that? Why?
Because
you're a black man.
The stereotype.
Exactly.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, I mean, he ended up being a real. What I'm trying to tell you is that people will treat you based off of how you present yourself, man. They may initially see something and have a stereotype because that's all they know. But as soon as you open your mouth, even in Africa, they will stereotype you as an African. They'll think you're an Africa if you go to Africa. But then as soon as you open your mouth and speak English, you are no longer an African. You are American or an Englishman, whatever you want to call it. You see what I'm saying? When people get more information about who we are, like an African, we might say this is a person that there's no African, right? A man come over here, he's from Ghana, or he's from Kenya, or he's Egyptian, or he's from Senegal. You see what I'm saying? Once you get a little bit more information about that human being, you see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? People treat you based off of how you present yourself. And you know what I'm saying? That's very important to acknowledge, bro. We are not all the same. You know what I mean? A lot of us, even in the Americas, in the North, there was about 600 million slaves brought up in here. The rest of us were Native Americans. You see what I'm saying? In the South, there was millions of slaves being brought over. So the point is that there is a difference in who we are. It's just that we don't know the difference a lot of times. We don't establish what those differences are. You see what I'm saying? But I feel what you're saying. People see us as black, but when you look in the mirror, do you actually see that? Or is that a simulated reality that we accept? You see what I'm saying? That's the reason why I'm a big proponent of traveling beyond the plantation, beyond the Garden of Eden. So we can you go to Belize, you see those monuments, you be able to connect it. One of the big things, right? We was just writing about Pocahontas, right? Pocahontas' original name, her birth name was Amunet. And the reason why they changed her name is so that you don't connect the people who were native here to Amunet, who was Amun's counterpart in Egypt, right? You don't connect the cultures.
Hey,
You see what I'm saying?
Can I step in on this one? It was something you said earlier about when you and him was having a back and forth about, and correct me wrong, your take is when I leave outside the country to travel, I'm not black or people overseas don't recognize you as a black man. Is that what you're saying?
I said,
me out.
No. Hold on, let him answer.
I said initially that's what they see, but I said as soon as you open your mouth, they get more definition of who you are. So when they hear you speak English, they're gonna say, "Oh, you American," or "Oh, you from England." They're gonna treat you totally different as soon as they hear your voice.
Okay, so with that 1-2 step, isn't that kind of same over here in the States? So like, let's just say hypothetically, which is actually happens here in the state, somebody's racist or somebody is stereotyping you, and because first off, you're black. I think that's what the other gentleman is saying. Once you get over there, they see you, everybody's not running to talk to you. They're perceiving you as black, the stereotype, what they see in media, what they hear about of the States. So that's pretty much over here too, in the States. Now the initial reaction is after you open your mouth or maybe how you dress, because that's another one too, or maybe how you present and carry yourself, then they go and say, okay, wow, he's not what I thought that black man appear to be.
Agreed. And sometimes it's just a smile.
Okay, so
bro.
I think that's what the gentleman was saying. So it's not like instantly I land on another country and then they're gonna do like a 3-second review of you.
They see a white man in front of them. No, not with me.
And
sir.
also, let me just add to this layer, just to add this layer a little bit. Let's not be misconstrued. And this is how what I got from the other gentleman when he meant by you're black everywhere you go. So in other countries, Brazil, Colombia, all those areas, they do have, quote unquote, black there too. So, and they also have the same stigma of racism on their country, just like we have ours, but it may be a little bit worse. So let's just keep that in mind.
I agree with that. I'm not saying that like
okay,
there's a privilege. There's also a privilege to being black as well.
Okay, and let me just add this. Let me just add
Can
too,
you agree
because
with that? Can you agree with that? I did agree with you, but what I'm saying is that being identified as black abroad is not always a negative thing. People always see you based off of how you initially.
Yeah, it's not, and I don't want. I would agree with that small part, but just understand when you walk out anywhere. And I'll use Art Wilson. I don't know what his I don't want to misconstrue his national.
So I put it in the chat. I'm American with Asian and European heritage.
Okay. Thank you, Art. So let's just, for example, the stereotype for Asian versus black is over one end, the white man's more perceived as more attractive than the black man. But yet there's layers.
With that.
Okay, so I think that's the whole general point of this. So I get what you're saying just a little bit, but at the same time, the first front of it is, hey, I know when I go somewhere where I'm going to be more attractive, but at the same time, let's not get it twisted. You're still like Art. He's still Asian descent. I'm still black. So let's say, for example, now we'll flip it on Art. If Art is Asian descent and he comes to black events, they're going to give him the same vibe like other people going to give us. That is common sense.
Great pill.
Yeah.
Just use that same dude's example. I can't see his name right now. What he said to me a moment ago, when he went to a location, he said the Brazilian turned around and come up to him and said, "You think you're gangster? You think you're gangster?" Do you believe that same thing that was said to you would have been said, that exact same person would have walked up to the Art of Will and said that exact same thing?
No.
Right. I said there's a stereotype because we all have that. You see what I'm saying?
But I'm here.
There's benefits to that too, though. I mean, there's
what countries?
Can't go.
Okay, well name 3 countries that's benefits for a black man. Just instantly when I walk in there, they're gonna give me as much benefits versus what Art, because if Art ass was in Japan, Middle East Asia, they're gonna deem him more high value or privileged than I am off the rip.
They do see us differently.
No, I'm actually to name 3 countries. I'm actually name 3 countries outside the States.
Have been all right. So I would say Belize. I would say Brazil. I would say Egypt. I would say France. I'm telling you, brother, we're not all treated the same, but there's benefits to it as well.
Ghana's a black country, know it all, and I agree with that. Brazil, I would say not 100% because again, Brazilians have their own racist.
Brazil's bias. Not even a race when you really think about it.
But what I'm saying is that I'm saying is when we go to Brazil, we're welcome. They speak good about us. They treat us very well.
What country is this? They speak good of us?
I'm talking Brazil. That's just one. That's my favorite place. But when I'm saying there's many places, the Caribbean. When you go to Caribbean, they're gonna treat you like a brother. They're gonna treat you. They're gonna take care of you like family. That's what I'm saying. In Egypt, I was invited into somebody's home.
King is black.
Me and this brother. It was another brother from.
That's their culture in the Middle East.
From Florida, right?
Yeah, just like the Philippines. The majority of the Philippines is they naturally gonna be polite and respectful to you. It's not like because you're black. That's just how they roll.
What I'm just saying, brothers.
Now let's respond to the other guy.
No, I'm just saying that there's benefits to being white and there's benefits to being black too. Like when I go through airport customs, yeah, they see me as black. They scanning me. You know what I'm saying? They treat me black. They give me a harder time. But once I get off,
they do give you a harder time.
I'm talking about like inside the institutions.
Okay, I'm going by your words. You kind of like try to conflate two.
I don't.
Hold on. Let me hold
disagree with you,
on, because we're not gonna play the word salad. So let me just repeat exactly what you said. When I go there, they do give me a hard time, but
I said in the airport, right? I said in the airport, in the institutions, right?
But you said the airport.
Yeah, I'm saying they checking my bags. They treating me like they looking for marijuana. They looking for stuff. They treating me inside the airport. But once I get outside the airport, I'm welcomed as a friend. I got pictures of how when we went to Alexander. The whole, like everybody that was in the Mediterranean they was all attracted. They was playing with my sons, arm wrestling. They welcome us in a way we didn't see nobody else around us being welcome. They call us cousins, call us brothers. So there's a different type of relationship that we have when we go abroad with the people because we're just different. And they see white people. They see money when they see white people.
Yeah, but I actually named three, and I'm between.
I gave you five. I gave you five.
Yeah, but you didn't name the ones they named, and those one you named wasn't 100%. But was it jubilation? My bad, jubilation. I apologize, bro, if I messed up your name. And know it all. Pretty much, know it all is actually naming black areas, and he just mentioned Germany. Me and him can have a conversation about Germany because I know some people that in certain areas in Germany that literally will. If you walking alone, they will fuck you up just because you're black. But instinctively, not the white, but the females actually is more attractive to the black race. So that's one. What I hear is
one thing I will say when I've traveled, I don't do this whole. I can't say I go to countries.
I'm a conversationist, Cortez. Have the conversation.
Hold on.
Yeah.
When I go, I'll tell you when I go to certain countries, right?
Mm-hmm.
I never get a feeling that the people love me. Here's what I've experienced. The women want to sleep with me and the men there hate me. There's never been a place where I've just been like, everybody's cool. I'll tell you one place that I've been.
You've never been to Brazil, bro.
No, but you keep using Brazil. It's one place,
I'm just
bro.
saying, but you said you've never been to
You use Brazil, but I've been pretty much everywhere else.
No, I've been.
Right?
I'm telling you, brother. I've been everywhere from Saudi Arabia.
So why you keep naming Brazil like that's your go-to?
Because it is my go-to, man. I've been 9 times in a few years,
bro. Me just going to Brazil isn't gonna make my life complete, bro.
No. What I'm saying to you, you'll never know what you're talking
Russia,
about.
Spain, France, Turkey, Japan. Where else have I been? Where else? So my mind's gone blank.
Let me ask you something.
Singapore. I've been all over the place. Brazil ain't just the one place,
you're
bro.
Technically a passport, bro.
Well, no. Let me ask you something. Purple
That's not.
What's your appearance? What's your physical appearance? Particularly your skin complexion.
You talking to me?
No, Purple Tea.
Okay.
Me, I'm a black. I'm dark skinned.
You say
okay,
like
because
6'3".
Say that again.
Didn't you say he was like 6'3"?
Okay.
6'2".
6'2".
The reason why I ask is because
and I've cummed up. I'm not one of them hiding dudes. I've cummed up plenty of times.
No, you're good. That's not what he's trying to go.
No, that's not what I'm getting at. You know, and I really don't care if you're attractive or not. But what I'm saying is, I think that for like darker skinned black people, he has a point. Their experience tend to be a little different in places, even like Brazil. So generally speaking, some places have like African immigrant populations. And what happens is when they come over first generation, they're extremely poor. And that stigma follows them. And the reaction that you get from certain people may be similar to if they identify you as that, you know, they look at you as like
that's true. If you go to Europe, sometimes they mistake you as African and they're going to treat you a certain way until they hear your voice. Even in Africa, they mistreat you until they hear you from the West. They'll treat you like a loco. You see what I'm saying? Until they hear you from the West, and now they treat you like they serving you like they were serving the Europeans. You see what I'm saying? Because when they see white, they think money. When they see black, they like, oh, he cool. You see what I'm saying? He still got money, but he more closer to family. So I'm telling you, it's a difference.
Let me ask you this: when they see really, really light skin, like light skin black, what do they think?
Well, it depends on where you're at, Melody.
Stop.
I mean, for you probably would blend in with the locals until you say something. Because I know I do. in some places.
The ladies,
She's
that
a
I've
woman
seen
though, isn't
get
it? It's
treated
different.
well. They get treated well, very welcome.
Yeah, she's a
know?
woman. It's a different, like it'd be all based on if a light skinned man versus a dark skinned, sorry, a light skinned man versus a light skinned woman, and then you've got a dark skinned man like myself versus a light skinned dude going. There's probably people probably would just based on first glance. I just put it down to the bigotry of low expectations. They see a dark skinned brother like myself, and the Polish dudes hate me. The women have barely. There's men like me that it's rare in that country. So the women are just trying to, they've probably seen 50 Cent on television and thinking, "Ooh, I can get a similar experience if I get with him." There is a fetish involved. I understand that, like a lot of it is not just because I'm special or anything like that. A lot of these things, when you go to these countries, where you're a
There's
rare
nothing wrong with
individual.
that either, though. It's
No.
nothing wrong with that.
I'm saying the way they treat third world immigrants is different than the way they treat first world immigrants.
When you're a needle in the haystack, it can go two ways. You can either be hated or you can be adored. And I've been to places where I've been adored simply because there was a lack of me there. Like in Britain right now.
That's a good thing, though, man. That's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with that.
Why
you adored? It's great to be exotic. You know what I mean? It's good. It makes for good conversations. It makes them want to talk to you to get your perspective. So that's all a plus. There's nothing bad about that, man.
There's both sides to it. I agree. There's both sides. You know what I mean? Because at the same time, you got girls chatting you. I've been in scenarios. You've got women trying to talk to you, or women making a circle around you because you're the only black. I've been times when I'm the only black dude on the flight, and then I go to a club. I'm the only black dude in there, and you've got all these different types of Persian white women circling you, and then you've got dudes literally just there with your eyes on you. It's not a nice feeling. It's not a nice feeling.
I heard the weirdest thing ever from a
guys.
Kenya
There's
woman.
always dudes in the corner.
She said to me, she looked at me and she said, back in her country, the woman would adore me, and the men would hate me. And then, but that's not the weird part. The weird part, and she said I would have to talk first. But the weird part was, she said, I asked her, what would the men do? And she said they would threaten you with a sharp stick.
That's what happened. That's most parts of Germany too.
Oh, Germany.
I'm saying for me, I don't know what he's talking about. He didn't, unless I missed that part.
No, but I said Kenya. So that's a thing. They just walk around with sticks. They literally fight with sticks and stones.
Well, I've experienced that. Africans can be, no disrespect, but they can be persistent when it comes to how they court women. And
no. I think we're missing a point here. What the fuck are they using sticks for? What are you gonna do with a stick? Like regular clothes is a stick-proof vest. Why do you have a stick? Like not even a butter knife. You don't have metal. So it's true. There are places where they point sticks at people and like, yeah, nigga, now what? Like, are you serious? It's a stick.
Stop saying stick.
No, I mean, I thought they were making that up, but y'all confirmed it. It's countries that they just go around. They got stick gangs. It's drive-by stickins. She was serious.
Okay. Give a whole new meaning. Give a whole new meaning to the term "stick up."
Yeah, exactly. Like, hey, you come over here taking my woman? I got this stick. Like, oh, I didn't know you had a stick.
You're crazy.
I'm sorry, guys. Yo, hey, put that.
She was serious.
Hey, game changer, put that 35 revolver down. I got a stick.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, she was serious.
It's a stick up. Jesus.
I thought you just made it up. So, but y'all confirmed it. It's countries like that. That's funny. Well, I'm not going to Kenya. They got sticks. Like what?
Speaking of Kenya, shout out to Marcus, the naughty American expat.
But just going back to
like,
but
it's going like what happened with him?
No, just shout out to him.
Okay. I just caught that. I just caught that.
Sharp stick is what they call a spear. Oh,
he said splinter. Oh my god.
I was gonna say, as for the traveling thing, like, listen, I rate part of me does rate the passport bros because the way that man walk around, I'm kind of shook because I have traveled. I'm not a passport bro, but I've traveled a lot. I've gone on holiday, like where the way the UK is and the way it works with before Brexit and all that stuff. And we were part of the EU. It was just simple to go all over the place before the. But I've gone to places and I don't feel comfortable. I would never feel comfortable walking around with a camera. I don't know how these men do it. So I've got to rate them in some form of way because the places I've gone, like I've said, getting chicks is easy. But when you're getting chicks, you've got to deal with the natives' eyes, the male eyes on you. And then man will. They ain't trying to make it. They're not trying to make it subtle either. They're making it very clear.
I've never once had a problem with a man. You know what I mean? The locals and I'm gonna tell you in down south, man, the guys will actually hook you up with the women.
Sir, I'm not saying I've had a.
It's been times I was walking on the strip and I didn't even want a woman. I didn't want to deal. I just wanted my peace, and the brother's trying to hook me up with a woman. Like, hey, man, you see what I'm saying?
I'm not saying I had a problem, but what I am saying is it's a different situation when you stood there and you've got dudes blatantly looking at their native women chatting you, and you got to just you're going to be like, it's all cool and that. Because usually I only go there with one of my guys. You know what I mean?
Sometimes it might be a family brother. Sometimes it might be her brother or somebody she knows
that don't feel cool to me. That's why I could never be a passport bro.
Like I never get like the ice grill like Puffy. Why you over there looking at me? Like I don't get that.
I'm just saying this is why I couldn't be a passport bro because I'd be too shook on those terms. Like, and then have a camera as well. Like,
they had a camera. What you talking about? A camera? Expats
passport bros don't have the camera or not content creators.
Yeah,
it's the ones that are creating content that people seem to be focused on. But when I really think about it, the content creators of passport bros, I don't really see too much wrong. The only issue I would say like the only negative thing I can point out with Austin is that he should have put that on Patreon. Like any kind of interviews with females, I would have just put that one on Patreon. Honestly, that's just the way I would see it.
Yeah, it was just and the reason why he did it is because he's seen that's probably what he grew up watching. You know what I'm saying? He's seen brothers, the barber, right? I don't really know his name, but I remember. I'm sorry.
International Zoe.
Yeah, International Zoe. I remember he used to do a lot of interviews, but he did it in a certain way, a real tactful way. Right. And I think even he was trying to talk to Austin when they met up in Thailand, and in Austin, you know, man, he's stoic. He his own man. He's got to learn. That's why he ended up getting kicked out. You see what I'm saying? If you would have listened,
even that International Zoe that you've now mentioned him, even he's been like streaming live, right? And I'm thinking, right, you're live so people can see your location. And then people in the background, I remember some Brazilian kid started speaking in their language, and the woman translated it to him, saying, basically, the guy was trying to say, "I'm going to knock you out if you stick around there long enough." Like I'm thinking, and that was done live. I was watching that, like, and it's just like he was just carried on with the girl next to him.
Yeah, doing live street interviews, you never know. Like I'll even bring up one guy, Alpha Male Tragedies. You know, he was doing a live interview with females, and some of them were uncomfortable doing it, and I think even threatened to call the cops on him. So
I don't even like seeing it, man. I really don't even like why it's. I mean, I understand why they do it. I don't agree with a lot of things they're doing, but I know that it'll work itself out, man. You know what I mean? I heard Austin say a lot of times, man, when he was in Bahia, he was like, man, I can't really film out there because a lot of these places, they don't like you filming like that, man.
So from what I understand about that particular city, or was it El Salvador, Bahia, or something like that, that's considered the 9th dangerous city in the world. And it is the most dangerous city in Brazil. But
what city is that? Sorry,
Bahia.
It is the most dangerous. It is considered the most dangerous city in Brazil.
But see, it's dangerous too. Like that's what I was saying earlier. If you're black, no disrespect, but you can get away with certain things. Where I've seen people of other kind get their chain snatched real quick. Whereas they'll look me in my eye and they'll think about it. They'll be like, is it really worth it? This dude look like he might be able to hawk me down. You know what I mean? So people, you can look at certain people and see them making the assessment, or should I do this or should I not do that? And that's why
Right. Now, someone like Austin, I don't think would have anything to worry about. The only thing I would say you would have to worry about in a dangerous city is if you're collateral damage, or if like you're a patron in some kind of business and that business owes money to some kind of, I'll just say, organization, and then want to send a message and be like, all right, I'm going to delete your customers. And if some of the tourists were the customers, they would just be collateral damage. Like I could see something like that happening, but I don't know how often something like that happens.
Yeah, and you got to be smart. You just can't. You got to know, you don't want to be walking up in the favelas in the middle of the night, because that's just, you know what I'm saying? It's people hungry. You know what I'm saying?
You know who did that? And I was surprised. Ches in Effect. When he went to the Flabella, because when I seen the Flabellas, I was like, I never want to go there, you know. But
it's actually cool. It's actually
well,
cool.
I mean, I didn't know that until I seen it on YouTube. But it did look like. So for those of you who've never been to Brazil, imagine a place where it's like looks like miles and miles of old brick buildings.
No, what it looks like.
Yeah, well, I'm saying to the audience who don't.
Like projects.
Worse than projects, because it's not really. It wasn't really. It looks like it was made for.
If you've ever watched the Fast and the Furious movie, Fast and the Furious, Call of Duty, there's so many references of this place that's been used. Yeah. It's like it's like a hill, and then a bunch of houses are going up the hill, basically.
Yeah, but it's brick houses. And they're not, Melody. They're not houses like drywall and the stuff that we're used to. It's just brick. And I don't think that it's actually like owned or rented or anything. I think that
they
the
build on top of each other.
There.
They build on top of each other's houses.
And they're built on top of each other. Yeah,
it's actually a beautiful. It's a beautiful experience, though.
But you got to go in it to see it. See, I thought it was like hell on earth, like just looking at it from my hotel window. I thought it was like hell on earth, and I wouldn't be caught dead in there. But when Ches went there, I was like, oh, okay, the people are actually cool.
And you'll see the most beautiful women walking up and down the. I mean, you see barbershops. It's like it's a city.
It's a regular place.
It's what happens when there's no social services. There's no social services, so they have to. They got to be resourceful, and they got to make it on their own.
Well, crime, from what I understand, did decrease a lot in Rio. It wasn't like the 90s.
And that's what I heard too. Like the 90s, everybody was strapped there, and it was just like, bad. I actually seen a movie like that.
I lost a brother in Chicago a couple years ago, brother. It's more dangerous here in the States, in my opinion. It's the type of environment that you go in, the type of people when you in the favela, the people are nice, man. I'm trying to tell you, they helped me up to my room. And you know what I'm saying? The people when you're there, you will find that they're the most welcoming and friendly people. But if you acting gangster and you doing gangster things, that's gonna bring you in a totally different world, a different group of people. You know what I'm saying? It's danger is how you present yourself, and you have to be wise. You gotta be wise, man.
Well, next time I go, I might go. I might go to the favelas.
Yeah, it was a great experience. I mean, it's not something I would do every time, but I did actually. I ended up renting a hostel. I didn't know it was in the favelas. I just seen the picture on Airbnb, and so it was called what was it called? Tiki Hostel. You can look it up.
Why in the world? How much money did you save renting a hostel? I never stayed in a hostel, and I stayed in cheap motels, but hotels. I never stayed in a hostel. How much did it cost you?
Some places I stayed because of the view, right? So
at all costs avoid hostel.
Oh, you talking about the hostel, the Tiki Hostel? I don't remember what the price was.
But you did save money.
What I didn't even know it was really a hostel like that. Like I said, I didn't know where it was.
You know it was a hostel. If you living in a bunk bed in a bin, it's a hostel.
No, I use Airbnb, brother. So I'm just
but they show pictures.
Yeah,
when I showed a picture of the bed, and this is the entirety of what you live in.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, Dre, you say you're from the UK, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't spell cuck without the UK. Bruh. I'm telling you right now, that country has just been a shell of itself.
This country, Hollywood. Go to Hollywood. Go. You know what I'm saying?
I'm even saying UK. I was down there. It's not the UK as it was before.
Explain.
Hey, so what's the other people like? What was the other people like in the hostel?
You said the other people like. What do you mean? Oh, you talking about? See, that's the thing. This hostel wasn't really like that. It wasn't like one of those open shared spaces because I have stayed in those like in Belize. Sometimes I like staying in hostels, man. You get to meet different people.
No, I think that'll be the interesting part. But you're telling me that you was just in a.
It was an
what makes
Airbnb.
a hostel is that it is that open thing with a bunch of other travelers.
Yeah, this one was unique. It had private rooms. Like I had a private room in this one.
Then that's a room. That's not a hostel.
My brother, if you Google it, Google Tiki Hostel in Brazil, and all I seen was when I booked it. It's on Airbnb. When I booked it, all I seen was the view, and I was like, man, that's why I booked it because of the view. It has a stunning view. But when I got there, I didn't even know it was at the top of a favela. The cab driver just dropped me off.
All right,
so
there's a Tiki. Okay, all right, I see. There's Tiki Hostel. There's Tiki Hut. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So you said how was the people? Everybody.
So you were there by yourself. You were. Yeah.
I traveled by
the people
myself.
around. What about the neighborhood?
The neighborhood. I mean, it looked crazy. I mean, it had giant potholes in the middle of the street, but the people. I'm telling you, they still friendly. They still nice. They all moving and shaking. It's like a city, and it's not how we've been. Just like we say, we got stereotypes. Like when people see us, they think something because of what they've seen on TV. The same thing happens to us.
Can I ask a question?
Well, let me just ask all the travelers this question: do America have the most assholeless, poorest people?
Poorest.
Well, here's what I mean.
Or you mean poorest?
No, I'm not saying we have the poorest people. Obviously, we don't. Yeah. I'm saying as far as poor people go, are American poor people assholes more than like Brazilian, African, European,
Americans hands down.
The only Latin American country I've been to was Mexico, and I didn't really deal with any assholes.
I'm talking about the United States.
I'll say yes. Yeah, the reason why is because we're not actually really that poor. You see what I'm saying? We can be poor and we got J's on. We got.
I would say poor in the mindset.
But yeah, they're some of the biggest assholes.
Yeah, poor in the mindset.
So yeah, we have a poor mindset. That's the problem. Because
the reason why I asked this because from what you describe, a person can be in a favela with no running water, and no set electricity is typically piped from another source. And yet they're still decent people. However, you can be poor in the hood with Jordans and spinning rims and still have the need to shoot somebody. So it does seem like
our poor class would be the most low class. That's what I read in the chat, and I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I still
what the Tiki Huts. Let me share this. Just like you were saying, like bed, bunk beds, and the other guy was saying something else. I just want to confirm: is this what Black Swan was? Let me share this.
Cortez. That's why I'm no longer in LA.
Bruh, Cali. Oh my God.
That's why I'm no longer in the state either.
So referring to, and I'm gonna scroll the pictures.
Yeah, that's it. So
I think that's what they just call the site. I don't know the definition of hostel, but I did think that the open floor format where it's a bunch of people is what made it a hostel. That's a room.
Most places are like, but the hostels are different wherever you go. I think I mean.
Well, yeah, they may have been working. I'm just saying, like it wasn't a hostel by how I define hostel. Kind of like when you think of a dorm, but you think something else in your brain, but somebody has like a little apartment.
Well, some hostels,
it's like a little apartment right here.
Yeah, some hostels you have your own room and stuff, but you don't have your own bathroom. You got to share that.
Yeah.
Or some hostels, you got to share the share the shower and all that.
And sometimes, a lot of times, like when I've used a hostel, it doesn't even be a lot of people there. Sometimes it might just be you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the reason why sometimes when I travel is I might book the hotel like when I'm right before I'm getting on the flight. You see what I'm saying? Or book the Airbnb, right? It depends on my circumstances. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I do stuff like that too. Like if I get one place and I don't like it, I'll stay there for a day, and then
I think
and
it's
then
smart
move.
though, just to do that for the hotel. Like when game trips, like I get a hotel versus. I remember one guy, and this is just on the aspect side because they was interviewing a lot of people. He got a hotel, so you knew he would permanently stay there for like a month, or sometimes like. And I'm throwing the Philippines for example. They'll literally ask like 2 to 3 months in advance. You know what I'm saying? So they know they got their money, and the guy was stuck there, but he would never just get a hotel so he can roam around. So the chick that liked him or whatever, she literally just kept coming to the place because she knew where he stayed at. You know what I'm saying? And then there was another expat that's saying, hey, he got an apartment that was like $150 US, just overlooking the water. Then he had another one here, but if he date a girl in the area, and he'll just leave. So if she just happened to pop up, she couldn't find him.
Yeah, I can see that.
So it just be smarter. Like I'm not saying if you're staying there resident, as a resident, so that means that you're actually looking for something long term. But if you're just there short term, it doesn't make sense just to get a hotel for a month unless especially if you're trying to get girls. Because what happens is they got to know where you're at, then the neighborhood know you're at, and it's like, oh, there he is.
And a lot of hotels sometimes they'll either impose restrictions or extort you, when you're trying to bring in company. So I like apartments.
And some of them they call you.
Yeah.
They call you when she comes up, and they call you when she leaves.
A lot of apartments now are like self access, so you can access the host will give you the code, and you pretty much coming and going like
Yeah, but
by
that's
yourself.
different. Those are different hotels. A lot of hotels don't have that type of service though.
I'm talking about Airbnbs. A lot of Airbnbs are like that.
The freak people have done it. Can't have eggs at a hotel, but people have done it, or not hotel, hostel.
Yeah, you got the little burner and everything.
People have done it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to have sex in a hostel.
No. Yeah, I don't think you can have sex in a hostel. Yeah.
What the fuck is a hostel?
Well, what I thought it was, Papi Blanco, was just like a kind of like a military barracks where it's just like a bed, like a row of beds, and a locker.
That's like a 6 or 8 bed hostel. But there's one where you can actually have your own, but you got to share the washroom.
The hostel is like those rooms like from that movie Hostel. Remember that movie? Those movies like they have like 2, 3 of them.
What the hell?
It's similar. It's like
DeLorean is the thing in that movie DeLorean.
Nah, because Cali had that too. Like before, one time I was gonna go visit Cali. They had offered that. It's like I guess like a dorm type thing. It's like multiple beds, but everybody share like one bathroom.
So it's like a college dorm.
So it's similar like that. Yeah, it can be.
Yeah, man. It's
Some hostels.
A lot of backpackers use hostels. Like
if you get an ensuite in a hostel, then you're good because then you'll have you'll have a restroom to yourself and all that. But if you don't, then most likely you got to share that and share the shower and all that.
Hostels are used by backpackers, like people who like.
But that's like a European thing, right?
No,
and they do be smashing.
It's pretty much over. It's pretty much everywhere. Hostels.
Yeah, I've done that.
I mean, I don't know. I only been in 9 countries. Yeah, 9 countries. Yeah, I mean, I don't count Puerto Rico, so it would be 8. But
count it, bro. Count it.
Yeah, Puerto Rico is part of the U.S. So, so look, and I never heard of the whole hostel in Panama or Dominican Republic or Colombia, Venezuela. I never heard of the word hostel. I heard of hotels.
Ireland,
Airbnb.
When I was in Ireland, we did that our last trip, like coming back. So what my friend did, she actually, but it was more like a rent a room. So let's say, for example, Artie Will had an apartment, right? But he's out for like a month, so he would rent it out. So that that'd be part of his hostel there. So we was there, staying there. Yeah, but it was it was a person's actual apartment they was renting out. That's pretty much how that's how much that worked.
Airbnb.
So pretty much it's like a big old room.
What makes that a hostel? Because now I'm confused.
No,
I thought
because I'm going by like the two, like everybody sharing the bathroom.
A hostel
and
is a
multiple
shared
rooms.
space. That's what a
Yeah,
hostel is. A shared space.
It sounds to me like it's a big room
You can
with
find
like 3-4
hostels in
beds.
Europe.
Okay, well, all right. So we were in a villa from time to time when I go to Dominican Republic, right? Me and 5 other guys. 5-room villa, huge, great view and everything. That's not a hostel, that's a villa.
Yeah,
correct.
You're right.
But they could make it a hostel.
It can be a
wanted
How
to.
is it? What would make it a hostel?
If you
Like,
let's say you bought
I
it,
believe
and
if
then
you bring the walls down, I guess, because to me the way it sounds like it's like a big old room with 3 beds in there.
No, it's not about the rooms. It's just if let's say you just cleared it out and put a bunch of bunk beds in there. Even if you just had left the 5 bedrooms and you rented it out, but you rented out to different individuals who are not related.
We're not related.
Yeah, we can confirm the definition.
But y'all all went together though. You see what I'm saying?
No,
You rented the
but
villa
we don't
together.
have to. Like, if somebody didn't go and somebody else could rent a room because it's an Airbnb.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just confirm this follow just to the definition side of it, since we're
It's for
kind of like
travelers.
Yeah, since we're debating that real quick. Hold on, let me see if I can blow it up. Can y'all see it real clear?
Yeah, but while you're doing that, let me read the super chat.
Okay.
The Freak, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, cool broadcast. Good night. Good night, and thank you for your support. I appreciate it.
Airbnb sucks. How does Airbnb suck?
They love Melody, man. What's up, Melody? How you been, baby?
I had a great experience
Hey,
with
good. How you
Airbnb.
been?
Shit,
Good
I'm
to see you.
about to hit the Super Bowl party, baby. You should have come on. I should have fly you out with here.
Oh man, that would be fun. Who you
Hey,
going for? Eagles?
Shared rooms. Shared rooms.
Nah,
See? That's stuff that y'all do.
I got
No,
500 on the
No,
teeth.
as I said, not all are shared rooms, and it even says sometimes sometimes some private rooms.
Then what then it has no meaning. Then the
If it's
definition
a
has
private
no
room,
meaning. It's the
those
same
are
thing
called
as a
en
hotel.
suites. They call those en suites.
It's not the same, brother.
How in the hell is it not the same?
They're just
If it's a
cheap.
private,
Because
that's what a hotel is.
you're gonna be even when you walk out your room.
Places. That's all. That was the history of it, and some can be private. They're just makeshift things. It's kind of like a pop-up store when you think about it.
No, it's not. It's a fancy way of saying hotel. They're just fucking with
It's
everybody.
not fancy. It's a cheap way of being a hotel.
So it's like this.
So it's kind of like a
So
hotel.
it's like this, people. It's like this, family. It's like this. Like hostel
I mean,
is
a
like the
motel.
bodega. Hostel is like the bodega, and hotels are the Walmart. That's what it is.
No, because there's hotels that are like bodegas.
He said there's hotels.
And what's a motel? The whole
So hostel will be motel in Europe, then, right?
Now, all right. So a hostel, when you walk out, you're gonna see other people, man. You're gonna see somebody from Israel, somebody from France, somebody from Switzerland, other Americans. If you're in your own apartment or your own hotel room, it's just you and your people.
Hey, no, hold on. One second.
You know what I think?
A motel,
Google Tiki Hostel in Brazil.
It's a motor hotel, bro.
Just Google Tiki Hostel.
So a motel is a motor hotel.
Okay.
They're
Fair enough.
found on like
I didn't know that
roadsides
actually
and stuff.
because I thought Motel 6 isn't. Well, never mind.
They're found on roadsides, right?
The point is, fellas. The point is, and this is what I've come to learn, that it's all bullshit. Like they do stuff. It's like brunch. It's just one of those labels that don't mean shit, but they put on stuff to get you to buy it.
Okay,
that's fair.
I think that's what a hostel is.
thing.
I think it's a hotel that they gave this name to, so you could feel like, ooh, I stayed in a hostel. But no, it's really just bullshit. It's just one of those things that they named.
No, a hostel is gonna be like
there's nothing fancy about a hostel.
No, it makes it sound more adventurous. It makes it sound like more backpacky and shit like that. Like
because
brunch was never
the
a thing.
case. It's
yeah,
just
so
a makeshift
it gives that
lodge.
effect. It's a better. That's what it is. It's a better story to tell. Staying in a hostel is a better story to tell. But it's
you
really
could also
a hotel.
say the same about
They
you could
just
also
call
say
it
the
that.
same about nachos. Like the nachos.
No. Let's put it out there. There's a lot of bullshit in this world that shouldn't be called something different. And like I say, brunch.
But it's not
Brunch
like
is
a hotel,
bullshit.
brother, because
Red velvet cake is bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit.
You're gonna
in
have
this
people
world.
in a bunk bed, right? Sometimes you're gonna have people in the bunk bed right next to you, man, coming in all different types of night.
No. But see, the fact that a hostel can be private means that it is a hotel.
There's no bunk beds in hotels, man.
But you can have a
bunk
hostel
beds in
without a bunk
hotels.
bed.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is.
A bunk bed in hotels.
I never seen no bump head. No, I mean,
Yeah, you know the
I
thing
never
is,
seen.
the compartment up top that opens up as another bed.
A hotel has private rooms, and it has private rooms, and hostels have private rooms. They are interchangeable.
Sometimes some hostels have
share screen,
private
Melody.
room.
But those aren't hotels. I'm saying that the definition has no meaning. That's my point.
See, those are hostels. You see what I'm saying?
The definition has
a lot
no
of times
meaning.
He sound very hostility.
There is an overlap. There's an overlap, and the overlap negates the definition
So
of hostel
time out.
completely.
Before I go, man. Before I go, I'm about to go in a minute. So when you fucking the nigga right next door seeing you fuck your girl in there,
Nah,
You're in the same room. Look, Poppy, you're in the same room.
You can't do that in a hostel, though, man. That's the thing. You only
They
get
do
a
it.
hostel
You'd be
if you
surprised. They do that stuff.
I wouldn't doubt it, but
All right.
I never
so
seen it. I never seen or experienced.
Doesn't
that.
mean you haven't seen it. Doesn't mean it isn't true, sir.
That's true.
It happens. That's
Hey,
all I'm going to say.
they in the
That's
same
all I'm
room,
going to say.
Poppy.
I'm not going to say nothing more than that. It happens. That's about it.
so I mean that would be fun if it is like two girls right next to you and shit like that.
Yeah,
you
like
know what I
this
mean?
right here.
They might want to participate.
Then a hostel, they also usually divide it between the genders too.
So
They
that's
usually
a
have.
youth hostel. I'm pretty sure there's a difference.
Nigga, that sounds like jail, bro. Sound like county to
Not
me,
all
bro.
hostels look like this.
I know. I'm just showing it for the.
He said that look like those is actually.
This is a common look of a hostel, but there's some hostels that are private.
That
rooms.
looks, bro. That
It's
looks like
usually-
Alcatraz.
They're usually master bedrooms. Hostels.
Poppy,
The
this is
private
not
rooms for
Alcatraz.
hostels are
This is
usually
not
master
Alcatraz.
bedrooms, if that makes sense.
My
That
man,
look like San
Blake,
Quentin prison, California.
They look like military birds.
I'm telling you, just like dorms, they smash.
Yes. Yes.
Much different than a dorm. It's just a bunch of international backpackers is doing it.
Yeah. Now,
So that's what's popular on that on Europe, pretty much the hostel things, right?
Well,
I never been
it's
to
a
Europe, so I
thing,
don't know.
though. It's been a thing though.
They have that, but again, I
these
try
are
to
usually
avoid those.
like these is usually travelers that's trying to hit a bunch of places at once. So
Correct.
it might be.
They just jump on that train, right?
It could be, but I just know it's a thing because when I was going to go to Cali, I was looking at this price because for me, and I'm just speaking locally, I knew Cali was like so pricey, so this actually came up as an option, and then I'm like, I'm not sharing a space with just 8-12 people. That's ridiculous. So I ended up just getting a hotel.
Yeah, but my nigga, but if you
But
don't
it
want to
came
spend
up at-
money,
I know, but it
Yeah,
came
bro.
up like as a I'm going back to game shit now. When I looked up hotel, it came up as it showed that.
I'll just say this:
Wait,
the only hostel
wait a
I
minute, they
stayed
got
at,
hostels in California?
Yeah,
I had my own place. I just didn't have my own bathroom. That's
You gotta be lying with me, great
as I
Pierre.
go.
No, I
They
swear
got
to you.
hos-
Remember
they
the
got
chick I was
hostels
telling you I
all
was
over the
dating for that long period of time up in Cali?
Yeah.
That's literally what popped up when I was there visiting, and I ended up just
Nigga,
getting a
I
hotel.
have literally been in 48 states in America, and I never heard
I'm
hostel
a DM
here,
it to you,
nigga.
Poppy.
You never heard
I
of a
still got the
hostel
emails. I
in
still
the
have the email.
US?
I'm gonna DM it to you, bro, because
They're
that shit
there.
was crazy.
Yeah, there's hostels all over the world, man.
Nigga, where the hell you find a hostel in America, nigga? Where did you went to? Backpage? Craigslist? What the fuck you was?
It was just as soon as you
I ain't never
Google it.
stayed in a hostel in America, but I'm
No, as
just
soon as
saying
you
that I
Google
know
it,
that
right?
they-
Like how
they
I just Googled
exist.
Tiki Hostel, but I just Googled hotel in Cali, and a whole bunch of lists came up. So here, you know me, I'm cheap, so I'm just punching up everything, right? And that literally came up as the option for a hotel was a hostel. It said a shared room with 4 to 6 people and 1 bathroom.
And it'd be like $20 for a
Mm.
bed.
Yeah, thank you, travel. It was like
Yo,
40
y'all
something,
crazy
something
with
like
the
that.
hostel
Stay at
shit,
someone's
man.
house and it'll be considered a hostel, especially if they get a bunk bed.
Thank you, Art. That's what I was
All right,
saying.
family, I gotta go. I'm gonna see y'all later, man. I'm
All
about
right,
to go
Poppy,
get
hold
into
it
some
down.
dysfunction.
Good night.
Pray for me.
Pray for
Oh,
me.
I see your eyes like
You went the way of York?
I would
So
say,
yeah,
Art,
guys, it is a little late. Can we just do final words and I'm gonna go to bed?
sure, you sound
Oh,
tired.
she's tired.
I'm so tired. I'm trying to stay
Oh, it makes sense. It's already one over
Melanie needs her beauty rest.
Yes, I do.
Well, I need my handsome rest. So
what?
It's your handsome
rest.
Do men really have handsome rest?
I don't know. Just like
That's a
when
new
somebody
thing.
asked me if I rest in my masculinity, and the thing is, masculinity doesn't rest.
I could have told you that.
Right. No,
I don't
somebody
know.
asked me if I rested my masculinity at one stream.
I think I'll take it as a joke, or you just want them potheads and you making up some goofy shit that's actually like, you know what? Let me think on that real quick.
Right.
So no, it's not a thing.
Not a thing at all. Okay. Well, I guess we can start with anybody. I don't know. Let's start with Hustle.
Well, yeah. Thanks for having me.
Oh, GC. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And
thanks for
look out for it. I'm gonna turn my spare bedroom into a hostel. You know, now that I know what that
What?
is.
Bruh.
I could fit 4 beds, 2 bunk beds in there. So,
bruh.
Yeah.
Well,
All
I
right,
appreciate,
that's
I
it.
appreciate you being on the show.
Yeah,
man.
he
I
just
appreciate meeting y'all. I appreciate meeting y'all, man. And yeah, you know, till next time, man. You know, keep getting them stamps, guys. Keep getting them stamps.
Don't leave with women and money, sir.
Melanie, thank you for allowing me to get my little 2 cents in. I appreciate you guys.
My pleasure. You have a great night.
Good
And
night,
again,
y'all.
and according to some traveling slow taps, like I don't have stamps.
I knew he was gonna do that.
Yes, I'm someone that doesn't travel and doesn't have stamps.
Yes.
All right, we gotta talk backstage. All right, I got to talk to you, bro. We gotta talk backstage.
I know, because yeah, I definitely got to talk because you kind of play both sides.
Yeah, I'm about the conversation, man. But that's not what I want to talk to you about. It's somebody you mentioned, so we gotta have a conversation. But yeah,
okay.
who's next on the final thoughts?
I gotta choose somebody.
I'll go. Yeah. So I mean that's what I mean. If it works for you, it worked for you. Just on base of the conversation. Well, I just learned something from Game Chamber because he's I think he might patent it, but that's a good idea. So here in the States, I might get some bunk beds too in my second bedroom. Just kick out the YouTube and I could make like extra $600-800 Game Changer. You know, throw some bunk beds in there. So that might work. So screw YouTube. It's all about the hostels in the apartments now. On the second note, just engaging in the first conversation, what Black Swan said, a lot of stuff I learned from him. So appreciate the perspective. I would just say this. I didn't hear you say it. So just make sure the conversation don't like the glamour part of it. Like, hey, as soon as you go there, I'm Black, so I'm just going to get super privileges. I don't think that's 100% the case. It's levels to this. Just like I gave an example for Art, you know, him being Asian. So if he goes somewhere else and he's not predominantly welcome because his skin color, he got the, like you just said, open your mouth, present yourself a certain way. You know what I'm saying? White people get the same. Yeah, white people get the same vibes when they come onto the opposite side of the fence. So I'll just leave it like that. Definitely just be careful, be safe. Always learn the customs, the cultures, try to get some of the languages. And if it's like Philippines and some other countries, they're pretty much most English first. So try starting with that and then work your way around. And there you go.
Thank you, Great Pill. Good night.
Hi, night.
We have Hustler. Final thoughts, Hustler.
Okay, my final thoughts. Now I want to comment on what one of y'all was saying earlier about how even the men out here in the West who are doing pretty good for themselves as far as attracting women are concerned are not complaining much. Well, I look at it like this. The men out here in the West who are attracting women left and right, they may have all the luck in the world when it comes to looking for women just to have fun with, but at the end of the day, they're gonna find out that 90% of women in the West are not relationship or marriage qualified. So that could be a problem for them right there. So that's going to give them, the alpha chads, as we like to call them, more of an incentive to want to go overseas and seek more traditional minded women, because even the ones that they are attracting are not worth a damn outside of a fling or friends with benefits. That's the way I look at that. And as far as men going overseas who are obese, socially awkward, I'm going to say, yes, there are some men out there going overseas like that, but let's face it, that's not the majority of men. That cannot be the majority of the men going overseas. So I'm not finna sit up here and say that all the men are going overseas because they don't know how to deal with women in the West. They're just fed up with trying to deal with women out here in the West. I became fed up a long time ago, but I can't do it like these guys are doing. So those of us who are fed up, we're just going to keep on holding out hope and hope that we find somebody here in the West that qualifies to be a wife. And I'm not finna say people who go out overseas are socially awkward, because I spoke on Melanie's channel a few days ago. There is no sense of you going to a foreign land if you haven't mastered your own environment, in this case, here in the States. So if you don't have basic communication skills, you don't have basic, come up skills or whatever, the ability to actually interact with people on a more civilized level, that's going to carry over when you go to a foreign country, and that's not good. So it's imperative that you learn some sort of common decency and social skills, even if you're staying out here in the West. So I can't say that's a good reason to go overseas, but if you want to go overseas, do you, because the West is just it's not getting better out here. I can put it like that. It's not getting better unless more conversations like what Miss Melanie has been doing needs to happen more often. Well, those are my final thoughts. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming. Make sure you're here Saturday too. Everybody make sure they're here Saturday. All right, let's go with Killer Swag 216. What are your final thoughts?
Yo, what's good with everybody, man? How y'all feeling tonight?
Good.
All right. Let me just reel this back into the main reason why we're all here tonight, because I done heard this conversation go in all different directions. So the main topic of discussion is whether or not the passport bros are taunting the divestors and vice versa or whatever. The bottom line is, as far as like most passport bros that I know, they don't really care about black women like that. They're just trying to go off and be happy and live their lives and stuff. So I don't believe that they're going around taunting women and trying to make it seem like yeah, whatever. So I mean, that's just my take on it, and I'm gonna stick with it. I don't care what nobody got to say about it.
I agree with that.
I agree.
That's perfect. I agree too. Thank you for that. And let's have Art of Will. Final thoughts?
Again, I'll probably say the same thing as I said before. I don't understand why dudes just like they want to throw shade, they want to pocket watch. Maybe it's because they want to, simp, put on a cape and simp for points for women who've been ran through more times than Penn Station. And the thing is, I just don't understand, and some people, and there's even some traveling brothers that have son, husband, simp enforcer energy. Here's the thing with Austin, and as I said before, did I think he did something wrong in Brazil? Not entirely, because some of that stuff, the eggs culture, it's legal. And that was even discussed, the interview with Tanya TKO. So I just don't understand, what it is with these strags who's dropped more eggs than unaware cornballs who dropped a bunch of shells working at a Taco Bell. I just don't understand what it is. But again, YouTube is pretty much the platform of buffoonery, and that is one thing I do like about your stream is I do like the buffoonery, and I do like that you don't intervene when there is a disagreement, and even there is some slick talking within the panels. So that is one thing I will big you up on. And again, as for the Austin thing, he was already making his way to visit Southeast Asia. That was already in the plan. Now, the one small thing is that, of course, he was going to come back for the Brazil Carnival. Of course, that's not happening. But he was already planned. So really, technically, you can't really say he got ran out.
Well, he probably would be in Brazil still if
right. Yeah,
it wasn't because of the situation.
He was going to come back. But he already had plans to already visit.
Well, I like that he didn't come back, that he had another option, that he went to Thailand, and it looks like he's happy there. But I know one place you don't want to get banned from, and I think that's Rio de Janeiro. I think it probably hurts when you get banned from that place.
Right. And again, yeah, he made a smart move. When I really think about it, he's doing better than before. His content's much better, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I've even expressed that his content is better. Also, he's bigger than, his platform got bigger than before. So really, he kind of came out ahead, even in spite of all this crap that went on in Brazil.
Yeah, he stayed in the square.
It's a good thing, man. More power to him, man.
But again, I'm going to come at you a little bit, Gray, for promoting the Pusso man on this panel. Here's the thing about this guy. Okay,
Sure.
so this guy is pretty much based out of Harris County, Houston, Texas. All right?
Mhm.
He's been known already for being an abuser, for hitting women and stuff. He's already been and he's had histories of evictions, and then ended up running out to Uganda. So he's not someone that's altruistic or anything like that.
Well, why haven't
If we're
anybody
gonna
called him out
compare-
though? I mean, we're doing closing thoughts. I don't want to make it another discussion, but
Okay, but no, this will be my closing thought. If we're
Yeah.
going to compare somebody like Austin, because I know you said, oh yeah, let's sub to him. He had his foot on his neck. If we're going to compare Austin, I don't believe he has a criminal record. That other guy does.
fair enough.
If we're really going
who's-
to compare at who's evil,
Oh, okay. Just to make a correction, I'll let everybody go. I never said one was better than the other. One was evil, good and evil. Who's next on final thoughts?
We're going with Conquer Black Man, Mr. Know-It-All.
Well, let me just chime in and say that nigga is evil. He's one of the most fucked up people I know of. So, yeah.
Fair enough. Conquer Black Man. I thought he went.
Well, I just came back for a final thought.
Oh, my bad.
My final thought is to anyone who, whether you consider yourself a passport bro or not, just get your passport and see the world. You don't have to master yourself. You don't have to master the dating scene here. You don't got to do any of that. Just get a passport, go see the world, interact with the women, and see for yourself. Because that's what a lot of us travelers have done. We've gone out, we've seen for ourselves. It doesn't matter what anybody says to the contrary. We know from firsthand experience what it's like. You can't convince us otherwise. If you haven't traveled yet, then I advise you do travel. I don't care if you're traveling for sex, for adventure, for education. It doesn't matter. Just go. That's all.
I agree.
I like that. Thank you, Mr. Know-It-All. And last we have Simon of the Food Channel. Hi.
Yo, you alright?
Salute.
Yo, salute.
Salute to you. So, what are your
Simon, we're closing out, bro. What's your final thoughts?
Yo, don't speak to me like you're my father, bro. I'm just saying, like, passport bros are not divested. They're not divested in black women, and they will never be. It's a contradictory sort of term, because the whole point of us sort of like traveling in the first place is just to get our own shit together. That's all it is, really. I mean, it's really about us getting our shit together and women getting our shit together, and not sort of divesting in these sort of mediums and messages that's been put out. Because we've been doing this from the beginning of time anyway, so it's not really a new thing. We're trying to make it a new thing, and that's fine. We can have conversations about it. And I actually appreciate those conversations because I hear other people's opinions and whatnot. But the fact of the matter is anything that's been brought up is really something that's been there before. Like I've been around, I've traveled and stuff, and it didn't take a life for me to sort of divest from where I am. But I do appreciate that there are new men out here, in particular incels, that are trying to sort of understand how they can move a woman. And they find it really difficult. It's a real thing. I'm not joking. Like, it's a real thing. They don't know how to move with women. where we've had that advantage, like whether it's a woman or a man. Like a man, we're moving in certain types of ways, and like women will always have that sort of access. But it is what it is, yo. You're grateful, don't play. Yeah, thank you. Well, I was watching the whole thing, but I was just like,
Well, thanks for coming up. I appreciate the support. And hopefully I will see all of you guys on Saturday because we will be having a stream, 5 o'clock. Me and Killer Swag 216.
Hey, shout out to Killer.
Shout to Killer.
Yeah.
And also subscribe to his channel if you haven't already. Killer, make sure you drop your link. He's trying to get to 100. Roll to 100. He's a new content creator. We got to all get him to 100. It takes a team, right? Let's get him to 100.
Killer, is your email your yeah, what's the topic?
Oh, for Saturday?
Man, we
Come on,
we're gonna be
Killer.
talking about that situation. We talking about that situation with the whole Amber Rose and her son basically defending the fact that she's on OnlyFans from her people.
9-year-old son. What do he even know about
Yeah.
OnlyFans?
Yeah.
All right.
And they teasing him at school because his mom is a whore. I mean, well, let me.
Oh. All right, I'm gonna be here for it, Killer. I got
That's
you.
how he found. That's how he found out too, man. So yeah.
Oh.
And but how do they know? How do a bunch of 8 and 9?
You about to make another topic, Melanie?
His friends.
No, we just brainstorming right now. This is all gonna be on Saturday.
All right.
So we're gonna talk about that. So make sure you guys are here at 5 o'clock p.m. on Saturday. Make sure you guys come. You want to keep it at 5 or you want to move it up more, Killer?
Like, what's more convenient for you? Because, like I said, it really don't matter to me.
Then do this. We'll talk. Hold on. We'll do this, Mel. We'll talk backstage about that. We'll do that.
Well, I want the audience to know. Like,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So either 5 or 7. Is 7 better for you?
I mean, yeah, it could work.
All right, 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. I'm gonna change the time. That way we'll be at night. So 7 o'clock. And make sure you guys are there. We're gonna have a lot of fun. It's just gonna be a fun stream. Open panel.
Yeah. Get you some popcorn ready. Get your brews ready, man. We about to go in on this, man.
Yeah, definitely.
I like the sweet melody. Like, she's on point.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, this is important. This is important because there's a lot of bad content out there, man. So this is very important. Appreciate you doing this. So I've been, I listen. I chime in every now and then and listen to you guys have your conversations, man. And I think this is very healthy.
Definitely. And I like to hear you guys talk. I just like to listen. I know sometimes I'm quiet, but I'm listening, trust me, and I'm learning. So
Melanie, are you resting in your femininity?
Of course I am.
Okay.
So, yes. But yeah, that's why I'm quiet. It's not that I'm not paying attention, I'm listening. So,
Don't ever let someone ask you a question like that.
Oh yeah, trust me. They ask crazy questions. So yeah. But guys, good night. Thank you for coming. Thank you to all the not cash apps. I didn't get any cash apps, but thank you to all the super chats, all the likes, all the shares, and all your support. I will see you guys Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Deuces, y'all.
For that one.
Deuces.
Three pills.